All right. Welcome in, everybody. Oh, I guess it would help if I put the right one on. There we go. Oh, and gotta start those captions. There we are. Almost. Boom. Okay. Now the new daily reward. Let's grab that up. Do we got new things in the store? Maybe we do. Let's take a gander at you. Let's see, what do we got? That's kind of cool. What's that? No thanks. The walls, screamers, halls, treasure beyond. More DLCs. No, thank you. Let's see here. What do we got? Oh, that's kind of dope. Missing prophecy through the finish. I'm seeing the others. I wonder if that's the one. Interesting, interesting. The intro scene looked great. It'd be cool if you get that archway in your ESO house. Oh yeah. Hey, I changed my break screen, so you're gonna have to wait to check that one out too, because that one's different now. Figure, with the Scarecrew stuff, start updating the imagery and everything. So I spent all day building the intro and the outro, the intro and the break screen, and then figuring out how to animate them, which was not easy for me to figure out, but I did. And then I put some eldritch whispering in the background. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. Now I got to now the next thing to do is figure out how to make imagery and remove the background imagery from it so that it has a transparent background. Yeah, that's the next step. Because I have to do that. I have to create imagery for merchandise and then find a way to remove the backgrounds to then place it on the merchandise to update the merchandise. So we're going to be making a lot of loot changes there, but that's a whole nother technological shitstorm for me to deal with later, because man, oh man, is that stuff complicated for me. Totally worth it. Totally worth it. But, like, seriously complicated. But how you doing? How you doing, Curtis? Anything new or exciting going on? And also, are you familiar with the Sigic's the Sigic quest line? Also changed camera locations and screen locations. Swap the screens out, so that way it's easier to look at the camera. Because I always prefer to look at the camera when I'm doing stuff. Oh, and I updated the YouTube channel artwork, and I updated the Twitch channel idle screen, as well as the banners on the about section. I updated all of those. Man, no, we're not there yet. Is there a way to, like... Okay. How do I... There we go. Like, I don't want that pinned on there. There we go. No, just chilling. Done the Sigil quest.
You're the one that
Have
saved
not
the
done.
queen, eh? You don't know
Okay.
that's special.
I'm hoping that I'm doing this right, because I've only ever done it one time, and I don't remember if this is the correct way. I think it's you have to play through the Somerset quest to get access to it. Like, you play through the Somerset quest, and then it ends up sending you over there. I don't know if that's correct or not. I think it is. I hope it is. Oh, you know what? We probably don't, but we'll check. Ooh, that's wrong. That's wrong. I can remember last time I did it, my necro was about a year and a half ago. Yeah, it sounds about right for me too. I think that's the last time that I did it as well. Did it fix it? I'll reset that later when people want to go into it. That's right, this dude's like way over here, isn't he? Like on the outside dock area or something like that? I think so. We'll see if I'm right. Yep, looks like it.
What is it?
Yeah, the Sigic stuff and the Somerset I never actually finished the Sigic stuff. I just did it far enough in to get the Sigic portal things unlocked. And then I don't remember how much of Somerset I did. I did just enough how much ever Somerset's required to get to the Sigic portal area, the Sigic quest line, and then I did it just enough to get the Sigic portals where they'll appear and you can harvest them throughout the world. That was it. That was the amount of progress that I made, and I did it exactly one time. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. We are, we've made some changes to the channel, so we've got a new intro, new break, new about me banners and icons and stuff, new YouTube and Twitch banners. Did all that knocked out today. And then I'm hoping I'm doing this right. I'm trying to get the Sigic portals unlocked where you can like harvest them throughout the world randomly. I've only ever done it once. And I think I have to play through the Somerset storyline, if I remember correctly, to get access to that quest line, and then play the Sigic quest line until they eventually unlock it.
Don't look away.
I think. If that's not correct, I definitely want to know, but I think that's what it is. But that's the plan currently, just because, like, without those portals, I'm missing out on... I know how much loot I'm missing out on.
A newcomer? In the warehouse district? Unusual. But how can I help you today, my friend? The Divine? Who told you that? If a Justiciar sent you to try and trick me into confessing... No, no. The High Elves would never send a newcomer to perform such a task. But I admit it. I made my thoughts known.
What are your thoughts, if you don't mind me asking?
I arranged to bring my cousin here to work with me. The ship arrived, but all the newcomers were carted away. For questioning, they said. I complained to the kin lady and anyone else who would listen. And what has it gotten me? Nothing.
You have to close all 9. I think, yes, you get it from the Sigic Mage in Somerset. Yep, sounds the same as I did it. Just did enough to get the portals open and then... Okay, cool. So I'm on the right track. Excellent. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is good to know.
Oh, my family has been here for generations and generations. Before the Queen's decree, outsiders might have been rare, but we were not unheard of. Our business has grown and gets better every day. That's why I sent for my cousin. We need the help.
King Bob thee. Hi, welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing? Somerset. Finished the first quest, the Queen's Decree, and then go to the dude in RTM. One sec. Lore Master. Okay, cool. I'm actually doing the Queen's Decree right now, so as soon as that one's knocked out, I can fast travel over to RTM and go talk to the dude then. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Somerset is a rare and beautiful jewel in the Abetian Sea. I love it here. The High Elves treat us like children, but they have never been hostile. The Queen's decree has stirred the waters, though. I fear it will get worse before it gets better.
I'm doing good, and you? I'm doing outstanding. Got some good progress towards the rebranding stuff, the updating of the rebrand from Legion to Scarecrew, so that's exciting. And gonna go open up Sigic portals. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. So do you play ESO? And if so, what is your main class that you like to run? How is the mod support? They have add-ons, if that's what you mean. Let me disclaimer. I am super technologically illiterate. I'm technologically challenged, so I don't understand a lot of the things that I'm doing. I know how to do the things, but I don't know. I can't explain it to you. I know that I was told to use a minion modder or whatever. It keeps track of all my add-ons. And now the red one I deliberately do not have enabled. I deliberately don't. I have it there so that way when I want to go do treasure chests, I already know which one I want to use, and then I'll enable it by downloading all the library support files. So that one's on purpose that way. But I got Beam Me Up, Map Pins, and Volton's Minimap. And eventually, once I get further in where I'm concerned about treasure maps, I'm going to download all of the library pieces there and enable this one. But Map Pins, Votin Map, and Beam Me Up. Those are the 3 that I am currently using. But again, I'm also new to PC. Been here for maybe a week or 2 now. I came over from Xbox. So Xbox is actually where I used to run on ESO. Gods, I need to download ESO. ESO is pretty amazing. Like, I enjoyed it a lot on Xbox. I kept getting stuck with 2 different things. One was, like, I would get to points where it's like I couldn't complete my builds by myself because the dungeons that I needed to get the gear out of for the builds. And the other thing is I always got distracted with creating new characters constantly. And being on PC, though, it's a dramatic improvement on quality of life for gaming for ESO for me. Because it's like I have all of these map markers. I don't have to sit here with a constant guide open anymore. So all of those things are super, super nice. And I can switch over to the keyboard and mouse anytime that I need to, which gives me further control and be able to fine-tune all the things that I want. So I am definitely a big fan of switching over now. And now we're currently working on getting our first character where we can do all the things. I've got it up to 171 so far. 300's my next goal, because then I can run the veteran dungeons to go get my monster set. So we're making progress. King Bob the answer are called add-ons. The add-on most in use is Minion. Most are well kept, and they all have pretty good descriptions on PC. You have access to all add-ons. Console is gaining limited access because the add-on devs do this voluntarily. Update 45 mod support is supposed. So had mod support, so I was questioning it. Oh, I didn't see anything for mod support. I just saw I was recommended the Minion thing by my audience, and they have far more experience than I do with PC gaming ESO. So I've kind of just been taking their advice, writing it down, and then researching it, and then testing it out off stream. And it's been working out wonderfully. But yeah, like what I know came from my viewers, 100% when it comes to the add-on stuff. He's already trying to get me to switch over. I am already trying to get you to switch over. We'll eventually get you over here. Gotcha. We're hearing probably Lazy Rit Crafter. Lazy Crafter, maybe Codes, Combat Alerts, a few others start with on console side as best I know. Okay, no problem. Yeah, the other thing I gotta do is test out the, public test server. I have no idea how to use that yet, but I'm going to figure it out. Because I was told that I can test my builds over there without having to dump and waste resources in my actual characters. Which is exciting, because that means I can test my Retribution Thorns tank over there with no limitations, and then see if I can make it functional. And if I can make that shit functional, oh my goodness, that's going to be so fantastic. Because that is my next build obsession, is the Retribution Thorns build that I have in my mind. I just have to figure out how to make it functional. I'm going the wrong way. Pay attention to the mini-map alone. The mini-map alone. Even if I never used any other add-ons, the fact that there's a mini-map is amazing to me. I am so freaking happy about the mini-map. That was such a dramatic quality of life improvement for me. And it's still so new to me that, like, sometimes I'll get so caught up in gameplay.
Why have you closed the monastery?
Hold on.
Good people, I hear your concerns.
For the workers I hired.
So sometimes I get so caught up in the storytelling that I forget that I have a mini-map because I've played ESO without one for so many years. So, but it's nice, like, because, like, every time I'm like, ah, man, where's my map? And it's like, oh, wait, I have one. Cool, I can just look at that. Shh. Self-correct. It's so nice.
Right. Lock up the newcomers. Send the newcomers back where they came from.
Lord, if you figure it out, let me know. I've uninstalled it twice in sheer frustration. Yes, but it's not the same client. I wish the test server was rather... It was a test server rather than a test client. Okay. Yeah, I haven't tested out, but that is my next thing that I want to really sit down and do once I finish figuring out how to redo all of my imagery. Once I get the merch stuff figured out, then get all that fixed over, then I'll get on the public test server. Because, like, realistically, I've still got quite a ways to go on this character before I should even actually make another character. At least to be able to open veteran dungeons. Because as of right now, like, my build's not complete because of it.
Such anger. Raz never expected to hear such words from the Queen's loyal subjects. The sentiment isn't universal, but enough feel this way for Raz to be concerned. Did you learn anything interesting from the people I sent you to talk to?
By the way... 1 second. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-da-da. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. All right. So for those who haven't done so already, do me a favor. Click on that link there. Hit that follow button. Pixie Aquatica has just recently started streaming. Now, here's a fun little secret for those that haven't been paying attention. Pixie Aquatica has never, ever played Skyrim. Ever. So, if she can hit 50 followers on her Twitch page, which she's almost there. But if she can hit 50 followers on her Twitch page, she will stream her playing the entirety of Skyrim plus DLCs for the very first time. And she encourages people to help her with tips, tricks, things like that, helping her on quests and whatnot. Spoiler free, of course, because as true fans of the Elder Scrolls universe, we want new people to the universe to experience those same moments that we had when we first played through those games. But she is all about people interacting with her and giving her helpful hints and tips and suggestions and things of that nature. Currently, she's working on Witcher 3. So if you guys haven't done so already, do me a favor. Go check her out. She's also on YouTube. Same exact name. She dual streams just like I do. So if you're on YouTube, Pixie Aquatica. And same spelling, all one word. Fantastic. Go do it. Please and thank you. Thank you for talking out so much regarding streaming with me tonight. Oh, at the timing. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, Roz.
Such anger.
There we go.
Sequestered. Just a different word for imprisoned, yes. Ranul's cousin just arrived, but O'Newell's assistant has lived on Somerset since long before the Queen ever issued her decree. What about the lizard? What did Sok Solza have to say?
Was dead by the time I reached him. I found this letter in his pack.
Why would the Aldar gather up newcomers and non-High Elf residents alike and send them to the monastery? Does the King Lady condone this behavior? Raz's head itches, and not in a good way. Our course is clear, Five Claw. We must go to the monastery.
Alright, I will
Raz
investigate.
admires your enthusiasm, but this one needs you to enter the monastery on your own. Raz has other fish to catch. This one will help you get past the sentry, though. When you notice that the sentry is distracted, just sleep quietly inside.
Hey, Ange. Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Nice. Thank you guys for doing those shoutouts. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing, Ange? Anything new or exciting? If you guys haven't done so, click on that link right there. Another wonderful ESO streamer. Double shout out. That's what you get, Ange.
I have a... Damn it, why won't this work?
Did you see a golden knight?
I saw
have no idea
nothing.
what that was, and I'm not sure I want to know.
There you go. That's that whole I saw nothing about nothing.
Raz owes you for that game of cards and has come to pay.
Well, I don't recall any. You say I won some gold?
There you go. He caught himself. Nah, I was sick today. First time in probably a year or more since I've been sick enough to call out of work, but just kind of zoning out, questing on Mana Mac and Cheese. Nice. Nice. None of this is stealing. And if they're not gonna punish me for taking it, then I'm taking it all. They didn't say I couldn't.
You have no right to be in here.
Oh, I can do as I please. I answer to the queen herself. Well, I hope you get better. Are you able to do, like, hydration and stuff like that? I know echinacea is another, like, really good natural way to help your body. Echinacea, like, gives you, it's like a natural immune booster, essentially. So, it just naturally makes your immune system fight better. Hydration's another really good point. Yeah, that's about all I got.
No, not now, please.
Oh, and bland
My
foods.
spiritual well-being can wait until after my nap.
I've been hydrating and all that, rested most of the day. Probably be headed to bed soon enough, though. Well, fair enough. Rest will definitely help a lot.
You'll have to ask one of the monks that the new Aldork brought with him. They deal with all the newcomer testing and evaluations. I'm just a simple monk trying to catch up on my sleep. That was a hint, by the way.
Alright, let's see. Tell me about the Aldark and the new monks. Some idea of where they're sequestering the newcomers.
Again with the questions about the newcomers. Why do you care about the complexities of Altma bureaucracy? Still, If I had to make a guess, I'd say they were taking into the Undercroft for registration and processing. Now go away.
Any idea what's happening in the PvP quest campaign? I've heard you can't craft or do quests in Cyrodiil. Well, I don't know. It's not giving me further information. So it's called Golden Pursuits. So let's take a look here. The Golden Pursuit system is a series themed of limited time activities that allow you to earn special rewards such as mounts, costumes, blah, 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 blah. How they work. You can find Golden Pursuits in the Golden Pursuits section of Group and Activity Finder if using mouse and keyboard, or Activity Finder if using gamepad. While a Golden Pursuit is active, it will not appear otherwise, but these menus will take on a golden glow when Golden Pursuit is active to indicate an active pursuit. You can reach this section by the Golden Pursuit title on the announcement panel and display upon the login. The title will only appear while Golden Pursuit is active. Progress in the Golden Pursuit is simple. Perform the activities to unlock the rewards. Golden Pursuit activities can be just about anything you are able to do in game, such as running dungeons, crafting items, fighting in the battlegrounds, and more. Once you have performed the described task, which could be part of the regular in-game routine, the activity is complete and the reward is unlocked. Any progress made in the activity of Golden Pursuit activity, or made in any active Golden Pursuit activity, is tracked automatically, but you must claim earned rewards from Golden Pursuit menus. All progress, credit, and rewards from Golden Pursuit are applied applied account-wide, with the exception of inherently character-specific rewards such as gold for your inventory. While no Golden Pursuits are active, the Golden Pursuit menu, along with the associated activities and unclaimed rewards, become inaccessible and disappear. Be sure to claim any rewards you've earned before the period ends. You can see the time left in the current Golden Pursuit from the menu to keep this from happening. Okay, so you have 3 different reward types. You have the activity rewards, which are tied to specific Golden Pursuit activities. You can earn and claim when you have completed the reward activity. You can use the Golden Pursuit menu and pin the activity to your HUD, enabling you to easily track your progress toward completion and any relevant reward. Milestone rewards are tied to your overall progress in Golden Pursuit. Upon completing the specified number of activities, you hit a milestone. You earn and can claim milestone rewards. You can claim and earn your earned from rewards from all milestones you've reached at your convenience for as long as the Golden Pursuit is active. Milestone reward claiming do not block your overall progress. Capstone rewards are earned when you have met the required activities completion count of the active Golden Pursuit. If there are milestones or activity rewards that you haven't earned or claim in the active Golden Pursuit, you can still earn or claim them even after claiming the capstone reward. Most Golden Pursuits have more activities available than are required to earn the capstone reward. Pick and pursue the activities that appeal most to you. That's from ElderScrollsOnline.com. That's directly from them. So that is the extent of the information they have put out about the activity. So yeah. Yes, what I've seen in streams, cannot read lore books, etc. are disabled for the week. Scare, I'm looking at school calendar day. We have 3-day weekend with the girls just before the last day of school, Tuesday. Off with us until Friday, and I was just happy we had so much time to connect before the summer officially starts. Okay, yes, they have shut down all of the Kyra campaigns except for Vengeance. Everyone's noticed the Golden Pursuit times this time are all because Zoss is trying to encourage people into Vengeance, which is a week-long live test. Okay, so but where's Vengeance? Because I don't have a Vengeance listed here. I've got this, and it all says Cyrodiil, and then when I go over here to campaigns to go to Cyrodiil, oh, there's Vengeance. They took away all the other ones. How freaking big is Vengeance? Are they trying to combine all of the servers into one? Is that what they're trying to do? And they're just testing it during the event?
No, no. You'll have to ask. Again with the questions about the monastery should be a place of peace and meditation. The Aldok has closed us down until further notice. That means if any of the monks spot you, they'll raise the alarm. Me? I never saw you. Now, if you don't mind, my nap awaits.
I know it's a test, and I know you said it's for a week, but I'm saying, like, are they doing this test for the week because they have intentions of combining all the servers and making it one server for PvP? Instead of having multiple servers for PvP? Is that what they're trying to do? Is that why they're testing this way? Most people I'm hearing they're really long queue times, but most say the queue has been quick. No idea they're making a whole new one. Yeah, because like when I go to look at it here, the long wait time. So when I first pulled this up and found the Vengeance thing, you guys saw the time said 42 minutes, not saying 14 minutes. So I don't think their timer's correct. Campaign ends in 8 hours. Interesting. No. I mean, if it's not gonna count as stealing.
Unusual knick-knack for an Aldark's office, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I actually would agree. Of course, you interrupting an agent of the Queen while I'm on official Dominion business is also not suspicious at all. Wouldn't you agree? Hmm?
I noticed you skulking around while I was engaged in some skulking of my own. I suppose we both came to the monastery with a similar purpose in mind.
I like that answer. That's a good answer. It engages in the conversation, but gives absolutely no information.
The sequestered newcomers. I came to find out what happened to a friend. I assume that's what brought you here as well? A house of worship shouldn't be used as an internment camp, and it shouldn't be locked to the public either.
Saw a pearl like that, and there were strange creatures nearby.
Interesting. I've never seen anything quite like it. I find it intriguing and a bit disturbing. But we aren't here to discuss curios. Strange creatures notwithstanding. We need to find out what's happening with the missing newcomers.
Okay.
The sentry doesn't appear to have stopped you, so I could ask you the same question. Let's just agree that we both have our methods. Curious, but I feel that there's more going on in Shimmerine than the usual politics and community relations. That's the question, my cautious friend. We have a newly appointed Aldark and a disgruntled kin lady, both opposed to the Queen's decree. What's their connection to the missing newcomers? I was about to explore the Undercroft. Care to join me?
What could the two most powerful people on the island, because we know the Queen's not on the island, what would the most two powerful people be upset with and doing with the missing outsiders when they hate outsiders? I can't imagine what they would be doing and what they have to do with them. Right? Like, you mean the only two people that have the authority to make people go missing en masse and no one is allowed to ask questions? What could their connection be to it? Not a fucking clue. Not a clue. And they're mad with the Queen for allowing it, so they're deliberately doing something against the Queen's decree that they have a major problem with? You don't say. Crazy. They're having cookies and milk. They're fine.
A curious pearl. I wonder where the Aldark acquired it. Probably not important. I'll meet you in the Undercroft, and we can see what's going on.
What's the matter with you? Get out of here.
Excuse me? I will throw you off this balcony. Okay. I'm currently working on getting Cadwell's hero hat, aka the pan he wears on his head. I just need to finish Cadwell's silver and gold and get it. Nice. I know I need to do the
Are you lost? You can't be in here.
Excuse me? I'm pretty sure that I have far more authority than anybody in this building. Do you not know me? Listen, I am an Eye of the Queen, big dog. I don't know who you think you are, but I promise it's not higher than the Eye of the Queen. What was I saying? I gotta get my Sigic Portal stuff, and then I gotta finish the Ebonheart Pack stuff. Because I really want to go to Clockwork, but it doesn't make sense to go to Clockwork until I've dealt with Vivek. Doesn't make sense to go there before dealing with Vivek, so I gotta do that.
Down here, I sense magic, vile magic. Cages? These people did nothing to deserve such treatment. There's someone alive over there. See if you can help her.
Oh, nice. Someone completed Rock Grove. I need food stuff for crafting. I gotta go farm Apocrypha too. That's another thing that I gotta go do because I need to do the dailies so that I can get the Dream Carver motifs.
Thank the divines! You aren't one of the monks. Please, let me out of here.
Oh my god, I love that I can get his hat. Oh yeah. Cadwell's outfit and everything is so fucking cool. So fun. I know they also have packs that come around where like you can recruit Cadwell as a furniture piece where like you can recruit him and then you can put him in your house as a house guest.
It's a nightmare. We came to Somerset to seek new opportunities. We barely stepped off the ship when they marched us to the monastery. Instead of questioning us or the usual high elf bureaucracy, they locked us in these cages. The monks gathered them a few moments ago and took them through the door on the far side of the chamber. Please, let me out of here before they take me away like the others.
Is that a scoffin?
Oh, thank you for setting me free.
What's a scoffin?
A Daedra. Here? And that's a scoffin, if I remember my Daedric recitations correctly. Very curious. An excellent question, and one I hope to find the answer to. From the evidence before us, it appears this Nord killed the Scoffin before he succumbed to his own wounds. Good for him. I found this key on the creature's belt, so we can open that door. Then I suggest we pick up the pace. We need to determine what's actually happening down here, and who's behind all this. Without answers to those questions, we won't be able to decide on our best course of action. I'll explain everything later. For now, we need to hurry.
Raj, we'll go. Go, 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 go. Through the door we go. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Oh, did some more research on the Dumner.
Cultists?
They're like the biggest losers of ESO. It is so funny. So, they were tricked.
These people.
They were tricked by Daedra to abandon their culture and their people because they were originally Ultimer. And then they left and they became the Kilm. Which pissed off some Daedra. So then, hold on.
The magic only affects those who have been prepared. But never fear, your turn will come.
And Floppy and Wah won't be happy to hear that. Oh yeah, I know. So they were tricked by Daedra to leave their people and desert their gods, or their other Daedra that they worshipped. And then they made a deal with the Dwemer to create the council, the first council. And the reason they created the first council was because of the fact that they went ahead and made themselves in the tribunal, right? The dark elves that became gods. Azura cursed them to make them look the way they look because of their hubris of making themselves into gods and thinking they would be equals. And then when they lost their god powers... Well, sorry. So they made their hubris to become gods, right? The tribunal, Vivek and all of them. So then they got their look that they have now, the ashen skin, the fire eyes, and Vivek convinced everybody that we should take pride in it. It's a blessing, not the curse that Azura says it is. And then they started having problems with fighting everybody. So they made deals with the Dwemer, who they had often fought, and they created the first council. And the first council fought against Daedra. And that lasted about 2 centuries. And then they decided to fight the Dwemer, and then that's when the Dwemer's race disappeared, because they activated the heart. So Vivek went down and got the tools from Kagarak, who is the lead Dwemer guy, the lead Dwemer craftsman, the one who made the god and activated the Heartstone. Yeah, he got the tools that man made, and then studied them and used them to make and to fine-tune all of what they were doing, right? Except for when the heart was destroyed, their power was taken, and then all of the Daedra that they had pissed off and scorned immediately went to war with them. Yep. So, like, they have just been, like, the Daedra's playthings the entire time, and they're the only people that were gullible enough to listen to the Daedra. Which is why they're the only people that have actually been detached from their entire species by Daedra because of their own hubris. And their entire species has to rely on other Daedra teachings now that their gods don't exist, that they're missing, because, you know, Vivek decided not to show up during the Oblivion Crisis. He's the only one left alive that we know of, right? And he's just missing, and he didn't even deem it worthy enough to show up to save his people during the Oblivion Crisis, which is fantastic. And nobody's seen him since he lost his powers. His power started waning, and he just disappeared. So he's missing, and now they're going back to worshipping Daedra that the Ultimar worshipped and were cool with, that they were originally tricked into abandoning. Yeah, it's fantastic. They just keep being ping-ponged between Daedra, and they think they're winning. It's so funny. And they just, like, take pride in the fact that they keep losing, and they keep getting curses. And, like, everything just keeps sucking for their people and getting infinitely worse for their people. Like, there's nothing protecting their cities anymore. There's nothing unifying their people anymore. There is nobody looking out for them anymore. The Daedra's teachings that they're following, they don't even like them anymore. Like, it is so funny. The divine need... Yeah, pretty much. But, like, man, they're just getting hosed left, right, and center. It is so funny to me.
Those poor people. This wasn't just about newcomers and opposing the Queen's decree. That was Daedric magic back there. I just wish we had arrived a few moments earlier.
And I don't know if you watch WWE or not, but my girls are obsessed right now with Jey Uso, and his whole thing is yeet. Yeah, my girls are obsessed with him right now. He's probably one of their favorites. I know for sure one of them, it is actually their favorite wrestler. What happened to the pearl?
I promised to explain what I know. I suppose that now's as good a time as any. I'm a member of the Sijic Order. Our Right Master sent me to investigate a warning we received about a plot involving Somerset. My inquiries led me here. The Sijic Order is an ancient magical monastic society. We served as advisors to the rulers of Tamriel, but that was before we removed our island home from the world. Now this threat has drawn us back. But why are you involved in all this? An Eye of the Queen? Interesting. I diffused the Daedric magic and transported the pearl to Artaeum, the Sijic island, for safekeeping and study, so we can learn more about it. But we can discuss this further once we get out of here.
Can't wrong with Jey Uso, but my favorite at the moment is Penta. He's my second favorite, because my favorite active wrestler for them is Randy Orton. I fucking love Randy Orton. I saw a little skit. I'm only bummed. My one thing is I'm really bummed that he's on SmackDown. I wish that he was on Raw, because SmackDown's not on Netflix in the US, because they just got a TV deal. I found out, because I was looking that up. I was like, man, when are they going to come over to Netflix? They're not in the US, because they just got a deal with a television network called USA, so they're going to be doing TV time now instead, which is disappointing. But yeah, I just saw a little skit with him where they were talking shit about him and like, yeah, because Randy Orton was hurt and he came off of surgery, and he's like, yeah, he's been sitting on his ass on a couch playing Fortnite, and he was like, Elden Ring. I played Elden Ring. And I saw an interview with him where he said that he's got like something like 600 hours clocked on Elden Ring. But yeah, Penta's pretty good. But for me, it's Randy. The RKO, the 3 deadliest letters in the human language. Chris, I think Penta is a good wrestler, but I don't like the character. But I do. The minority here. My only thing with Penta is I'm hoping that they're not going to make him water down his character. Because I want to see the Penta, not the WWE family-friendly version, you know? I want to see Penta. Yeah, as far as active roster, yeah, Penta's my number 2 right now. Fun fact, this is his 3rd iteration of Penta. The original Penta died. Oh, are you talking about the last death match that he did? Alright, my tired bum off to bed now, need sleep. Have a great evening. Well, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate that, and I hope you start feeling better. I hope you sleep well. But, again, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it.
Living on Artaeum for a few centuries doesn't prepare you for physical activity. Let the Eye of the Queen know what we discovered, and I'll catch up with you later.
I know I've seen a lot of highlights of his matches and stuff. I haven't been able to find a full match. Of course, I've also been too busy to do in-depth searching. I'm sure if I do an in-depth search, I can find them. But, oh, speaking of wrestlers, the, Brutus the Barber. I don't know if you remember that person, Curse. But Brutus the Barber is actually going to be in our area coming up soon. He's, doing a some sort of con here. I can't remember if it's a local Comic-Con or whatever, but it's something to that equivalent. And he's one of the guest celebrities.
Ah, this one's new partner returns. What interesting scandal did you uncover in the monastery?
Oh!
Tell Raz every juicy detail.
Okay, you're talking about the whole, because he's a third generation wrestler and the way that family hands down the Penta mask. That tracks. Okay.
That isn't the kind of scandal Raz was hoping for. Murder, Daedric rituals, and traitorous behavior have a way of ruining an otherwise perfect day. We need to learn the extent of the Kin Lady's involvement, and by we, Raz means you.
Well, I mean, if you insist, big dog, I will go and find out.
Accuse? Not exactly. Raz wants you to talk to her, see what she knows about the Oldar. The Kin Lady is meeting with local leaders. Attend that meeting and learn the truth. This invitation and set of elegant clothes will get you through the door.
Brutus the Barber Beefcake was one of the guys you grew up watching. Nice. Yeah, I got to, at some point, I gotta actually get my girls to watch some of, like, the highlights of his career to see if they're interested in going and meeting him. But yeah, Pixie Aquatica was actually the one that brought it to my attention that he was gonna be in town. I think it's like $10 a ticket to get in, and you can go meet with them. It's $10 for the event. He is just at the event. So I gotta go and find some highlight videos for the girls to watch to see if maybe they're interested in going and meeting an old school wrestler. One of the founders. Not really, but you know, one of the names of the wrestlers that was there for that transition period from regional wrestling groups into national wrestling groups. You know, he was part of that time period where it was transitioning over, and like the wrestlers that were there for that and that survived those transitions into the national wrestling levels, right? Like when WWE started taking over other territories and stuff, when it was WWF. Yeah, like those wrestlers are really cool to meet because they got to watch the change and be part of it. And they got to define a lot of like the foundation of the going from regional to national and the way that national locker room would run and things like that. Like that's really cool. And a lot of those dudes were and still do help with like advising and stuff like that. Now they've got the Attitude Era dudes coming in and replacing them on the staff, like the creative side and training side and stuff like that. But yeah, it's always cool to hear that the old school dudes are still around doing stuff.
A Sijik? Raz has heard rumors, but there are always rumors about the Sijiks. For an island of sages who disappeared more than 300 years ago, they certainly seem to get around. Did this Sijik mage say what the Order was investigating? There was a life-sucking pearl. You should probably have led with that bit of information. Well, we can worry about the Sijic mage and figure out where these pearls came from later. For now, go see what the Kin Lady has to say.
Alright, sounds good.
Kin Lady Avanice and Raz do not get along. You see, there was a horse, a platter of pudding tarts, and... no. This one won't bore you with the sordid details. Besides, everyone behaves well when they see Raz. You will learn more than I would.
A horse and a platter of pudding tarts. I'm glad you didn't finish. I don't know that I want the answer to what that looked like or what that was. Every time I go into an inn, I'm reminded that, that's right, I need to go get my Tales of Tribute cards. Oh, nope. Minimap to the rescue. Okay, so disguise? No, not disguise. There we go. Elegant outfit. No card games yet. Yeah, I know. Not yet. We will get it eventually.
Yes? And who might you be? The Kin Lady is currently engaged. She's holding a conference with Shimmerine's elite to discuss certain political matters. Yes, so you do. And may I say that your outfit is suitably elegant. Please, head into the garden.
Alright, let's go.
We all have concerns.
Something to work
regarding the
towards at
Queen's
least.
decree.
Yeah.
I assure you that I am working with all Dark Takala to safeguard the sanctity of Shimmerine and all of Somerset. Enjoy the food and drink. Business of the city requires my attention, but I shall rejoin you shortly. How dare you barge into my home without so much as a by your leave?
Pulls out a badge, says official queen, Eye of the Queen. Yeah, this says, I don't have to ask. This says, I outrank you.
No, I refuse to deal with one of the Queen's guests, especially not in my own home. How did you get in here, by the way? No, never mind that. Since you found your way in, I assume you can find your way back out. Before I call the guards.
Why do you oppose the Queen's decree?
Oh, such innocence. You really want to know why I oppose the Queen's order to allow newcomers to enter Somerset? Because I'm trying to protect both the island and the newcomers. It's in everyone's best interest that we maintain a separation.
Accidentally trips and happens to push her into the fireplace behind her. Oh no! Dang, I gotta tie my shoes. I hope you don't burn to death before I get my shoes tied. Pose the Queen? That's treason. You know how treason's treated? Scare, would it be wild to apply to, For you, yes, that would be wild. Because then you wouldn't have any sleep. I feel like we chatted about that, but I'm not too tired. There's not pulling from my memory.
Aldark Tilkala came highly recommended. He has grand plans for protecting Shimmerine. Grand plans. Unfortunately, in my haste to deal with the Queen's decree, I may have made an error in judgment.
An error in judgment?
Not that it's any concern of yours, but my Chancellor has been unable to verify the Aldark's existence prior to when we met, and I recommended him for the position at the monastery. I assure you, Kinlord Millenthal praised Tilkala to no end.
And were you aware that the Altorox monks are killing newcomers under the monastery?
That's preposterous. Aldark Tilkala sequesters the newcomers to ascertain their suitability for life in Somerset. Those who pass will find a place here. As for the rest, they'll be returned to wherever they came from. That's what we agreed to.
It sounds like you should see for yourself what's happening in the monastery.
My lady, one of the monks said to deliver this message. It's from the Aldark himself.
The Coral Forest. An odd location for a meeting, but I need to hear the Aldark's explanation.
That's not a good idea. They want to meet you in a place that's isolated and outside of the city, alone, when they know that they're compromised? That's not a good idea. This is my current time, only time I sleep. And I'd realize I'd be able to nap on command for the right price. I wouldn't risk it.
Pretend you are adjusting your boot or admiring the architecture. As hard as it may be, look anywhere but directly at Raz. Good, good. Now, tell Raz what you learned at the King Lady's manor. Raz thinks Avanice is as naive as she is complicit, but she's not a murderer. This new Aldark, though, has so much blood on his hands, it looks like he's wearing red gloves. From what I could discover, he didn't exist before he came to Shimmerine.
Okay, now if we heard they were going to meet in the Coral Forest.
Coral Forest? A strange meeting place. Raz thinks we should go and see what the Aldark is up to. After I take back that outfit, I might need it again later. Ah, you have a pretty admirer, my friend. The Sijic Sage, yes? Here she comes now.
All right.
I'm glad I found you. While watching the King Lady's mansion, I saw her ladyship sneak out the back and leave the city.
The King Lady is meeting the Aldark in the Coral Forest. Raz smells something, and it isn't moon sugar biscuits.
Your reputation precedes you, Eye of the Queen. I am Valcerin of the Sijic Order, and I agree that the Aldark is more than a simple monk.
We should work together, yes? But let's travel separately, to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Raz will find you both at the Coral Forest.
Raj, we'll go. Let's go. It looks like we're getting towards the end of the Coral Forest. I mean, the Queen's Degree quest line, which will allow us to go and do the Stygic portal stuff. Alrighty then. Ba-da, ba-da, boom, boom, boom. You know what? That is a Sky Shard. You know what I need right now? Skill points. So you know what we're gonna do? Get the Sky Shard. Yep, get the Sky Shard. That's right. Oh, look, it's up on the bridge. I guess we're fighting you. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. All right. And we keep pushing down south. We're actually going to pass Roz. And the reason we're going to pass Roz is so we can get that waypoint that's down there. And then we'll turn around and we'll run back up to Roz. This will make questing in this area easier later on. There we go. Almost there. Outstanding. Now, cross over. Let's go get this crazy little thing discovered, whatever it is. And go see Roz.
One of Somerset's more unique environments, the Coral Forest. I used to love coming here when I was growing up. We need to find out whether Aldark asked Kinlady Avanice to meet him out here.
Probably for a sacrifice, cleaning up loose ends, something to that effect.
Based on what we saw in the monastery's undercroft, I'm hesitant to use magic to locate them. I suppose we'll have to find them through mundane means. Too bad the Queen's spy isn't here yet. I understand he's good at this sort of thing.
Yeah, but that's a red flag. Either Roz is here, or something's happened to Roz. Like, Roz isn't late.
Murder! That wasn't part of the plan, Aldark.
You know nothing of the plan, you fool. Let me give you a taste of what the Prince of Bargains has in store for this pitiful world.
Your prince! I want no part of Daedra. Help!
I don't know where you're at. To help. There you are.
Come, Nebara! Let Dagra destroy the...
I'll go after the Kinlady. You deal with the Aldark.
Raj. Dealt with. Next. You, talk to me.
Razumdar apprehended the Kinlady. They're at the west edge of the Coral Forest. What happened to Aldark Tilkalar?
Oh,
Did
he's
he
dead.
escape?
He's dead, and I heard him mention the Prince of Bargains.
I think we can conclude that Tilkalar wasn't actually an Aldark. At least, not with his connection to the Prince of Bargains' Clavicus Vial. Strange magic and creatures worry me, however. Hopefully the pearl I sent to Artaeum can tell us more.
Alright.
You'd be surprised what a particular object can reveal if you know how to unlock its secrets. I need to return and tell Rightmaster Ikesis all that transpired here. If you're willing, I'd like you to come to Artaeum and confirm my story. The Rightmaster leads the Sigic Order from Kapora Tower on the island of Artaeum. This spell attunes you to a portal near Shimmerine in the ruins of the Keep of 11 Forces. It always leads to Artaeum, no matter the island's current location.
Alright. Let's go check in with Roz first.
And there, you are now attuned. Find me on Artaeum after you finish with the Eye of the Queen.
Oh, Roz. How's it going?
Five Claw. Queen Irene will be disappointed that the Kinlady of Shimmerine allowed a false Aldark to murder so many newcomers. Such a scandal makes other travelers uneasy about coming here, yes? The Prince of Bargains. That could only be Clavicus Vile. What oblivion-inspired nest of vipers has Raz stumbled into? This one has a very bad feeling about all of this. Where is the Sijic sage? Raz would like to ask her what she thinks.
Well, we're gonna go talk to the Right Masters. What we're gonna end up doing
Sijic
here.
Order's interest in all of this concerns Razumdar. This one has never had much love of magic, or those that practice the art. On the other hand, now Raz has his own person on the inside. An Eye of Raz, if you will, yes?
Said the Order would try to find out more about the Aldark and the Abyssal
Then
Pearl.
you must go to Arteum and discover what the Sijics have learned. When you return, you can tell Raz all about it so he can pass it along to the Queen.
Raj, Wilco. You, let's have a conversation.
Have you come to gloat?
Yep.
To kick me while I wallow in my own misery?
100%.
Well, go ahead. I deserve it.
You're lucky the game just didn't let me shove you into a fireplace. I'm just saying, like...
I met him at Kinlord Millenthal's party in Eleanor. We had similar ideas about the Queen's decree, and I recommended that he lead the monastery. Somerset isn't a stew pot, and the various races aren't ingredients to be sprinkled in like so much spice. What a hateful accusation! Tilcala told me he was going to send them back where they came from. I had no idea he planned to kill them. I give you my word. I just wanted the newcomers to go away. And to find out he worshipped Daedra? How crude.
And do all the monks worship the Daedra?
I certainly hope not. We'll have to get the Divine Prosecution in there to gather up the monks Tilcala brought with him to Shimmerine. We can't have Daedric cultists desecrating a holy site. I suppose I need to beg for mercy from the Proxy Queen.
Proxy Queen. Holy shit. Okay. That's probably not a good way to start out by calling her a Proxy Queen. $25, $25. Is 25 my highest that I can make? Nope. That was a 30. I can make a 30. Cheese. Well, I know where to get cheese. I can't get cheese until I can go to Cold Harbor, and I can't go to Cold Harbor yet. Raj. Totally understand. $15. Oh. You know what we didn't check? We didn't check the daily endeavors. Ooh, and the weekly endeavors reset too. Refine 50 materials. Okay. Steal 10 items from the environment. Deconstruct 8 items in the crafting table. And destroy 1 stone Entrenock. Literally all 3 of those can be done. Like, you run the dolmens a few times, you'll get the you'll end up getting the jewelry you need to deconstruct. Probably destroying a stone Antronach, because there's Antronachs that summon as bosses and as fillers, both. And then when you go to Alakir to do all of that, break all that stuff down, the the jewelry stuff that you collected, you can also steal items from the shops in nearby buildings. Holy shit. I forgot about those. Hmm. Bada bing, bada boom. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Hmm. Let's go deal with this, because I think the other one's going to send me back here anyways. Alright, let's get down here. And now we get to go inside. Woo!
And there was no sign of Lathan. I don't
What a
know
rare
whether to be
honor
grateful.
Valcerin bestowed upon you. Only a select few not of our order have ever walked upon this sacred island. Val tells me your aid was indispensable in uncovering the false Aldoc's plot on Somerset.
Only a select few? Homie, have you stepped outside your tower lately? Have you seen how many people are running around on your island digging shit up constantly? A select few.
Unfortunate, certainly. The magic you describe sounds familiar, though I can't quite recall where I've heard of it before. I fear the pearls may be a harbinger of the threat Sotha Seal warned us about.
It is 2300. Wow. All right.
Sotha Seal, one of the living gods of the Dark Elf Tribunal. He's an honorary member of our order. After an attack on his Clockwork City, he warned us about a Daedric threat to Somerset and Artaeum. I sent Valcerin to investigate.
I like the look of the Sigic armor. The Sigic armor does look really cool. Yep, for sure.
Indeed. But not until we finish studying the pearl Valcerin brought us. The next step involves a thorough examination of the strange pearl you and Valcerin recovered from beneath the Shimmerine Monastery. Hopefully, we can learn more about the false Aldark and the source of the pearl's magic. We are the Sigic Order, friend of Valcerin. There is very little we cannot accomplish through the application of the old ways. Every object remembers its history. The trick involves selecting the correct ritual to reveal those buried memories.
Okay.
While I head inside to begin the augury ritual, I'd like you to go to Sotha Seal's study in the tower, find my acolyte, Oriandra, and ask her for Sotha Seal's amplification elixir. We may need it if the pearl proves to be resistant to our magic.
Okay. Now you...
Friend of Val. Tranquil greetings, Caraval. You will forgive me if I seem awkward. We rarely entertain guests here on Artaeum. I am Caloris. Right Master Ichesis told me a great deal about you. I suspect he has plans for you within the Psijic Order. The Right Master holds you in high regard. That is proof enough of your worthiness. The Psijic Order requires practical wisdom, outside perspective. Unless I miss my guess, you can provide both. You would be a worthy addition to our ranks.
Alright, what do I need to do?
Eager to begin? Good. Eagerness is just what we need. Your first lesson begins now. The Order has detected a number of irregularities on Tamriel. Small breaches in the fabric of time. I would like you to seal them for me.
Alright.
The first cluster of time breaches appeared on the Isle of Somerset. You should start there. Go speak with my apprentice, Josaja, in the Athenaeum. She will provide the tools you need. A map, Psijic seals, and the Augur of the Obscure.
Okay. Now that is what we wanted. Right there. Talk to me. Give me my stuff.
Yes, can I help you?
Your master sent me. He told me to collect a map, some Psijic seals, and an augur of Obscure.
Right. You're the Order's new initiate. I didn't expect you so soon. Things here on Artaeum are normally, you know, snailish. I transcribed our seer's visions onto the map there, and collected these Psijic seals. The augur, however... I don't. Please don't tell the lore master. It tricked me into dismissing the binding charms that keep it here, in the Athenaeum. Then it popped like a bubble and vanished. It escaped before, but never on my watch.
Okay, do you have any idea where it is?
Mercifully, yes. I just scried its location. It looks like it reappeared somewhere on the shores of Waston Coraldale. It didn't take long for some sea elves to scoop it up and squirrel it away. You'll have to steal it back. I am sorry, truly. I'm indebted. You'll definitely need the augur on your quest. Without it, you'll never find those time breaches.
Alright, sounds good to me. Let's go. Oh, there we go. There's the map. Let's go find the augur. Okay, so where? It's there. Okay, cool. Look at that. I can travel for free. Benefits of having a housing in most areas that I can. Alright. Now, how do we get out of here? There we go. We made it. Oh, that's another sky shard. Let's go grab that up. For sure.
Together.
Woo! It's like we got a way shrine over here we need to grab too. Boom. Well, That's clearly one.
Enough, Silery. These mysterious deaths are our business.
Good quality there.
Not yours.
No! There we go. Get the food. Oh, not the food, the ore. Ha! Need to pay more attention. Alright, let's go up there. There's the way shrine, and then we can drop on over to the delve, where it looks like it's located, and we'll be able to get a sky shard out of there, which will be number 3, which will give us a skill point. So that'll be nice. You know what? We're going in here anyways. We might as well grab the quest.
Thank you for heeding my call, newcomer. I don't suppose your passage to Somerset brought you past Weston Coraldale? My father, Curteros, runs a boat in an angler fleet. They're long overdue, and while his stride tends to be a leisurely one, I've never seen the whole fleet gone for so long.
Think they ran in trouble?
I'm probably over-concerned. The weather's been fair and the wind's mild. Perhaps their fishing has been so fruitful they dare not waste their good fortune. But I'd feel better if I knew what to make of their delay.
Okay.
The fleet set off west. Weston Coraldale is an island engulfed by...
Let's go. So we got the quest there, so to rescue the fleet. And then the fishing fleet. We gotta get the auger. There's gonna be a boss in here, and there's gonna be a sky shard in here. So let's get all those things all in one shot, so that way we don't have to come back in here. Bye. Okay.
I take no pleasure.
There we go.
I'm glad we're alive and they're not.
That by definition is taking pleasure in it, Isabel. Go lie to someone who doesn't understand the human language. Hello, sir. How you doing? I'm doing outstanding. How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. We are unlocking Sigil portals. That's what we're currently doing. We have to go get the auger currently so that we can do the Sigil portals. And we figured we get the sky shard and we get the side quest in here knocked out while we're already gonna be here, you know. Get all the things at once. Minimize having to repeat.
Who's there? Never seen you before. Guess no one told you that this is my spot. Been my spot nearly a century. And it'll be my spot a century more, God's willing. So don't go getting any ideas. Plenty of space down the coast. So, off with you now.
But how you doing? Welcome in. Anything exciting? Anything new? What you got going on in the video gaming side of your life?
Huh. Fancy that. I had told Hiranessa for years those sea elves would mount an invasion from Weston Coraldale. Figures they'd launch it while I was having a nap. Well, come along then. Best send them off before they hook all the best catches. Of course. Any Royal Marine of the Queen's Navy worth their salt would. Might have traded my saber for a fishing rod, but I've still got my sea legs, and I'm still as sharp as the day I mustered. The others I sail with are civilians, though. Aye. Even if they caught a glimpse of a sea elf cutter before it reached Waston Coraldale, there's no chance a fishing boat would have outrun it. If anyone from the fleet's still alive out there, it's our duty to help them. Lest we split up. Unless my creaking knees give me away, I ought to be able to handle some scouting while you're searching for survivors. We'll rendezvous with the old lovers.
Okay, big dog, if you insist. I don't know. I think you should just chill and fish, man. I'll go handle everything. You can be the rally point that I send everyone back to. I think that's the better deal. Because they haven't discovered your location, so you're going to be able to hold out, you know?
Sacred Ascendants, take me home. I thought you were a sea elf. One moment I was just dipping my toes in the shallows having a pleasant day. The next there's a murderous corsair or hungry reef viper around every corner. We're trapped.
At the old lover's tree, yep. Go.
He's alive.
Of course he is.
At his age, I'd have thought he'd be the first to fall prey to those sea elves. Should have given the stubborn old salt more credit. I'll make my way to him. Better than waiting to die out here. Thank you.
Well, to be fair, he was a Royal Marine. That's not the regular Aldemarian soldiers. Like, they're kind of an elite section. So, it tracks that he was just chilling. And everyone else was just like, ah, that dude that's built himself a nice big fire out on the open, on the beach. Yeah, we're going to leave him alone because we know his background. It's one of those guys. Darling, I won't be coming home after this. As gentle as the seas can be, we always knew that any voyage could be my last. It won't be fickle currents that claim me, but poison coursing through my veins. I'm sorry, the sea elves have invaded a small force now, but I can tell that they're preparing for more of its kind. It won't be long before the island becomes a staging ground in greater campaign. I'll never see the mainland again, but if the tide smiles on me, this message will reach to whoever finds this. Tell the Royal Navy that the Sea Elves are here. Stop them before more lives are lost. And if you'd be so kind, bring this to... Okay, so the question is did you kill yourself with poison? Or did you... Or was there poison on the blade that you were stabbed with? Like, gotta give me a little bit more context.
Stranger, don't anger the salamanders. They're the only thing keeping those sea elves from wandering too close. What are you doing out here? I've never seen you before.
You need to go meet up with everybody else. Time now.
You're sure we're talking about the same Kurtaros? The one I know is more likely to be mistaken for dead and sleep right through this whole mess.
Go. Go, 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 go. I don't... well, let's go do the quest, because the quest might send us to go fight the boss. If the quest doesn't send us to fight the boss, then we'll go fight the boss on our own. Stand by, oh stand by. And there we go.
All this crouching is damnation on my back. But I've seen everything I need to know what the enemy's up to. How fares the search? Any sign of Carterel?
Not everyone made it.
I'll do when it comes to these sea elves. They'll rob us of more than a few good souls before all is said and done here.
Okay.
They're digging in, placing ballistae along the shore. When the Royal Navy finally does mount an attack, they'll be taking fire from Maormer on both land and sea. It'll be a bloodbath, unless some misfortune befalls their plans. Catch my drift?
Yeah, you should definitely go back to the mainland with the civilian survivors and go tell the Navy that this is here. I will deal with all of this. You go back. Please.
I'm not suggesting we repel the whole invasion, but I do know my way around a ballista. If we turn one toward their own ships and cause enough of a stir, we can draw on a friendly patrol and catch the sea elves out of their element. I'll get into position and await your attack. Then we'll give those sea snakes a good spearing while these two make for your vessel. You do have a vessel, don't you?
There's a small sailboat in the cove beyond the caves that we can use to escape.
All right. You two go prepare the boat our friend brought. We'll provide a distraction. Trinamac's wrath be with us.
Alright, so let's go grab this thing over here.
Seals. Fond of winged snakes and soggy chests. Ah, fleshy, thick-thumbed biped. Hello. You're an elf, right? Or is it a man? I'm sorry. I have some difficulty telling you people apart. You're much less blue than the others. In color, I mean, not disposition. Anyway, what can I do for you?
Your caretaker sent me.
Josiah. Wait, you're talking about that jittery mage I tricked into freeing me, right?
Jittery mage.
Delight. I had hoped for a longer holiday. Can only manage a leap like this once a century, after all. I will.
If I take you out of the box, will you help me find time breaches?
Quite comfortable here, mate. Cozy accommodations, the transliminal tones of the ocean waves, gangly meat brains to mock. But I guess I should be going. These elves plan to sell me. Can you imagine? I'll help you. On one condition.
Okay, what's the condition?
When we're done sewing up these chronosymphonic when we're done sewing up these time breaches, you'll let me wander the Mundus in peace. No more dim-witted Sijiks peppering me with questions. No more dusty shells. We have a deal?
No promises. Yeah.
So, should we get going, or...?
Yep.
Fair enough. So, where to? I assume you've got a map or something? So, you know where we're going now, right? Good. You take me to a time breach, and I'll help you spot it. Huh. This bag's a bit snug, eh?
Yeah, no, see, like, I'm not in a position of authority to be able, of the Sijic order, to be able to be making promises like that. Not to mention, I don't know enough about you as an artifact to know whether or not you're safe to let wander around. You know what? Let's fight it. It's big. Oh, come on.
Throw your weapons, my friend. We've won.
But I would definitely need to know more about its artifact history and what it does and what is possessing it exactly. All of the things before I could make an agreement to a decision like that.
This is not the end of our tale.
Woo!
Hold them off while I spear that cutter. They're scattering like minnows. Keep on the offensive. This is what
Send our
Carter
safely
will.
to your rest.
Oh, yes, we got him.
That'll do. Fall back and get to the boat.
Alright. So he got the boat lit on fire. Very nice. Alright, so we have to run away. We gotta get back to the path, and then from the path, we gotta go directly back down into the beginning area. Yep.
There are none left to stand against us.
Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure that person's standing against us. I'm just saying, Izzy. Maybe we wait to say that. And I'm pretty sure that everywhere we go, there's gonna be someone to stand against us. I mean, like, it's kind of the job, Izzy. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum-bum. There we go. Almost out.
Side by side.
And there we go. We made it.
Captain coming aboard. Boats prepped and ready.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Sarah Bear. Sarah Bear. Welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing? Thank you for that raid. I appreciate that. Let me minimize this to get the shout out going. There we go. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ah, thank you, Curse. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in, Sarah. If you guys haven't done so, hit those follow buttons. You know the drill. She is an amazing streamer herself. She was doing ESO. She does a variety of things. You see her do some Once Human, some, she does some Division. She does a variety of things. So, you never want to miss out. So you want to make sure you're hitting those follow buttons. Going hanging out in the bear cave. It's pretty chill. You gotta do it. How you doing? How's everyone doing? I'm doing outstanding. I'm outstanding.
Father, you had me so worried.
I'm unlocking Sigic portals.
Where's your boat?
None of that now, my nervous cup. I'll tell you all about it. But first,
He
there's
washes
one
up here after being gone for weeks. His boat nowhere in sight. And he acts like it's just another day on the sea. Was everything all right? Did he cause you any trouble?
Actually, Mormir attacked Western Cordell, and he and I crippled a ship. Yep.
Oh, he put you up to that, didn't he? Papa always loves to embellish his journeys. Whatever the truth is, I'm just glad you brought him home safe. If all newcomers are so kind, Somerset will be... He's not fooling me. I can tell something happened. Father's putting on a brave face, like he used to whenever I'd ask him about his younger days. He'd smile and deflect the question, but I could see a sadness in his eyes he couldn't hide. His secret.
Interesting. Well, cheers. I'm doing well, getting a little sleepy, so I'm going to leave a lurk. I hope you have a great stream. Alright, well, thank you. I appreciate the raid.
What did you find?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you sleep well. Boom! Alright, so let's find these Sigic portals. Which I think there was one over here, wasn't there? Yep. No? That's not a Sigic portal right there? Okay, so... looks like there's one somewhere down in that region. Let's go get it! Now we gotta go close all the portals. And once we get all the portals closed, then we'll be able to loot these portals, if I remember correctly. I've only done this once. So... hopefully that's correct.
There's a supply sack just there.
Oh, wow, you actually called it out. Nice, Izzy. Very nice. See, who needs Czar? We got Izzy. She won't get mad at us for going to Cold Harbor. Or hanging out with Cadwell.
Reach nearby. I don't know why you're so intent on sealing them. Linear time is so overrated. Just imagine, you could die before you were even born. Wait, that's horrifying, isn't it? I'm sorry. Never mind.
You're fun. You're gonna be a fun one to go adventure with. I've only unlocked the Sigil portals once. So I don't remember if he chatters. The Sims? Oh, nice! I haven't played The Sims in such a long time. We're gonna take care of the 3 on the side. And then from these 3, we'll jump up and do the other side of the coast. So that way it's easier to keep track of which X's we've done and which ones we haven't on the map. Because there's all of those. So we'll take care of the 3 over here, and then we'll just work the way down the map. Oh, wait a second. We've got skills! Provisioning, provisioning. Boom, 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 boom. Ba-da, ba-dum, boom, boom, boom. Okay, so maybe we're gonna get a little minor distraction right here because, you know, Sky Shard. And at this point, I need to actually do some skill point hunting. Which I was hoping to do in the Ebonheart territory. I mean, I'll settle for doing it here. For sure. Because we're going to end up having to be out here anyways. There you are. Hey, this is going to be right over next to our scrying location, so we can pick that up too. Oh, we maybe need to put Izzy away. I just thought of that because we got to steal some stuff. Izzy's not really fond of us stealing.
Another find for your pack.
Okay, so Izzy, go away, Izzy. Man, somebody's just going over here and just like slaughtering everything. It's not cool, man. Not cool. It would be hilarious though if the guards reacted like, oh, there's been a murder. Hey, I don't want to move down there. There we go. Can I interact with any of these? No? She's looking directly at us. But How many more do we have to do? And I don't think those will count because it said steal, not pickpocket. How many more? How many more? One more. You're not hostile, right? No, you're not. Good.
Drat! Which one could he possibly be?
Not this one. Run away! Isn't that just like a random... There we go! We got it. Remind me, why do you want companions to like you? Because if you... The more they like you... Okay, so the further you increase the rapport bar, the more quests you get from them, because they have a story arc that they go through. And once you get their rapport to a certain level, each of them give you a bonus. And if you can get that rapport to a certain level, their bonus that they give you will always be active even when you don't have them. Because their individual bonuses are only active while you have them out running around with you. And then when you put them away or change companions, you lose that active bonus that they provide. But if you can get their rapport up and do all their questing, you get their bonus no matter what, all the time. I think we're good. Okay.
Oh, you're going to love this one. I'm seeing a tiny island surrounded by... It's either water or cats. Difficult to say. But they're
Water
cats, eh?
or cats?
I hope I was of some assistance. We'll see it done.
Ooh. All right. So it's supposed to be somewhere out here. I haven't done the geysers. I know that for a while there, when Manbear was playing on Xbox, he used to run those geysers daily as part of his daily run. It was pretty cool. All right, and I think that's correct. Yep. Okay, cool. So this one we'll be able to get the third one that's on this side, and then we'll also be able to go and dig up the antiquity. And then we'll have to jump over using the fast travel to the opposite side of the island and work our way down the map again. Story, short curse. Scaring, isn't it? The answer streamer. A lot more to the point, true. Yeah, That's fair. That's fair. I have to give like super thorough explanations
We're in this together.
just so I'm making sure at the same time like that I'm comprehending this correctly and I'm explaining it the way that I comprehend it, so that way if there's someone in the audience that happens to know more than me, they can inform me on the parts that I'm misunderstanding, right? And help correct my misunderstandings. So that's part of the reason I do the in-depth explanations, is in case I'm wrong on something, someone in the audience that might be more knowledgeable can go, well, actually, on this one part right here, you know? That, and I figure if I can explain it to that degree, then that means the people hearing it will also be able to explain it to that degree because their comprehension will be at that level of it. Rather than, you know, like me with technology where it's like, I can make the things do what I want it to do, but I can't explain how I did it, and I don't know how it works and why it works. I just know that if I do it in this specific order, it works.
You know, coral's just weird sack
Yep.
bones, right? So this is a bit like a cemetery, I guess. Ugh, you do not want to know what their ghosts look like. Oh, cheese. I'll leave it at that.
Woo, we did it. All right, so let's go up here and grab this antiquity. Makes sense. I know you have to give more information because you're that one. You're the one that has to answer as the streamer. That's fair. There's also that. There it is. There it is. Let's go and dig it on up. Dig it on up. Oh, look at that. First go. Cool. I did make the right call. Woo! We did it. All right. And there we go. Alright, now let's take a look at our map here. So we gotta go to top right corner. So somewhere in this region, roughly. Okay, so we can hit that from here. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. Let's go get this, There we go. That's discovered. Okay. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Please don't be in the crazy-ass fortress. What do you think it's gonna be? Crazy-ass fortress. Probably.
Ooh, spooky cliff-top estate. What a fine place for a breach. All sorts of ghastly things happened here. I can tell you that. I'd shudder if I had shoulders. I'm kidding, of course. Mortal fear is hilarious.
Good to know. So it's inside. Yep, it's inside. Okay. So actually... Yep, it's inside. It is inside. So, I guess we gotta go up and around. Let's double check over here real quick. Hey, Sub-Zero, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Alright, so let's go up and above.
Did you hear that weeping again? Oh, I've had enough of this place.
Alright, go, 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 go. Where the hell's this breach? There it is. Okay, next one. Shows that it's somewhere in that region. Let's head on over there. I feel tired. Well, are you hydrated? Because that's an important one. Have you, stretched your muscles and stuff and moved your body a bit? Because that helps. And then the other thing is taking a nap. Oh, and making sure you're well fed too. Hydration and food. Moving your body, stretching, and good rest. Those should help with the tired feelings. At least if it's a physical exhaustion. Just making water. It's in the fridge right now. I'm about to drink it. Go. Just remember to, truly properly hydrate. It takes 48 hours. So, for example, say, you got a run that you have to do on a Saturday, right? So you would need to start hydrating Thursday
Said he's a bit gaudy, eh? At least by mortal standards.
in order to be able to be hot. Hold on.
Of course. Helen Pease, where I come from.
You would have to hydrate starting Thursday in order to properly be hydrated Saturday. So it does take a full 48 hours. So if you are dehydrated and that is the cause, understand that it will take you at least 48 hours to rectify that. Okay, so I am missing this portal. I'm just not seeing it. Unless it's inside of a building. I mean, I guess it could be inside the buildings, right? Nope, it's down there. Oh, no. No, no, no! Oh, man, thank goodness that water was deep. That was almost really unfortunate. Yeah, I make water. I like the water that's cold. I definitely cold water. Most people do. Just make sure you're not drinking cold water after you like physically exert yourself. Like if you're sweaty, you're physically exerted, like your muscles are really all exhausted and because you were just actively using them, like an intense workout or something, right? Like cold water can actually cause your muscles to cramp up. Room temperature water is always the best in those situations, but that's just to help prevent muscle cramping. Okay, so now the next one's here. Okay, we're almost there.
More ruins. You know, every stone tells a story. I mean that literally, by the way. That wall over there won't shut up about how much it hates rain. Let's find this bridge and get out of here, eh?
Looking forward to seeing what you make with that.
I mean, I don't blame him. I don't like rain either. That's why my happy place is Arizona. Bum 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 bum. Oh yeah, when I'm sweating, I always turn on the fan. Alpha's asleep, and cats have initiated the Kitty 5000 zoom. Ah, yes, the middle of the night zoomies. You gotta love those. Gotta love the zoomies. I saw a design one time. I think I still have it. I think I'll have to pull it up again, and I'll post it in the meme section. But it was a picture of a bed, and then underneath it, underneath the mattress area, was this maze. And the maze was designed for cats for when they get the zoomies. They just run around and do the little maze underneath the bed. I always wondered how effective that actually was, and how frequently the cats actually got stuck and needed help out. But if the cats don't get stuck, it's a really cool idea. And because of how many twists and turns and stuff there is, it would also limit the zoomies and how much they do them.
This breach is in a zoo. Wow. You know, I'm endlessly fascinated by animals. A bit like walking plants, eh? Except
oh man.
Fluid. What a word that is.
There you are. I haven't done it since Queen Kitty passed away, so it's heartwarming to hear. Yes, I've seen that bed. I wondered if it would be able to sleep through it. That's true. It's true. That's a good question. Lurk. Still working on the quest line? Yep. I got 2 seals left. But, give me 1 second, folks. You guys get to check out my new break screen. Let me know what you guys think about it when I get back. Pixie Aquatica is going to sleep. So, I'm going to go say goodnight real quick. And then we'll be back and we'll finish this stuff up. So, please stick with me. And again, let me know what you guys think of the break screen. All right, we are back. We are back. Damn, give me that chair in game house. I know, like some of these designs that I've come up with today, like they were it, I really wish there was a way to like custom make furniture and stuff. And I'm sure there is for like Fallout. Like find a mod person or learn how to mod and then make my own furniture that look like that, cuz that would be really cool. Let's see, great visual overall, just great. Love the flame movement and the tentacle placement on the wall. It all works great. Personally, I love it. Words little. Would like it if the words were a little lighter. I can't read it, but I guess it's fine. I did graphic design a long time ago. Yeah, I've been figuring things out using multitudes of sites and just kind of like taking the image from one site to another site to another site and just like making minor adjustments on each site. Yeah, that's been fun. It is seriously a great screen. I mean that. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'll definitely turn the sound down because it's the closest sound that I could get to what I actually wanted. So I'm making do with it for now, but I think I'm gonna try to edit the sound even further because I don't necessarily need the ambiance music. I just want the whispers. I want the whispers to be inaudible. Like not inaudible. Like, I want the whispers to be noticeable, but you can't make out what they're saying. That's what I want. And I gotta figure out a way to do that where the ambiance music that is accompanying it doesn't overpower the whispers. If it's present at all, you know? Because the whole thing is like that eldritch horror. One of the things that makes eldritch horror so terrifying is that it's incomprehensible. And the moment you can comprehend it is the moment you're insane. To comprehend Eldritch is to be mad yourself. Because it's the knowledge itself that's corrupting. And I think that is so fantastic. And that's why I don't want the whispers to be words that can be made out clearly. Because it's just that forbidden knowledge whispering while you're in the Eldritch areas, you know, that's just barely beyond understanding. But you always feel like if you strain hard enough, you might be able to make out a word or two. So I gotta figure out the sound stuff more. But that's the next one, and the words in the middle. I was restricted to using those highlight colors, and I gotta figure out a different way to change the highlight colors.
A breach near the sea. Ah, I do love the ocean. It's a shame you can only see it in
Oh look! Someone from the guild, from Hell's Gaming's guild is here.
Actually, I take it back. Your meat brain would explode if you saw this.
No! Ooh, got you.
Dark storm the alluring, drown these worms.
Oh, we got this. Come on.
Thanks for that.
Boom. And
Next time we'll be different worms.
is that right? That was pretty cool. We just happened to come across somebody that was in one of the 2 guilds we're in. Okay, so there it is. There it is. There it is. And then we only have one more after this. Uno más. Hey, Curse, did you see last week's Monday Night Raw with John Cena giving a speech down in Brussels? Now, I know John Cena's an actor and all, but maybe it's just me, but it genuinely looked like there were parts of that whole promo cutting that he was doing where, like, it looked almost like he genuinely was not okay with this story. It almost looked like he was genuinely having a problem with the storyline. Maybe it's just me. Maybe he's just a better actor than I give him credit for. But that's the way it came off to me. It was like he is doing the storyline because it's business, but he has a problem with it. That's the way it looked from my perspective. What are your thoughts on it? Is he just a better actor than I'm giving him credit for? He oversold it, in my opinion. Yeah, the story, he went too intense with the story, but, like, his facial expressions are what I'm talking about. Like, his facial expressions when he was sitting there quiet, when he wasn't talking, when he was either listening to the crowd or he was listening to Cody, it just looked like he's like, man, I disagree with this. Like, his resting face was just almost like he was genuinely, like, heartbroken about it. The speech was a little weird. The speech part was a little weird when he was blaming everybody else and playing the victim thing. That was weird. But that man's facial expressions, though. Maybe it's because I've watched Cena as a wrestler too long and not much as an actor. I'm used to seeing Cena have certain expressions all the time, you know? Maybe that's what it is. This is my biased perspective.
back in the saddle.
Yeah.
Only cool, sweet drink.
Yeah.
Gonna lurk and log back in. All right.
I hear a breach nearby. You can't, can you? Count yourself lucky. Sounds like a swarm of bees bouncing around in a tin bucket full of sleigh bells. I'm sort of like that racket bards make.
Seeing what you make with that.
Sort of like the racket bards make. Basement is like, yeah, I've done this for 25 euros. You never give me anything. Oh, hold on. Facial expression is like, yeah, I've done this 25 years and y'all never gave me anything. Was too far. I know it's a storyline, but to turn his back on what he was is diabolical. Yeah. Yeah, that... It's so weird that they would have him do that at the end of his career. Unless they're not going to give him 17. And this is... Because he set a record when he did his heel turn. For the longest babyface run prior to a heel turn. Like, that's an actual record he just set. So, maybe they're not giving him 17, but they give him this record instead. I mean, that's a possibility, right? Where is this damn thing? Well, I'll stop glowing around my head if I get too far away, so... Nope. See, look, it went away. Alright. Imps are fighting each other. Nice. You know what I want to know? Is who is Penta's first loss gonna be? Because so far Penta's undefeated. Like, he himself has not lost. I know he was in a triple threat match where he wasn't the one that got pinned or tapped out, but he wasn't the winner. I know that one, but like, he himself on singles matches hasn't lost. To my knowledge. Of course, I'm only watching Raw. I'm not watching the SmackDown side of the house. Oh, you're gonna kill me. Oh, you bastards. You sneaky little bastards. You put it on the side of the wall where I can't get into it. From this angle. That I have to go all the way the hell around. No, it shows that it's on a coastline. So why can I not see it? I can see him giving the 17, but the way they're making him do it, like, is that the legacy he wants to be known for? Maybe. I don't know, because, like, even if he gets it, right, he's still got to lose it. or relinquish it, which, are they really going to make him have it one day and then relinquish it the following day? And I know one of the complaints that I've been seeing a lot is a lot of people are finding Cody boring. And if he beats the John Cena that broke everyone's hearts, all the little kids and stuff and people that grew up watching him, it would win him some clout with the fans, especially the younger fans. Did you see Ric Flair is not happy about John Cena possibly getting... Yeah. Ric Flair, though. So here, I have a few problems with Ric Flair now. Ric Flair was one of the greats. He's actively going out of his way to destroy his legacy, though. Like, homie, you really went after WWE because Becky Lynch used the man as a character? Really? You don't have the copyrights to that. You didn't make that, nor were you ever known as the man. You just said if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, right? That was his whole thing, was he was the man. He was the best, right? But he wasn't Ric Flair the man. He was Ric Flair the nature boy. Becky Lynch was Becky Lynch the man. And he sued them over that. He lost, but he fucking sued them over that. It's like, really, bro? And then, like, your daughter is wrestling, and you're coming out with her in the beginning, and you have her carrying on the Flair legacy, and you are overshadowing the beginning of her career to the point where you guys had to have a storyline fallout just to get you away from her so she could establish herself. And then you retired for like the 5th fucking time, and then you told the world, as well as your coworkers, that you're gonna die in the ring. Do you know how fucking traumatizing that's going to be to the fans watching and to the wrestler that happens to be the one in the ring with you when you die, Rick? Like, bro, take other people into consideration because you're seriously going to fucking traumatize people, not to mention the current damage you're doing to your own reputation and legacy. Like, bro, hang the boots up. Work behind the scenes, you know? I'm scared. Hey, Rageworthy, welcome in, welcome in. We are talking wrestling, and I'm just about to finish opening up Psijic portals. How you doing? Welcome in. Alright, let's go get this turned in. Bum, 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 bum. Do you watch wrestling, Rageworthy? Let's see, where is the dude I need to talk to? You're over here, around the corner. Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum.
Welcome back, Initiate. Have you done as I asked? Are the time breaches on Somerset Isle truly sealed?
They are.
Well done. Well done indeed. You already seem well versed in the cardinal virtues of our order. Altruism, foresight, precision in both thought and action. You will be a true asset to the order. Of that I am certain.
Alright. Good, just happy to find someone who isn't streaming that dumpster fire that is the new PvP test. Yeah, if you ever see me in PvP, especially within... If I'm below 1,000 CP and I am in PvP, know that I am there simply to unlock furnishings that are... Because you have to have certain ranks to unlock certain furnishings. So, if I'm in PvP land, just know that that's the only reason, is I am unlocking furnishings. Oh, man. I used to watch some WWE when I was a kid, but not much anymore. Yeah, I recently just got back into it because my girls really like wrestling, and they brought WWE Raw to Netflix. It was one of the streaming services we already had, so me and the family all got back into it. In fact, my girls got to play the new WWE game because they've been on vacation. So tonight was the first time they got to play it because I bought it for them while they were on vacation and had it installed on their Xboxes. Yeah, like they really enjoyed that game. But yeah, I couldn't pay me $1,000 to play that Cyrodiil. Yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah, like I said, if I'm ever over there, it's because I'm unlocking furnishings, and it's because I want the banners, which eventually I'll do. Which is also why the only reason you'll ever find me playing for Ebonheart or Daggerfall is if I am unlocking those banners specifically. That's it. I don't like those factions. It's the worst PvP ever seen in the game. Easiest way to summarize it is it's only Zergs, and if you aren't a Zerg, it's heavy attacks only because no resource regen was put into it. And it all normalized stats, no CP, skill mores. Yeah, definitely hard pass then. Now, what would be cool, I'm not going to lie, what would be cool is if they dropped the number of PvP servers so there was 2. And what I mean by 2 is there's below 50, and then there's Alliance Lock CP, period. It would be cool for them to drop it to those 2 and have both of them be able to actually handle, like, say, twice the amount of players, 3 times the amount of players that they currently have. That would be dope as shit. And I would love them to actually force somehow, I have no idea how you're going to do it. I have no idea how to actually translate it that's functional, fair, and balanced. But I really want them to find a way to make it where Zergs don't work. You legit have to use medieval warfare tactics and siege tactics. Like, I want a system where we actually have to know that shit. Because do you know how cool it is that they actually have all of the siege equipment that is traditionally used, with the exception of ladders and what are those things called? They're pole arms with the axe at the end and the spike. Halberds. With the exception of halberds and ladders, and sappers, right? The people who would dig underneath the tunnels. With the exception of those 3 siege tactics, like, they have everything. I want a real siege. I want a massive real siege warfare tactic. That's what I want. Yeah, it'd be cool if they had a low CP for like under 600 or something, as no CP is usually dead. Easy way for Zergs to not work is remove all untargetable healing. Well, yeah, I first played Cyrodiil a while ago. I wanted Siege Towers. Ooh, Siege Towers would have been dope too! I forgot about Siege Towers. I was happy that they had a trebuchet, and it was an actual fucking trebuchet. And they had variants of them, because trebuchets are one of the greatest weapons ever made. Hands down, bar none. Let's see here. And yeah, I first played Cyrodiil a while ago. I wanted to see... I read that one. If you can only spawn in a siege tower like 200 feet from forts and had to roll them slowly, it would be so cool. I know! And make them as actual beefy as they used to be, right? Like, nah. If a siege tower's on the field, everything has to concentrate on it, or that bitch is making it to the wall. Make it one of those things.
Speak with Josarja. She will want to know that the augur is safe, no doubt. Yes, I know all about its sudden disappearance. You did well in recovering it. I bade her give you something. Your first step on the path. She awaits you.
Alright, cool. Let's go talk to her. There's the door. And just because people could could just shoot at it and destroy them. Oh yeah, absolutely. You make it slow as shit, huge fucking health bar, huge resistance, but like you're gonna need coordinated ballista attacks and catapult attacks and shit like that to actually break the outer armors off. Like you have to use siege weaponry to break the outer armors off, and then once you get the outer armor broken off or damaged enough, then like flame arrows and shit would conventionally work. Sounds like you want a PvP, be like Chivalry 2. I don't care for the clunky combat. The combat is so clunky. And I want it to be players that actually have to coordinate, no AI. Like, actual players, every single person has to coordinate, no NPCs, no none of that. And a smooth combat system.
Thank goodness you're back. I hope the augur didn't give you too much trouble. I know it can be a handful. Now, the lore master asked me to give you something. The first of many gifts.
Now, you know what also would be really cool? Is if you could like modify the defense of castles. Now, what I mean by that is like when they go into the tower area and they're trying to, like, they break through the outer wall, they're in the keep area, they're trying to break through the keep doors. That section, it would be cool if you could narrow that to where it's just the fucking doorway, and then have a wall on a crank wheel on the side, on the up top, that drops down behind it quickly, but you have to like crank the wheel to pull it back up to be able to trap invaders inside of it and drop fucking the hot oil all over them from the grate that's above. Yeah, I think that would be such a cool tactic to be able to implement. Do you know how effective and terrifying the oil would become? Like, people would want to break down the sides of those walls before they actually went in there to deal with that door, just to make sure they didn't get stuck inside on the off chance that someone made that modification. Oh man, that would be so fun. Then I understand. I'm going to say, hear me out. People don't like ball groups, but there is a skill counter to them. And if everyone put in the 1 bar and used it when they see a ball group, and just kill everyone at 20 bombs, where the whole group just stayed together, they would just die. And I've said this before in Zone Chat when I first played Cyrodiil, but people were acting like it was gibberish, and yeah, that idea is really cool. Rageworthy, you're on PC, correct?
The most valuable gift. Knowledge. Please, use it carefully. When I learned my first spell, I accidentally banished a toad to the far ends of time. At least I think I did. It hasn't come back yet. Congratulations, you've earned it. And my thanks. First-rate work in Somerset. Really, first-rate. Unfortunately, we have another problem. Are you ready to set up? Our seers detected more of these time breaches, this time in the Iliac Bay region, my homeland. The lore master and I will keep searching for the cause of the disturbances. In the meantime, we need you to seal them. Yes, take this map of the region, more Psijic seals, and the augur. I hope the breaches haven't grown more powerful. Stay safe, and just make sure Alakir weathers this, all right? May the old way guide your steps. The lore master was very impressed by your work in Somerset. He's a hard mer to know, but he's always been generous with his praise. I just wish I could be a better student.
Yeah, I'm on PC. Your main character, what faction are they?
Well, not in the traditional sense. But don't get me wrong, I'm a very proficient mage. That's what caught the lore master's eye when he found me in the Alakir. I just struggle with some of the deeper lessons. The philosophy.
It's kind of made me wonder, like, They already have a counter to ball group, so I don't know why people are complaining instead of just throwing Magicka detonation on their bar when they see them and spamming it.
The Sijic Order isn't just someday.
I know. I gotta go over to Alec here, and rinse and repeat the same thing. I wonder how many times I gotta do this before it's like... Wonder how many times I gotta do this before they, Bum 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 bum. Before they unlock for us to just randomly find in the wilderness. I'm on AD. I also have characters on DCEP. Have Sark. Okay. Because I have this funny feeling that if and when I gotta get into PvP, because it's just a matter of when I have to get into PvP. I have a feeling
Traveler, a moment of your time.
that I'm gonna end up wanting to use a lot of your advice and input and to help fine-tune tactics. If you don't mind. Research. Oh, research. Yeah, no worries. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Because, like, there's gotta be... I'm always interested in finding ways to beat whatever the strongest tactic is. And currently the Zerg groups are the strongest tactic, right? So, like... Well, Zerg and Ball. Because from my understanding, they're two different things. Zergs and Balls. I've had them explained in two different ways, so... Hey, awesome guy, welcome in, welcome in. 17 hours. Crit values, abso-freaking-lutely. Nothing there. Alright, so, you... Bum 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 bum. Bum bum. Research. Oh, research. Let's see, 1 day, 17 hours. You got it. Let's see here. I've played most MMOs, lots of strategy games, and I don't know why people in the game just refuse doing so. You don't need an organized group to win. Zerg is like random people. Ball's more organized. But they usually have people spamming AoE heals, so it's practically the same thing. I figure the baseline of the tactic is the same. But there's always a way to counter everything. And I've learned some pretty sneaky tactics over my time. Because there's also the false attacks to draw the main body of the force away. I've seen that done successfully by one individual that was like super impressive when it came to PvP land. So I'm kind of wanting to incorporate that concept in with... There we go. Hold on. Hold on. Multitasking sucks. 17, here you go. But I figure at some point I'm gonna have to go over there, right? So if I have to go over there, I want to have an idea of how to beat everything that I'm gonna be running up against, how to counter it. And I know that there's people that's all they want to do is the PvP stuff, which is fine. But I would like to have like sound tactics to actually teach them or to coordinate with, you know, to produce desired results. I'd probably get Black Ops 6, but stay away from online. Okay, that's fair. I heard Zombies and Campaign was good. Yeah, I've been hearing that too about the campaign, that they're revitalizing that. Which, if so, like, hell yeah, that's fantastic. I want to wait a few games before I fully go, ah, yes, they're back to making good, solid storyline. You know, I want to wait a few games for that, but yeah, I've also heard the zombies are on point too, though. Gruesome was actually the one who was pointing out that zombies were so on point. But the best way to counter is usually range bomber or warden melee. Would the necro bombs work in that? The necro bomber builds? And you're gonna cast it from a range on any build? Because I know the necro bombs used to be a nice way to counter everything. Interesting. Did I not go far enough down? Maybe I didn't go far enough down. Let's go that way.
I leave things to my brother, and this is what happens.
Yeah, Necro Bomber is good, but good players just block it nowadays. Let's go over here, make sure that it's not in this direction. I'm seeing a big no.
Sorry, they forced me to do it. I had no choice.
I had no choice. They forced me to do it. That sounds like a fucking choice. You could have chosen to refuse and just suffer the consequences. You chose to do whatever it is that you're apologizing for, big dog. Choice. So here is something you probably didn't know about the first Shrek movie. Remember Donkey, right? Well, if you remember all of the characters in the fairy tale are fairy tale people, and you think Donkey fit in, if you remember the old Pinocchio movie, Lampwick, he's a donkey in Shrek. Man, I didn't even realize that. Yeah, it's been... I don't even remember the last time I saw the Pinocchio movie. Huh. That's pretty cool.
You're doing that thing where water squirts out of your skin, aren't you? Sweating, eh? Ugh. And you people think I'm weird. Let's find this breach and cool off.
You're doing that thing where the water squirts out of your skin. Raj. That certainly a description. Where is this thing? No. Well, again, if we go too far, it'll just remove the glowy bit around my head. Because it's not that. That's a crystal. Where, oh, where? Well, we're killing you because you're in the way. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think the Dominion infantry should be hostile to you if you're a Dominion character. You know, I think that if you go into any territories that where your faction is inside enemy territory, your faction shouldn't be hostile to you.
Another find for your pack.
If you read the old Pinocchio novel, you see that Lampwick was sold to an old lady and her husband, who do we see in Shrek? That's fair. That's right. Huh. Yeah, I did not know that. That's pretty cool. My favorite piece of Disney lore is the fact that Scar's real name, Taka, translates to garbage. I think that is so funny. His brother's name, Mufasa, translates to king, and he translates to garbage. It's like, no fucking wonder he wanted to kill his family. Alright, let's go in here and see. Oh, the door's open. The door's open. Oh, it goes inside somewhere. It's not in here. Maybe it's somewhere over there. Maybe it's in that one. Let's go over there and find out. If you tell someone that Donkey is Lampwick, watch them lose their mind. That is... legitimately, that's pretty cool, though. I always like learning, like, little obscure lore about stuff. Nope, not in there. Not in there. Man, where is this portal? Oh, portal. Come out, wherever you are. No? You're not gonna come out? Ah, damn. Bro, why are you sitting next to a fire? Literally on top of the fire in the desert. This is the Dune Desert. This isn't the winter desert, like... Hold on a second. Only you would go and research that about Lion King. I mean, lore is lore. And I do think it's funny because I was just like, he's got a lot of fucking hate for his family. Why? Ah, they named him Garbage. I understand. Yes, I went into Battlegrounds with my new 50 tune with a PvE attack, heavy attack build. I'll tell you what, if you and say I did something. Oh, I will. She's asleep right now though. And was hitting people with 10k damage a tick with AoE overload. Nice. And off balance. That's pretty cool. And just spamming healing team, putting every breach on enemy players. We won, and I got second place. Was just doing that with one skill line. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Man, where is this thing?
That could be helpful.
Oh, come on.
For High Isle.
Where is the damn portal? Okay, so this is outside of the area. Turn this back on. Like, I'm legit running out of places to search. I don't know where else to search. We already went up. Wasn't up. It's not there. Skyrim, but with guns. Skyrim but with guns would be pretty dope. I thought I was just gonna lose instantly. Guess I put in the work. LOL. They must have been Giga noobs. Maybe. They're probably like, hey, everyone's over in Cyrodiil because of the event. Let's just play over here. I'm not seeing this breach. I've like legit run out of places to search. I can't find it. I'm pretty sure you only have to do the first portal and then you get the passive skill line. The guy got Ford Expedition for $500 and it ran somehow. How old was the Expedition? $500 for a vehicle, not bad, but an almost good running Ford for $500 is rare. Yeah. I think there was a mod for guns in Skyrim. I've seen the... Which one was it? The automatic crossbow one. That one was pretty cool. So I just need the skill line unlocked. Aha! Okay, cool. Thank you. Well then, if that's it, I mean, we'll go ahead and leave. I still would like to know where this damn portal is. It's like I have been all over the place over here, and I have not run into it yet. And I lose the thing when I drop down from that. Yep, nope. It's fine. We got what we needed. Where is our endeavors sitting at right now? Deconstruct 8 at a crafting table and destroy... Complete a survey report. I completed a survey.
My father told me someone would come.
Let's see here. Outside! A 2003 Ford Explorer? Is it the original engine?
While we're in town.
Because, like, I like Ford, don't get me wrong. One of my favorite cars that I've ever owned was a 1966. It was a 1966 Ford Fairlane. So, like, I like Fords, don't get me wrong. But, like, that era of Expedition, they didn't exactly have the best reputation for their engines staying intact,
Galerian to go drinking
to put it
someday.
nicely.
I bet he'd have some fascinating tales to tell.
Alright, let's do that one.
I never put faith in an Frostvault. Word is, this Frostvault is far.
Let's grab the daily pledges.
Kale Stig, there. That must.
Death has not yet claimed Crypt. If you do not tell me.
Alright, quest. So, we've got Crypt of Hearts 2. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Because I need to do that one on Veteran. Because that's the one that's got my monster set. But I can't public queue for that one in Veteran. Frostvault and Fungal Grotto too? Okay. Oh, wait, no, I can. Oh, I can. I probably shouldn't. I'm going to. Oh, I'm totally queuing for that. That's not going to work out well for me, and I'm aware of that. But, like, if I can get my fucking monster helmet right now, oh, I totally will. So you run around like a headless chicken, lol. You can concentrate on getting your CP up, yes. KIA minis are... Kia engines are just as terrible. Engine from Temu. You doing pledges right now? I am doing pledges right now. And you know what? While I'm doing pledges, I removed that other guild that I made earlier because, like, nobody was in it, so it was safe to do so. Because there's too many different things that I got to adjust with it. So, we're going to go with our community name, Scarecrew. Gotta have that C capitalized, and it's one word. Bum, 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 bum. Wait, you can queue for it? I can. hold on a second. Ugh. Doing pleasure, just jump in. Wait, you can keep short? I can. Yes. How? I did some more research on elderscrolls.com themselves, because they were the ones that I read the article where it said you had to be 300. It said that you had to be 300 for non-base game dungeons. As far as like DLC's dungeons, you have to be 300. And I thought about it, and I was like, you and I had problems getting queued in yesterday because I couldn't queue in even to normal dungeons. So then it occurred to me, I was like, wait a second. Let me check it right now. So I checked it, and I was just like, oh, cool. So then it was just the bug that you and I ran into. So we can queue for the veteran one. So, if anybody wants to join me, yeah. I want to do the veteran one because I need my helmet out of there. And it's a pledge for today. Wait, was it bugged? Yeah, remember I had to transfer leadership over to you so that you could end up doing the queue. So yeah. So if anyone wants to farm a veteran dungeon with us, Crypto Parts 2, I'm totally down. Oh, we weren't on Bleak Rock yet. We weren't on Vendorfall yet. We were here. And yeah. Okay. If anybody else wants to join us. Oh wait, you're in Cold Harbor? Okay. Is it cool if I travel to you real quick so I can get the marker for Hollow City unlocked? Figured I'd ask before I just jump over there because I know you're at your house. At least that's what it shows. Bum 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 bum. Gotta do them on this character anyways for the reputation. Nice. Yeah, sounds good. Let me teleport there real quick. Okay. Cold Harbor. There it goes. Alright. Yeah, I know that, the quest line will get me there eventually. But it's like, it's really nice to have access to that vendor that's there on the weekends. Woo! Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And, fun fact for those who didn't know this. This vendor right here. You can loot the food, and it's not stealing. It's pretty awesome. Lots and lots and lots of cheese. Woo, we did it! I love looting the cheese there, just because, like, it's one of the best sources for cheese is her little spot, because she's got so many of them just stacked up. Oh, right. Cool. All right, so let's get queued up. Anybody else wants to join us, let us know. We are on PC, North American servers, or PCNA. So if anyone wants to join, let us know. we're going to be doing Crypt of Hearts 2 on Veteran. Go do some questing while I'm waiting for the queue to pop. So that way we can keep working on my CP stuff, which will be nice. Alright, should be good. Can teleport to me, yeah. The dead giveaway that Donkey was Lampwick was Direct Donkey is good friends with Pinocchio. That's fair. That would be the double confirmation. That would be the second confirmation, because the first confirmation, as you pointed out, was him being sold by the couple, by the old man and woman. So that was the first confirmation. The second one was the Pinocchio one. But either way, that's still like really good catches on your part. And it's really cool to learn that. Awesome guy. Do you play ESO? If so, if you're on PCNA, you're more than welcome to jump in with us if you want. And Rageworthy, don't forget to pick up the today's pledge, because one of today's pledges is Crypt of Hearts 2.
Oh, nice. What did you find?
I gotta mess with that later. I gotta figure out how to do all the... Because I noticed people can put, like, websites and stuff in their about section or the description section of their guild, and it stays as a fully legible website. But what I notice when I do it, it asterisks out the www dot section of that. Of the website. So I gotta go do some research on that, on like how to actually type up those messages and such. So for those who don't remember what we're doing, we are doing the EP storyline, the zone storylines, so that way we can, it makes sense and us have some more context for when we get over to, when we get on over to Clockwork City. That's the plan, anyways. I have played ESO, but no computer. Ah, dang. Ooh. Boom. Once I get the guild set up, then I gotta go on like a serious recruiting campaign too, because I need at least 10 people in the guild to be able to do the guild bank. That'll be fun to do. I'm actually looking forward to that. This is a super tiny one, right? Yeah, super tiny one. So let's do the side quest too while we're here.
I've lost my family. I don't know what I'll do.
So you doing any gaming lately? Awesome guy. And if so, what are you into lately? What's your current game?
There were scary noises in the fields. Some of my guar ran away. I'm worried.
I gotta do some research on these
I
dudes.
can't leave the guar who stayed behind. They're too frightened.
No, you know what it is I gotta do research on the histories. Argonians are just a byproduct of the histories. So I want to do more research on the histories. I think that would be pretty cool.
Of course. Guar are noble creatures, And they're hard workers. You've got to find them. Here, take some stinkweed. It's their favorite food. Their stomachs will lead them home. Home to me.
Fun fact, when Vivek, the final member of the Tribune, actually left and disappeared from Dumner Society, and they were starting to have catastrophe after catastrophe after catastrophe happen, and like just like mess up the entire Dumner territory, island, lands, like everything was just freaking wrecked. One of the things that happened during that is their Argonian slaves that they kept looked at that as an opportunity to rise up against their slave masters, and they did do so successfully. They did a ton of damage before they were put down. So like they did get put down. The rebellion did objectively fail. However, they did damage that apparently is still the damage is still visible today in their society, and it still has not been undone, like the levels of destruction that were caused through it. So like they made them pay for that. That was so fantastic that the Argonians did that, and they were smart about their using that opportunity too. I like the Murkmire storyline in ESO. I don't remember that story. Maybe I didn't do that storyline all the way through. There's so many storylines that I've done portions of, and I don't remember, or only did one time, so I don't really remember them, you know? I'm gonna eventually end up doing all of them. So if anyone wants to see the storylines, like, we're gonna eventually end up doing them all.
Thank you so much. My poor children. I don't know if I could go on without them.
I was Argonian Swamp area. Isn't that Black Marsh? I gotta look again.
Because they are.
Blackwood. The entire region's Black Marsh. That's right. That's right. Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever done Murkmire's storyline. I know I like their story, the Argonian section of the storyline in Cold Harbor. I know that's pretty dope. Humble Mud. Nope. My earbuds fell out. Alright. How much is this place? 40,000? Nah, we're good. I'm not going to be here frequently enough to justify a $40,000 house. Not yet. If it was like 3,000, yeah. Not 40. But yeah, I think that's going to be my next research subject. The histories and the Argonians.
Good quality there.
There we go. Got the noise canceling back on. Listen. Listen. Look at this. There is no rattle on that freaking tail. So why are you making rattle sounds? If you're gonna make the snakes... You hear that? That's the rattlesnake tail. Like, Like, if you're gonna put the rattle sound on there, at least do the effort of putting the rattle on the tail. You know? You don't have to put the rattle sound in there if you don't want to put the rattle on the tail. I'm just saying. Make an Argonian tune called Thinks a Lot of Time. I could. And then just for shits and giggles, also make him Dominion.
I curse the word dagger. I'd show these dryskins, had I one of my own. Covenant scouts are burning the fields. We were working the crops and they started killing. Please, there are others with me out here. Batuus, Vudilal, and Noluaza.
I'm making it in the Ryan faction. You mean the correct faction? They know what the winning team looks like. What are the Argonians' racial passives?
You don't wear the lion crest. Please help.
You're right. I don't wear the lion crest. I do wear the eagle crest, though.
With your aid, Moist One, my thanks.
Okay, so that's another one down. Ooh. There we go, there we go.
Looking forward to seeing what you make with that.
By the way, Rageworthy, if you have any of your guildmates that would like to join, just let me know.
Please, my scales are slick. Don't send me to Sithis.
Oh no, you can get out of here, bro. Run away.
I'll
Run
dance
away.
on the water, thank you.
Not sure. Never read them, just thought it would be a cool name for an Argonian. Thinks a lot, huh? Thinks a lot of time. I'll have to look into what their passives are to see what class they would pair well for me.
The Covenant is everywhere. I think so. Thank you. I'll see you down the river.
It's above us. That's why it's not triggering. Okay, cool. So let's go talk to Iron Claws real quick.
That could be helpful.
Bum ba da 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 da. Do, do, do,
A moment.
do, do, do.
Balfoyan doesn't have much of a militia to defend it.
Okay.
But we do have Netch. Netch bulls are usually docile, but when they think their herd is threatened, they're fearsome.
Or I might do one myself and call it Sleeps in Bushes. Sleeps in Bushes, that would be pretty cool. That's another cool
That's
one.
right.
That'd be a good one for like a
When
warden
your Netchling
or a
feels threatened, it
archer
secretes
build.
a kind of oil that provokes a bull's rage. I collected some oil and coated these sterile Netch eggs with it. Throw them at the daggers. The Netch bulls should attack them.
Nope. Ah, there we go. Bum 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 ba da ba dum bum bum bum. There we go. Fight our way through up here. But then again, didn't Rebel used to have one called that? I honestly don't remember the name of all of his characters because I know he's like, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's maxed out on all, like he's got the max amount of characters you can have on all 3 platforms. I don't know all of his characters' names, and then I also know that he has deleted some to make when he makes new characters too. So
Safe in town, but with the Covenant in Balfoyan, nowhere is safe.
The homeless Argonian, but actually it's rich, just trying out the lifestyle. It's doing the Marie Antoinette thing, where it's like, I want to know what the peasants look like, so I'm gonna build me a village, and I'm gonna put peasants there, and I'm gonna dress up like a peasant too, just so that I can know what it feels like. It's one of those moments. It's like he's got the Scrooge McDuck vault where he just goes swimming every now and then inside of all of his money.
We did, thanks to you. We are forever in your debt. We will think of you always in our passage down the river.
I bet you there's enough assets in this game that you could probably make, in appearance at least, a Scrooge McDuck vault.
So, how did it go? Excellent, yes? I'll let the commanders here know of our success. I hope we'll see each other again. Stay moist.
Whee! Alright, so that took care of that one. Okay, cool. So they are both inside there. Raj. Let's go get it. That or having a midlife crisis. That could be another one. Yeah, midlife crisis one. That'd be kind of funny. Oh no. I went off the beaten path too soon. My bad. Oh, there we go. And everything I wanted to do, I'm now lost. And now lost because I thought saving Tamriel would make me happy.
Another find for your pack.
Yeah. Naik, the liar. That's Grandma Shirley's favorite
I
person.
think I'd see this one day.
For those who don't know Grandma Shirley, what's wrong with you? No, I'm kidding. Grandma Shirley is also affectionately known as Grandma Skyrim. But if you look at Grandma Shirley on YouTube, you'll find her. She's like so essential to the Skyrim community as a whole. She refers to all of the people that watch her as her grandchildren. It's pretty awesome. But that's her favorite character in the Elder Scrolls series, is Malik the Liar. I had a crazy babysitter when I was a kid, and we called her Grandma Shirley. It's unfortunate you had a crazy babysitter, but that's cool that she was named Grandma Shirley. Dress them up in Cold Harbor rags for a roleplay aspect. Oh, for the outfit? Yeah. Oh! Ooh! No, 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 no. The Dumnar take slaves. Their primary slaves that they take are Argonians. There's shackles in this game that you can get for your wrists. So you could do the prisoner clothing from the Cold Harbor, right? With the shackles and everything. As an escape, and roleplay as an escaped Argonian slave from the Dumnar. Threw my rabbit towel in the washer and ruined it after I begged her not to and traumatized me for life. That's unfortunate. Well, I promise this Grandma Shirley won't traumatize you for life. She's a lot nicer. She tells stories and does role-playing stories and all sorts of things, but it's all Skyrim. All of it is Skyrim. It is so fantastic. And she's so... I don't know if you know who she is. Do you know who she is, out of curiosity?
Need a blade? I hope not. I don't have any to spare. I'm fresh out. Bit of an accident in the storeroom with a lantern, I'm afraid. Suddenly, no more kindle pitch. Check the dockyards. Laneem just offloaded a fresh supply. When you see her, warn her about the attack. She's such a fragile lizard. Don't want her going to pieces.
All right. I don't know, really, to be honest. I played a lot of Elder Scrolls. Okay. 1 second. Because Grandma Shirley's pretty important. This woman, she had I think it was a heart attack or something like that. And, like, it genuinely scared the community to the point where, like, when she was in the hospital and she was making her recovery again, and she was in the clear finally, Bethesda actually sent her a gift basket that had... Hold on a second here. That had, like, a Malik doll. They had the Skyrim cookbook. Like, there was all sorts of, like, little different Skyrim-related and Elder Scrolls-related things that some of them were really cool collectibles, and then the other ones were, like, unique things that had just come out as merchandise. It was so cool of Bethesda to actually hook her up like that. Like, that woman definitely, for sure. Here, check this out. there is Grandma Shirley's YouTube for those interested. If you like Elder Scrolls and you like Skyrim, go hang out with Grandma Shirley's videos sometime. Like, they are so cool. And, like, check out her comments, too. Her community is so fucking wonderful. This queue is outrageous. To be fair, we're queued for a veteran dungeon. So, like, kind of tracks. Slightly. You know? Stone Falls. We're good. We don't need to go to Stone Falls just right this second. I want to make my own sweet rolls. That's in the recipe book. Man. I really... See, if this was on the Xbox, I could, like, throw out a notification in, like, 2 or 3 guilds asking if anybody was on. The one guild that I'm part of is a strictly PvP guild that I was invited to. And they're all pretty busy right now because of the event. Because they're like coordinated PvP. Which is really cool to watch. And then the other one that I'm part of is Man Bear Nugs Guild, which is a super casual guild. Which they would help me out potentially, maybe. If Man Bear was on, he would definitely help. Kind of hoping that Snosberry comes by at some point. That dude can, like... He's the... Let me solo this. What do you mean, this? The entire dungeon? Yes, this. And he can do it without a struggle. Like, he's just that good. I still remember my favorite bet that I ever got, that he ever did. My favorite challenge that he ever did was that it was on Xbox. And it was, he asked the community to vote on class, race, and role. Class, race, and role. And whichever one won in each one of those individual categories, that was the class that was the character he was going to make. And once he got the character made, the rule was that he couldn't use any of his CP points, and to top it all off, if he had if he could get it to level 50 without dying, that would be an impressive feat, right? But if he lost, if he died one time at all before hitting 50, without using any of his CP points, without having any crafted gear, nothing, right? Starting as if it was a fresh, brand new character. And then he was going to give, I think it was like 500,000 gold away on Xbox. It was just like, okay, cool. I don't remember what it was they got picked, but it definitely was not a, this is going to be easy type of combination. It was a pretty rough fucking combination that made no sense. And he fucking nailed it. Made it all the way to 50. Didn't die a single time. Like, just, so when you hear people saying in our community that he is that good, understand that he's that good. It doesn't matter what CP level it is. Doesn't matter what gear he has, what role he's playing. He's just that good, period. It's pretty fantastic. He's actually the one that set the Dwemer bots up and stuff in the Discord to let everybody know the updates and stuff from all the Elder Scrolls Online stuff. But yeah, he was the one that set all that up. He's also the one that set the Tamriel bank bot that will give you the pricing ranges and everything from guild vendors.
Looking for rations. Keep going down the river, friend. Everything here is spoken for.
Oh, hold on. I need a tank for vet dungeons, so I don't gotta wait in queue. LOL. Facts. I just don't want to farm the gear for it, as well. As will be an Eon, like most things in this game. Guess I could make a Walmart edition really easy, turning a tide and rest crap sets through. Hello. Maybe. I don't know your skill level with tanks. I know my skill level wouldn't be able to make that work. I don't have that experience yet with tanks in ESO. I mean, I have some solo dungeon builds, but I don't know. I'd want to do that. It'd take too long. God tier Snosberry. Love watching him solo dungeons like it was nothing. Yeah, like the group, because he would run with run with various groups of Manbearer, me, various other streamers, and like it'd be like we're trying to keep up with him, just because he was just like wasting everything. Everything just like instant die around him. It was fantastic. Was there scaling, or did he do dungeons? He did everything. Like he had maxed out everything that you could max out with the exception of CP level. And even then, like CP level, at the time I think he was coming up at like 2,900. Like he was up there. And this is the last time that I was running with him was during when Gold Road first came out. And he was still knocking that shit out of the park like that. Like he's legitimately just that good. I'm an ESO PvE compared to the rest of MMOs. I've played as a 210 difficulty scale.
Looking for rations. Keep going. Raiders in Balfoyen. Take the Kindle pitch. Warn the watch. You are sunblessed for telling me. Have you spoken with Urona at the fort already?
You know, I'm looking at this. Look at this. So we got the scales that match her skin, right? See the scale style? The texture style? And you can see that on her shoulders. You can see that on her arms, right? But you can see that here in her waist area, but you can clearly see that down the center it's stitched. Right? Boom, 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 boom. So is her sides exposed, or did she actually have leather armor that looks exactly like her scales? It's hard to tell with this coloring. But it looks like there's like stitching here, and it looks like the line between this material here and this material here is the same exact as what's in between her scales. So then if this is stitched to this... Did you just like stitch your clothes to your body at that point? Is that how Argonians do it?
On alert. If you're going to light the fires, I can help you get there. Follow me, sun on my scales.
It's practically face the boss away from the group and block when the heavy attack is showing. And if there is an enrage mechanic, don't make the boss enrage. Oh yeah, and like him, it didn't matter if we helped him and got in his way with boss fights, or if we just stayed in the back and just tried not to get hit, right? Like, it didn't matter. He's just that good. It didn't matter if we had a full team either. Like, that man carried me, just me and him, through Marsalok, Lair of Marsalok, repeatedly, back to back, when I couldn't stay alive. He would be able to keep me alive on his own, with me doing whatever the hell I was doing, and him solo the dungeon. Like again, not even exaggerating here. There is still the recorded videos on YouTube somewhere. Like, dude is that good. She is wearing her best friend, which pissed her off right now. It's what's going on. Name should be wearing... Little Texas Massacre right there. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Leatherface. There you go. She's Scale Face. What do you mean scale face? She's wearing the scales of her friends. All right, no. Go back outside. Go back outside right now. We're not doing that yet. We gotta go talk to this person. You, talk to me right now.
You
Do
look
it.
brave.
I am.
Like my Gaina. Please help me. I fear she's been eaten by Nyx hounds. I'm terrified of them. She made me a flute. Said it would calm them. To prove her point, she went up the trail behind me. A pack of beasts lives up there.
Some little Argonian kid walks out crying, she skinned my mama. What if that was like their tradition, like when you passed away, like they just took your scales and turned it into armor? You know how morbid that shit would be? Oh my god.
Or what's left of her. Whatever state she's in, please bring her back.
New Bethesda, no way they'd go that dark. I know. It's disappointing. Because like Elder Scrolls, there's so much of the damn lore that's just readables, and most players don't read the readables. Like, you could hide some really fucked up dark shit in this universe, and it make perfect, absolute sense. Especially if you involve the Daedra, like, oh yeah.
How could I have let her do this? Oh, Gaina.
That sounds great for a story. I know, right? Like, you gotta go out and do the quest of, like, removing the scales from the recently fallen. Because, like, there was a major battle, so the people that the priests, right, even make it a sacred religious funeral rites. So, like, the Hist priests, they're overwhelmed because of the mass casualties from a major battle or natural catastrophe or something, right? Like, they need your help removing the scales to prepare armor for their new warriors. Like, that would be such a fucked up quest. Oh man.
Sometimes Gaina's a strange girl. She's a master crafter. In fact, she thinks she's one of the best woodcarvers on the coast. I think she wanted to show off for me. Silly girl.
I'm definitely gonna have to do some piercings though if I do a Argonian, because some of those piercings on these characters look pretty cool. Reading stuff in Oblivion and Skyrim was my favorite. See, and like the fans that actually take the time to do the readables, like the first time they're experiencing the games and whatnot, because you get a lot of us like me that, and sounds like most viewers here that are relevant, are like are up to date on like the lore and stuff, like that have been long time fans. Like everyone reads the books. Why? How do we know that? Everyone reads the books that is true fans of the Elder Scrolls. Ask anybody about the Lusty Argonian Maid. That'll tell you whether or not they read the stories. If they don't know the Lusty Argonian Maid, that's a person that's not that big of a fan and they've never read the readables. Everybody who's read the readables in this universe knows of that series. So it's one of those, like,
Good quality there.
the fans that take the time to do that are not going to be upset that you put a dark, really, really dark piece of lore in there. They're going to love it, and it's going to be kind of like the inside community joke, and people are it's going to be what the Demonculaba is for Warhammer 40,000. And the people who know that just cringed really fucking hard and got disgusted because it's the Demonculaba. And those that didn't, yeah, it's one of those lore pieces that, like, only hardcore fans really know about that one, because that one's way too dark and would scare off anyone who's not a fan of the universe. So, like, you could totally get away with it in Elder Scrolls, because there is so many people that would just eat that shit up and be cool with it. And honestly, it would make more fans want to dive into it and find the readables exactly so that they can see it themselves. And then that in turn would then make them want to go on a hunt for all the readables so they could make sure they didn't miss anything else that was similar. And that would turn them into super fans. See? It's how you grow your community. I just collected books and made a giant library and a modded house. Oh, I was doing the same thing. And then I wanted to like sort them by book style, by like the cover style and stuff, so that it looked like very uniformed. I did that. I absolutely did that. I loved doing that. That was one of my favorite things. I don't read many books in the game because there's like 1 to 2 pages long, sadly. There's a lot of good stuff in the books. Like, some of the books are just like, okay, well, that was fucking useless. Or, wow, that's a lot of proper nouns. But then there's some really comical ones and some really dark ones. They just seem less interesting compared to Skyrim and Oblivion books, and like 5 to 15 pages, really cool. Like, series were like 5 plus. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. This game... The thing that makes this game unique, and here's the fun part. You ready? This is the 2nd era. Skyrim is the 4th era. If you look really hard in ESO, you can find books from the 3rd and 4th era in ESO. Do you know why? Because Hermaeus Mora felt it was relevant to send the books to the past. So there's actually books that haven't been written yet that you can find in ESO. It's pretty fucking cool.
It just ignored the flute. If this Nyx hound hadn't saved me, I would have been eaten. I must have worried her terribly. Please, the hound that attacked me, it's sick. It's rabid. Further up the path, if it wanders down to the docks, my wound might be infected. If you can take care of the hound, I'll limp back to Bisholis.
Yeah, I was reading some of the lore books. Read ones related to the Daedric princes, but the rest seemed like random scribbles left by an old man in the swamp. Was nothing important or cool in it. Yeah, like, there is, I will give you that. There's a lot of filler readables, for sure. But, like, when you go down some of those lore rabbit holes, man, like, you find so much cool shit in the readables.
What you make with that.
You know what? Let me kill this thing real quick. I have an idea. I see Fedora Tipping Chad just logged on. Let me reach out and see if he'd be willing to help us out. Let's see what he's got. Maybe he'll help us. I don't know what he's doing right now. Maybe he'll help us. I just remembered Rebels Argonian called Hoops in Bushes. I hope he stops in some point in the near future, because I need to get his gamer tag that he's using on. Oh, hold on. On PC. I have him on Xbox, but I need him on PC. want to actually kick that one off just yet. Go get this one turned in.
Callie, Dolly was missing you. Thank you for bringing my family back together.
Love how easy this build is to make.
You did go...
Drake, I didn't think you could get more powerful.
I'm sure I can help you with that. Are you doing all the pledges? I also might need like 5 minutes to make some things because I am full in transmutes. See, we can do all the pledges. All right, sounds like we got a third person. Fedora tipping chat. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in. You're here now. Outstanding. Yeah. So we can do all the pledges if you want to. Rageworthy over on YouTube. There, he's the other individual that is in the group, and but we can do all the pledges if you want. I need the Nerinthes monster helm, and I need the light, heavy, medium version because that's my staple monster thing. And yesterday when I tried to queue in for it, I had a glitch where I couldn't queue in for anything. Today we tried it and it worked, so I'm queued in for it now. Rageworthy and I have been queued for almost an hour. So I saw that your character popped on, so I figured I'd reach out. But if you want to do all the pledges, we can do all the pledges. But yeah, I'm doing it specifically because I need the monster helmets. The three, it's this one, just so you can see it. It's this one. Nerinthes, guys. Mask and Visage. These are the three that I need. Alright, so that one's done. Woo! Let's see, once you have it, we can just make it super cheap on transmutes to you. I'd be down. I prefer to do all three. At least trying to do hard mode so we can get a ton of keys. At least on a 2 base game ones, if we get Toxic DLC one, we can do it on normal. That's fair. Okay, cool. Well, it's also the pledge for the day, so not sure if you want to get the keys, but we can knock it out. Yep, I've already accepted all the pledges, so whenever you're ready for an invite, just let me know. I was just wrapping up zone stories. So, but yeah, I am ready whenever you guys are. I'll send you an invite as soon as you let me know. But yeah, I already accepted all of them, and I'm pretty sure Rageworthy has them all already as well. I need more food crafting items. So close to getting it maxed out. It's so weird not having that maxed out, I'm not gonna lie. Let's just rip it vet hard mode. Okay. You can invite. I'm gonna grab them real quick. Alrighty then. Activity finder, leave queue, yes. And then social. Friends. Invite a group. Alright. So, if anybody else wants to join, we're on Veteran, Crypt of Hearts 2. Join queue. We are only in need of a healer. If anybody is interested. We are on PC and A.
Hurt and frightened, but alive. I have little to offer by way of reward other than my thanks. I doubt you'll remember two simple fishermen, but we'll never forget.
Oh, I'm not a tank, my bad. I don't know how my role got swapped. Ah, so are you on a healer build? Yeah, okay, cool. So we are in need of a tank. We have a healer. We just need a tank. I do have us in the queue, so once you're available to swap your role, maybe there's a tank already waiting, like, in the queue for us. Woo, there's one. Wait, stop the queue for me to swap? Okay, cool. I will absolutely do that. There we go. Oh, it immediately pops. Look at that. Look at that. Immediately popped. Nice. You said you're a healer. Chat display. Wow, that's clearly not what I said. I said healer. Yeah. Healer. I want to see that build. I bet you anything it's a high elf.
I don't know how you lot escaped from torture, but it will resume.
You are not yourself, Narayan. Let me help you.
Help yourself, wretch.
Wait. Narayan, don't do this.
Alright. I guess I'll accept the quest. I've not done this quest. Let's go.
Students and I thought we could defeat Narayan.
And I'm following Charlie Foxtrot. Who, not gonna lie, doesn't look like a tank. Hi, y'all. All right. Woo! You aren't wrong. I mean, they make that one really clear. I have no idea where I'm going.
Do you louts think you're going to save my wife?
There we go.
She doesn't deserve to be saved. I need healing.
There we go. There we go.
And it's under guard. Be careful.
Okay. Heavy sack, heavy sack, heavy sack.
Ashes of the intruder. But Alan Wade is not to be harmed. Heal me! You will get far. This place is not for mortals. We're going to open you up. Find some change to hang your innards.
Bum ba bum bum ba do 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 do. You bastard!
I'm hurt.
Nice. There we go, there we go. Seemed like he's a Walmart edition, like I said. I was gonna build. No Turning Tide, though. I gotta look at Turning Tide again. I gotta see what it does.
This doesn't concern you, outsider.
Got him, got him, got him, got him. All right, this is actually going pretty smooth.
Leave those souls.
Thank you guys for helping me out with this. I appreciate it. Alright, so that's right. There's the freeing the ally when they get cocooned. I almost forgot about that mechanic.
Perhaps we have a chance at this. Let me take my students out of the Daedra's reach.
Woo! Okay, there we go. What is this way?
I'll open the lock on the other side. The study is just a bit farther.
What is this? Why does the
Whatever
map?
he keeps in here now, it's well guarded.
Out! The lot of you! You've no right to enter!
Well, I claim right through might. So if you think you're strong enough to tell me, like strong enough to make me not be able to enter or force me out, by all means. If not, I think I have the right to be here.
This is our bedroom. We used to store our adventuring relics here. It's warm.
Oh!
Such a small room. There must be a way to open it. Maybe these statues didn't used to be here.
Got it. Got it. Gave you Major Vaughn. Congrats on making it CP. Thank you. I appreciate that.
My husband's journal mentions a ritual that brought the Daedra, performed out in the rain. Only a few courtyards on the grounds, so let's seek them out. I can't stand to look at this
You're a
anymore.
tenacious lot. If you insist, I'll be happy to feed you to the blade.
And I've almost got my setup done. The set that I want to run with this. I've almost got it finished out. I just need my monster set and it'll be complete. As a matter of fact, today's keys from the pledges.
Returns to us.
Hold on.
You have no say in it.
There we go. The pledges today will give me enough keys to get the Undaunted chest to try for the shoulder pauldrons for my monster set. So I'm excited about that. Nope. You're not doing whatever red thing you were going to do. That's not a thing that's going to happen. Nope. Woo! Got him. Nice. Aha! Here they are. I love fighting these dudes. They actually have my favorite bust for defeating a veteran dungeon. They have my favorite one. Okay, keeping everyone. Oh, that's red. I'm trying to keep that shield on everybody. Just because I've noticed that it, like, helps them out with their damage shield. Like, it helps them out their health bars. See? Woo! Nice. Yeah, if we do vet hard mode, it should be able to be easier to get a crate. Okay, cool. I'm cool with vet mode if everyone else is down. For sure. I want to collect all the busts. I prefer the busts over the head trophies anyways. Bum ba da ba da ba ba doo ba doo. Boo ba doo ba doo boo 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 boo. Cautionizer? What's a cautionizer? Is that like a buff person? Like a support role? Is that what they're calling their healers? Cautionizers? There's a chest over here for those who are interested. It's right here, rage-worthy. There you go. Cheers. I'm missing like most of the chat that's happening in game. Huh. Yes, please. Master chest found. Quality advanced. Thank you. All right. Yeah, just don't pull end boss before we read the hard mode scroll. Okay.
All that should concern you is that it counsels me. It convinced me of your betrayal, of the need for the students to pay for their insolence.
It has led you astray.
On the contrary, this blade grants me a clarity I never had in life. I will have
Woo! Oh, guess we're doing it. All right, let's go. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Woo! Okay.
The Daedra are through, and where Nurioneth is weak. We'll meet on the other side. Be wary.
What are we doing over here?
The blade. I can hear the whispers from it. By the divines, so many lives.
You think that blade is yours to touch? It has a master, and he is me.
Like I say, don't burn the boss until 4 ghosts are up. So I guess we wait for the ghost then kill? Okay. Yep, that visual effect I fucking love. I'll just keep shields up on everybody as best as I can. One, two. Everybody's just getting shields. Shields for you. Shields for you. Shield. Okay, can burn boss now. Raj. Ooh, come here. Where's he at? So we need 4 ghosts. Shoot. Okay. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. I thought they just needed to appear. I didn't realize they needed to stay alive for the duration of the fight. That's on me. That's my bad. Okay. 4 ghosts.
Don't even need the blade to try my patience. None of you will survive this. You think I feared fighting you?
Oh no. All of my shit's AoE. If I fight him right now, if I engage at all, I'll end up doing damage to the ghosts. You can burn the ghosts now? Okay, cool. Oh! Yes, we got the medium one. Okay, so... talk to me about the 4 ghosts thing. Why do we need the 4 ghosts? Type and use controller. I have no idea why we needed ghosts. There it is, there it is, there it is. That's one of the 2. Oh, I gotta talk to her.
Thank you. I had hoped until the end.
Woo!
You did well in feeding my word.
Okay, so...
Who are you?
Never has the whispering from that blade been so pronounced.
You're the Daedric fiend that created it, aren't you? That weapon must never again be allowed to influence mortals.
It has hurt you, has it not? Perhaps you could destroy it.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
I could help you.
You think I trust you? The one who twisted my husband. murdered my
Nice.
siblings. I will send the blade away, and I will do so on my own terms, no matter the cost.
Very nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I
Ever
appreciate
slipping
it.
from the hands that desire it. This cannot happen again.
So I've got the heavy now. Nice, nice, nice. And the medium, so I'm just missing the light. Nice.
Mortals, never
Stay grouped and do other two? Sure, yeah, we're good. Okay.
and would have seen great use at my side in the days to come. But Allenway gave everything to cast it away.
Alright, so someone want to explain the the four ghost thing for me? Because I don't understand that one. Why did we need the four ghosts? Okay, what are the quests? Bungle Grotto and Frost Vault. Which one you guys want next? It's how you proc hard mode, I guess. It's just the way the fight goes. I'm not sure lore related, but why or but how, but activate him. And some scrolls have read before their bosses. Mechanics have to do it or not, because there isn't a scroll to read or anything in that fight. Whatever works, we're doing both. Okay, cool. I don't know whose this is, but thank you for letting me use it. Nope, never mind. Alright. Just everyone let me know when they're ready. Ah. Scroll reading. Thank you for Rag Picker. I appreciate that. Alright. Increases maximum health by another groups or bonus persists through death. So we're good on those. Magical recovery when you cast resources while under your magic recovery. Yeah, we're good on that. Maximum stamina. Crit chance, crit chance, crit chance. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Social. Group. Ready check. Everybody's good. Cool. So let's see what's the next one we're gonna do. Let's go Fungo Grotto and then we'll do Frostvault last because Frostvault's the DLC one in case we need to drop that one down. So, Fungal Grotto 2. I remember, like, some dungeon mechanics of the bosses, but I don't know, like, the ins and outs, especially when it comes to the vet stuff. I know I'm way more familiar with the normal level dungeons than I am with the vet dungeons. So if you need a bank, merchant, or decon, let me know. Nice. Bro. Get you a shield, big dog. Oh. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, for Frostvault, it would probably be best to do normal. Okay, sounds good. Because that HM... What's the HM? Head monster? hard mode. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I gotta re-familiarize myself with all the terminologies. And I'm hearing new terminologies that I didn't hear when I was doing Xbox. Like ball groups. I never heard of that when I was on Xbox. That was a new term when I came to PC that I had to learn. Those healers need to go away. Yes, indeed they do. It's true. Do we get extra keys if we do it on vet without hard mode? I know that I did a DLC dungeon and I got 2 keys for it on normal. So I'm guessing, what does it do? Double it? Like turn it into 4 keys? Can you pull 8 keys in a single day? Ooh. You get 2, 3 from 4 from that. Ah, so you could technically, if you did everything in vet mode and passed it, could end up with 8 keys total. Which means you could get a chest a day for shoulder pads, pauldrons. You fucking sentinel piece of shit. Listen, that channel skill, it says immune to interrupt. I really wish they would reword that because that's not what it actually means. It doesn't mean you're immune to being interrupted. Oh, gonna take a nap and lurk. Alright, well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I hope you nap well. I hope you wake up feeling refreshed. Ooh, cheese. Cheese.
Spy the enemy place. I will end you.
Nice. Woo! We did it! We did it! We did it! All right. Bum 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 bum. That fight is way more fun for me if y'all don't know what you're doing. Tell me about them foods you got in here. Woo! Yeah! Spices. Backpack. Maybe our take isn't Homer. Someone is giving me extra damage. I don't know who. I don't think it's me. I know I'm giving the health shield. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's like rubbing salt in the wound. Killing the healer last. It's like, not only did you have to watch everyone you were supposed to keep alive die, but then you got killed last on top of that. I'm gonna have to repack my bowl after this. Oh, you bastard. Like, activated it once, got knocked down by her. Activated a second time, immediately spit into this shadow realm. Alright, now I can get out. Oh no. Last time you hit me, you knocked me into a shadow realm. I didn't care for that shit. Woo! Oh man. Nice. Alright, so let's see. Where are we going? I'll wait for the tank. Okay, he just came to us. He said, fuck y'all, I'm coming up there. Raj. Did this dude just like negate my shit? That's not cool. Whoa, whoa, whoa! No, no. No, no. Whoa, whoa! Oh, man. Come on. Get your asses over here. Let's do it. Bring it. Ah! There we go. Nice. Where are we going next? Alright, let's go follow the tank here. Bum ba da bum 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 bum. Run! Why are we running? Where are we going? No! 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 Ow! Okay, so just run. Everyone's running, I'm running. Ah! Oh, man. You don't get in Purple Dome in this one. I don't know what Purple Dome is. It's been... So, up until I created this character, it had been about a year since I touched this. Roughly.
Such corruption. Let's end this now. Hey, what's happening? I can't see.
The stone belongs to my...
Yeah, don't go in the Purple Dome in this one? Okay, my bad. Don't get that dome. Shit, did I fuck that up? My bad. I'm so sorry. I didn't understand. I didn't understand. I apologize. I apologize. That's on me. I'm sorry. I had no idea. I'm a little rusty on these vet dungeons, so I apologize. Get out of the Purple Dome. I think it's too late at this point, right? I already triggered it. Yeah, I did.
Mistress Mavala. Return it, and your death will be swift.
Bum 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 bum. Ba na 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 na. Okay, there we go, there we go. Nice.
arrived as soon as we could.
Thanks to our friends, not all was lost today.
We did it. All right, that was pretty awesome. And I do apologize for hitting that dome. I was completely oblivious to what dome you were talking about. I'm just so... And look at that. Look how fucking perfect this is. Look at that. Medium. That's what we're running. Divines. Right out the gate. That is so dope. I am so happy about that. Viper stuff if you don't need it. Okay. Do I have Viper stuff? Let's see. Do I have Viper stuff to give you? It's spider cultists. Draking. Leviathan. Spider cultists. Ebon. Leviathan. Oh, Vipers. Spider Soak. Here we go. Here we go. Invite to trade. I think I did that right. Okay, so that's the Viper Sting. Make sure I don't got nothing else here for you. They just gave me the neck. You can keep it. Okay. The only other thing I gotta check is weapons. Joking. Yeah. That's the only one I had. Alright, let's see here. Inventory. Does anyone have a deconstruction person? I need a rag picker. If anybody has one. If not, that's fine. I will make it work. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the group check. Do the group check. And we need to switch this one to normal, correct? Activity finder, dungeon, specific, normal. Okay. Dungeon specific, and it's Frost Vault. And we're doing that on normal, correct? So we just do Frost Vault? No. No hard mode? Oh wait, so we're still doing vet, just not hard. Okay. Apparently I've been gone a while, because vet mode is what they refer to it as hard mode. No, do vet. Okay. I can't. That one I can't queue. I can't queue that one. That's one of those 300 CP DLC ones. So if you got hard mode is the rip, let's do normal then. Okay. Yeah, when I was running when I was running regularly, they said that people used to refer to veteran dungeons as hard mode. So veteran mode was hard mode. I didn't realize, is that something new they did? Or is that just another PC thing where they have a hard mode within the veteran mode, which is already a hard mode?
What, may I ask, do you call that?
So set the vet mode, okay. Group, normal.
Earning the trust of goblins is easier than earning the trust of their Dursleys.
I can't change it when created by an activity finder.
The competition is here. You've squandered our head start, Landau.
You there. Come have a word by our fire.
Let's walk out and then teleport back in. Okay. It's putting me back where I was before I Okay, so whenever you guys are actually there, let me know. Because I need to teleport to somebody. Because it just put me back in the beginning area that I was in.
That's the end of that tale.
Cannot change dungeon mode while in a group created by an activity finder. Pass lead quick. Okay.
Find for your pack.
Social group. Current group. Promote to leader. Yes. There you go. I have passed the crown. Make sure we get the Charlie Foxtrot dude. I was gonna say, like, we may want him back in the dungeon. Ah, he left. Okay. Notifications. And did you get Fedora tipping Chad? Yep, there we go. Outstanding. Outstanding. Okay. I'm guessing I can just teleport to you guys and it'll get me there, right? I'm not near a Wayshrine, so you were just throwing out the idea, you know. Silent Halls. Rock Grove? No, that's not it. It's frost vaults. What zone is it? Teleporting now. Okay. Alright. Fedora tipping chat is in, he says. So let's go there. Bum bum bum. Ba-dum ba-dum bum bum bum. And if there's anybody who is not full up on 5 different guilds and is interested, I do have the Scare Crew guild that I'm trying to get up and running over here on PC side of the house, so we can get the bank and whatnot unlocked. Ooh, a quest.
I expected it would be at least another week. I will. The name's the right.
Because we're gonna run so many of these dungeons over and 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 over again. It's gonna be fantastic. The first step is all about my ultimate cast. Personally grateful, helpful. Not sure if y'all have the Ithaca add-on. Use that to teleport. I learned I have Beam Me Up, but I like it because I still don't know if I'm using my Beam Me Up. It just works in the background, right? Like, I don't have to actually do anything with it, correct? Question mark. Ba-da-da-dun. Ba-da-da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun. Ba-da-da-da-dun-dun. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-dun. Ba-dun. Oh, okay. Trifecta scores. Standard mode, hard mode. Or, what is SR and ND? HM is hard mode. What is ND and SR? So you click on the name of the TP. Huh. Oh my goodness. I think because you're using a controller, it doesn't say you have to press M on the keyboard for it to show.
What happened to reaching a peaceful resolution?
Oh, okay, so how does this work though?
Sorry, Landau. We tried it your way.
I'll worry about it later. We're in a dungeon.
This one thinks the goblins aren't interested in what you have to say. We have that in common.
Whoa, you're not getting behind me, big dog. No way. No, sorry, Bob. You stay up there where my book can melt your face off. How's that sound? Did you get your helmet? I did. And, I believe it was Fedora Tipping Chad gave me the heavy variant too, so I only need the light variant, and I have all 3 then. So I'm excited about that. Yeah, that's top left. You can just teleport to your friends, guildmates, and not to pay, please. Huh. Whoa, whoa. That wasn't fun. Nice. And it lets you get a lot of way shrines quick. I've legit been walking and discovering every single way shrine, with the exception of like in the beginning there was like 2 or 3 that Man Bear Nug helped us out with. But other than that, like I've legit been walking to all of them. I thought Beam Me Up just like got rid of the animation time of teleporting. I thought that was what it was supposed to do. I didn't realize that it was going to help me discover all the way shrines. Well, that's unfortunate. I was doing it the old school Xbox way of just like, I'm gonna I'm gonna run around on my horse and discover everything. It'll let you shuffle the weight. Oh. Well, that's good to know. I just got an achievement. I have no idea what I did, but it was wild walloping. Oh my goodness. Oh man, you hit hard.
Quick, get inside. Finally, the Vault of Muvnak. The Wrathstone must be through there.
Mariah, it's welded shut. There's no way we're breaking through that.
Maybe we won't have to.
That construct likely hasn't moved for thousands of years.
I've seen far worse. We'll need to salvage some parts though. It'll need a new soul gem for one. But I have something to help sniff that out.
Can't we just give it one of the soul gems we're carrying? I mean, like,
An acquisition from the
I've got one. It can have it.
It's on to something.
You can follow it through this door. The lock is broken.
Woo! Frost Answer Knock. Nice.
Wait! It's the chief! I might be able to arrange a truce. Maybe even a trade for the stone.
Heavy sack. Heavy sack, heavy sack, heavy sack. Standing by to stand by. Raw. I genuinely don't remember this one. There we go, there we go. Shields for everybody. And Bon Heretic. Raw. Shield up, shield up. Burn 'em with the books. Oh my goodness. I got a little too close to that whirlwind, it looks like. That's my bad. My bad, I stood in stupid.
Everything we come across, I came here to study goblins, not slaughter them.
If you want to run on ahead and make a peace offering, be our guest.
Let's just take the soul gem and go.
Hold your horses. The riot also said we need to find an equilibrium sphere. Whatever that is. Hey! The rat's moving again. I guess
Heavy
you're
sack.
following? Damn
Nice.
all the goblins. You go ahead, we'll catch up when it's clear.
There we go, there we go, there we go! Getting some good waste shrines out of this. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness! Oh, so we have to use the protect... Okay, I'm glad I read that right. So use the protective shield to keep you from getting burned by the laser. Raj. Okay. I'm glad I noticed that. Because I, again, don't remember if I've done this one at all. Oh shit, this side. Oh. Yeah. My bad. That's cool. I can repack my pipe now. I'll keep an eye on it just in case, though. Oh, there it is. Alright, where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. This is the side. Another one. Got it. Nice, 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 nice.
Hold up.
Oh.
This an equal whatever sphere rat? Looks round enough to... Oh, there it goes again. To get these parts out of
Okay.
the fire.
Did you stand in a laser? I do that all the time. I stood in the laser and got into the shield, so I was getting shock damage from the shield at the same time that the laser hit me. Because I was on the outside of the shield, like on the side where the laser was coming from. So yeah, like I got caught with both. But yeah, that was totally on me for standing in stupid.
Soraya, we have your parts. I hope they are worth decimating the local goblin population.
The letters are completely seized up. I can't get it moving again. But I might not have to.
Meaning?
If I can channel enough energy through the tonal emitter on its arm, it should reduce the vault door to twisted slag. But I'll need fresh shock conveyors to manage it.
Ranja has let your toy rat through this door. No need to thank her.
Was it listening to us? I didn't know it could do that. In any case, it must have detected.
Man, the delay in stream is like 45 seconds or something. Yeah, YouTube has a really long delay. Twitch has a more rapid response, lighter delay. And legitimately, like if I can get this guild off the ground, and we're doing guild content, I'll probably use the Discord for voice chat. I was using the Discord's voice chat for when I was running with other people on the Tom Clancy Ghost Recon games. Alright, so we got people going in both directions. Which way are we going? I'm confused. This way? Okay. I just wish Twitch didn't have ads. Yeah. Well, they got that new Twitch Turbo thing, where like, if you get it, it removes ads from all the channels, and you just have to pay for that Twitch Turbo. That's it. Fuck no. Totally understandable. And then I also know they got the Amazon Prime thing. Like if you connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you can use that for 1 free subscription every month. Like that's another way to get around it. But again, when we get the guild up and running, if you choose to be part of it, like we'll start running the Discord chat, so that way there's no delay for anybody that's running content with us. More of a principle thing for me. I don't support greedy fuckbags, especially when they're... Understandable. There we go, there we go. And shields for everybody. There we go. Got them all. Hey, we got a lead off of that one. Sacred Chalice of Yggdrasil? No shit. Okay, that's kind of cool. The same reason I won't purchase crowns. Fair enough. Fair enough. There we go. This game is some wild scam. Someone did the math and it would cost 2,000 to boost just your blacksmithing for the research. I mean, or spending the time. Because I know I had a viewer do out the math on how long it would take to research every single trait if you didn't upgrade how many things you could research simultaneously and you didn't use any buffs. And I think it came out to like over 2 years. A little over 2 years. That is bad. Yeah, but the reality is if we want them to keep adding content, we need to support them, because if they're losing too much money, they'll stop supporting their IP and they'll just move on to something new. So like, it's one of those, as gamers we vote with our wallets. So if we like an IP, we like a service, if we want it to continue, we vote with our wallets. If we don't want it to continue, then hey, don't support the things with the wallets, and the companies will eventually stop having them up and running. Twitch is a unique one, though. Twitch has not been profitable for a long time, and they have been losing money hand over fist on Twitch. But for whatever reason, Amazon's not letting Twitch die, which I'm super grateful for. Don't get me wrong. But that's the only one that doesn't make sense, because like the video games get killed if they don't make enough money. IPs don't get continued if they don't make enough money. Game studios close if they don't make enough money. But Twitch, Amazon's keeping alive. And that one got me. That one hit me for more than my entire health bar was. Only reason they made it take time and not be instant so they could hit paywalls. They get enough from housing whales and subs, crown crates, and one time I'm gonna fall into that scam. Holy crap, man. That dude is just that frost volley hits me for more than my entire health bar is. Can't wait to get the upgrade gold road so I can get scripts and proc 100% uptime on breach and chill elementals. I'll have to take a look at that. Oh man. There we go, there we go, there we go, it's dead.
How are we supposed to find anything in all this mess?
Trust the rat, goblin hugger. There! Let's get these back to Thariah.
Is this the correct way? Ah, yep, back in the beginning. There we go.
We have your conveyors. It only took murdering every goblin in this place.
Good.
Enough, Landau. You had your chance. It's working. Everyone away from the door.
Run away!
Ha! I'd like to see the likes of Naramo do that.
Okay.
The Gwemer didn't leave the Wrathstone unguarded. Not surprising. I trust you can handle it. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Get ready.
Ice Guy has some serious hits, so usually Tank takes it away and you guys kill the caster. Okay, so that's how you do that. Kill the caster and the Ice Guy falls dead. That's actually really helpful to know. I did not know that mechanic before. So, I don't know. Charlie Foxtrot, I know you probably can't hear me. Thank you. Mouse, charge your mouse. Ultimate little thing. Oh, it's party time. Nope. Nope, party got whacked. I'm a ghost. I can't help yet. Woo. Okay, are we doing this right, or am I missing a mechanic again like last time? Man, I've got to refresh myself on so many of these mechanics.
Some of the vault's defenses are still active. Disabling them is too complex for Skivitons on their own. You'll need to operate them manually. I'll guide you through it. There! Use the Skiviton's ability to absorb energy and charge it up.
Okay.
Look for an active magical condenser to tap into. It'll be coursing with power. Hard to miss.
What am I? Okay, I guess I don't.
Melt to slag? Perfect. Follow the energy flow to any active conveyors and discharge the energy.
Okay. I think I'm doing this right. I have no idea. These are all red, which means they're dead. Woo! Those are all destroyed. So this way? Nope, I was not doing that right. Okay. I was following the lights, but that was the extent of what I was doing correct. Oh my goodness, what is that? Oh. Ah. Oh shit. I rolled off the edge. Trying to dodge the fire, I rolled backwards and it went off the edge. I didn't realize I could fall off the edge. My bad. Man, I am so unfamiliar with this dungeon, it's not even funny. It's actually quite hilarious to watch. Just messing it all up. I do apologize. Thank you all for your patience. Like, I definitely appreciate it. I know it's not always fun to run around with someone dying constantly and screwing shit up. But I appreciate the patience. I'm not staticky. Aha! I get it now. I have to push X repeatedly. I get it. I get it. Ah! Oh my goodness. There's traps and stuff. I didn't realize there was traps in here. I didn't run into any of them last time. But I was also less aware of what I was supposed to be doing. Yeah, not gonna lie, you guys have, like, amazing patience. So, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Height when oh, like follow it. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Fuck me. God damn it. I think I'm more of a hindrance at this point. I don't know how I was supposed to get away from that. They were coming from both directions. Oh, man. Was that just kind of like roll into it and eat it at that point? Oh. Oh, it doesn't do that much damage. Okay. Woo! Trophy and the bust. Nice. Very cool. Oh, I gotta do the quest thing, right?
Not what I expected. The Dwemer took extraordinary pains to seal the Wrathstone away. The quest? Study it, obviously. Very carefully, if that's what you want.
It seems like part of it is missing.
Yes, it does. And I aim to find out why.
Ah.
You can count us out of whatever you're planning next. I've had enough of this madness.
Those are the two stones that Amnatharn puts together for the vault, isn't it? Right? If anyone gets mad at you for dying in a dungeon, you are learning. Tell them to touch grass. That they were learning once too. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, trade. Wow. Cool. Thank you. Nope. I gotta change who that's to. Group. Cool. So that's the dungeon. Well, that's the pledges. You know what? Let's see. Let's see if my luck holds. I'm gonna go turn these in and see if I can get the shoulder pauldrons for my set. That would be nice. Want to sell 30k crowns, 1,000 equals 1 gift.
I've watched how Chief Bane holds herself, and that lady knows combat.
Well, you certainly look alike. I hope the dwarves wear Salmacy.
Woo!
Show your teeth when you...
Turned in, turned in. Very nice, very nice.
You're back. You ever won? You stood your ground. Nice work today.
Now you, good sir.
You have returned. I have. Then take your key.
Here you are. Give me that. So, ornate. Trash. Let's see. Okay. If anyone... No! That guy is the one of the whales I'm talking about. They don't need to make dumbass paywalls because people are buying gold, etc. in the crowns. I mean... It's the way that the game is supported, you know? To each their own. I know, like, I have the subscription. I have ESO Plus. So that way I can do all the crafting things, you know? Oh, god damn it. It's heavy. Fuck it, we'll take it for now. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. We'll wear it for now until we can get the medium or the light. Wait a second. When you deal critical damage, you gain a stack of precision, increasing your critical chance by 5. You also gain minor force. Guess we're wearing heavy. Woo, man. Bum bum bum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. All right. Oh, we did it, we did it, we did it. Thank you all again for helping me and running with me. I appreciate that. In spite of me screwing up and dying excessively. So, thank you. I appreciate it. Research is fun. Let's decon some things. I'm gonna keep that one, actually. Magicka, spell damage, offensive penetration, applying a minor debuff to your enemy. Summons non-reflectable ice race that charge into your enemy, dealing... And maybe we won't kill that one either. After dealing minor force, yeah, I don't. I've got. I've got better ones. Research.
Greetings, Sarah. A moment, if you please.
No, thank you. Good to go. Decon. Mighty Glacier set. When you activate a snare immobilize ability. Nope. Not my thing. And you said you got this one already. Crit chance, stamina, crit chance. When you deal damage with a martial melee attack. Which I'm not going to be doing melee. So that can all go away. Maybe you'll get more keys and you will get medium. Maybe. Maybe. I know we've increased our chances because there's a total of 3, 6, and I've just got one of them. One of the 6 that you can get out of there. So, in theory, maybe. Same with cosmetics, but loot boxes. But yeah, subs are normal for MMOs. Same with cosmetics, but loot boxes. If we're showing items in the boxes, as I know people who have spent over $1,000 trying to get a radiant ape. And they make people get duplicates, and that's like the Korean gacha level game stuff. I can see that, except for they do let you buy the stuff, and the stuff that you don't need gets turned into a currency that does let you buy it as well. Like there's 2 ways to buy the. So like check this out. Look. Store. Crown crates. See, like I can get it with crown gems. So like if I get something out of a crown crate that I don't want or I don't like, I can turn it into crown gems, and then I can buy the specific item that I want for crown gems. And then we've also got the Seals of Endeavor, which I can buy everything in the crown crates using the Seals of Endeavor, and the Seals of Endeavor can't even be purchased. Those can only be acquired by doing daily and weekly endeavors, which are free. So, like, they do give you the option to buy them. They just don't give you the option to buy them with premium currency. Let me see here. Skills. 2 points.
Must be careful. Don't want to harm them.
Smithing, extraction. We could try that. Activity Finder Endeavors. I just did these 2. Dang it. That's unfortunate. Ooh, we might have enough here. Three more, huh? There we go. Weekly's done. Daily, a stone Antronach. Where can I find a stone Antronach? You can get those by crown gems or by buying get the crown gems by buying crates. But you can also get them from watching Twitch. Twitch gives free drops on a regular basis for ESO for the crown crates, as well as Twitch streamers that give away crown crates for regularly as well, that are part of the ESO broadcasting team, as well as just big time streamers that they're ESO streamers and that's what they do. So like there is other ways to get it. Again, Twitch gives them away for free on a regular basis, and they do come up as Xbox Ultimate perks every now and then as well. So like there's 2 different places you can get these crown crates for free. Endeavors take like a year of actual playing, which I'm cool with. And you can get gems without buying crates. It would take a long time to occur the amount that you've gotten for free via Twitch drops. Yeah, see? Twitch drops. Yeah. But that's wild with me when Final Fantasy 15 and WoW, I can just do a dungeon, and if it's a store thing, I can spend $25 and get exactly what I want. Yep. And you'd also have to deal with the communities that come with those. Like, yeah. I'd rather have a nice, helpful community that I can run around with, that I don't have to actually know these people, don't have to have a reputation for the rapport built up with them for them to go out of their way to be kind. I haven't experienced that in any MMO that I have ever played other than ESO. ESO is legitimately the only one that I've ever played where the entire community was actually going out of their way to be kind and helpful. So, like, I'll take those changes 100%. And they're giving me the crown crates with the subscription every month. So, I mean, the crowns with the subscription every month. So it's like, And then you add the Twitch drops and the Game Pass Ultimate perks. It's all looking pretty nice. And yeah, that's good to know. I think I got 2 crates from Twitch before, but I don't know where I got them. I mean, it's like Final Fantasy 15 community. Was to be good back in the day before they introduced Mythics. Yeah. Well. I will say this about Final Fantasy. I don't know much about that community specifically. Just because of the fact that I don't like Final Fantasy games. The only Final Fantasy game that I semi-enjoyed was 15. And that was because it was open world, and it wasn't turn-based combat. I don't like turn-based games, so I can't speak too much to that for that Final Fantasy Online MMO. Because, like, again, 15 was fantastic. But I like MMOs that are... I mean, I like video games that are open world and not turn-based. It's also part of the reason why I don't do things like XCOM, and I didn't do Gears of War Tactics when I was doing the Gears of War games. It's also why I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, which I'm told that's one of the most amazing stories ever. But the turn-based thing's like a huge turn-off for me. Honestly, if I was going to play a turn-based game, I'm not going to lie, it 100% would be Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader, because I own that with all the DLC stuff. Like, I would absolutely love to play that game. But that turn-based shit, man. Some of those combat things were taking me up to like 2 hours to get through. It's just way too long. Let me get caught up on chat here. I couldn't get into WoW. I tried going into WoW. It didn't work out. The instructions weren't clear. The class that I was playing was still broken. And it had the same breaks in it that it had when it was released, which is the Death Knight. So that was fun. And then the quests weren't intuitive. The people that did play, they showed up and watched, which is fine and great, but like, when I first streamed ESO for the very first time, and I didn't know what I was doing, very first day, I had at least 3 people show up and go, "Hey, you're new, cool. Here's some tips. Do you want some tips? Here's some tips. Do you need some help? Here's some help." You know, I didn't get that after doing WoW for 3 days in a row. Not a single person ever volunteered to like help explain things to me. It was like, okay, cool. So that's a major difference in the communities there. So I'm not gonna go into the WoW thing just because like so much has changed since when I did play it. The community was not immediately helpful, which ESO's community was immediately helpful. And the people that I've talked to that are regulars on this channel that have played WoW on a regular basis, because I played it for 1 year back when Lich King came out, back in 2008, 2009, because my platoon sergeant played. And he would let us off work early if we played with him. But I haven't played since then. And when I tried it, when I got the PC stuff, even my community that is familiar with it, they're like, it's just a bunch of elitists, don't do it. So, there was that. And then it's just fucking, you just got crap players with wild egos. And then Final Fantasy is really good. They encourage people to rewarding. Final Fantasy, who owns that? Isn't that Bandico? Or someone? I can't remember who owns that game. They encourage people to rewarding helpful players, and the Toxia is taken very seriously. People at the bottom 20% act like the WoW was hard to get into if you didn't start time ago and experience changes in between patches. WoW people are just on the railroad tracks these days, and all they do is the minimum min-max crap. Going out of their way 5 minutes is hard to find unless you're really good at it, so I totally get that experience. Yeah, like I say, it just wasn't for me. But the reality is like I enjoy ESO. The community is wonderful. The community is super helpful and kind. And you know, as much as I don't like having to pay for an expansion and still pay for a subscription and still pay for the base games, like as much as I don't like that, ESO eventually has a point where you own everything. You know, like you can buy the expansions with crowns so you don't have to keep up with the subscriptions, right? You can go through and stock your craft bag full of crafting ingredients so you don't have to maintain the subscription. So like they give you plenty of outs. They also give you plenty of free shit constantly. Because the other thing is like if you follow Bethesda's Twitch pages as well, whenever the Bethesda pages go live, they have their own crown crates that are separate that are just for that one stream period. So like you can get a ton of crown crates if you really keep up with the ESO community on Twitch. Because like I said, Bethesda gives them away, Twitch gives them away, individual streamers give them away, and then Ultimate gives them away. So it's like if you really keep up with it all, you can end up with some pretty decent amount of fucking crates for everything. It's pretty fantastic. Go to Craglorn for the Storm Antronach. I have the Stone Antronach, not the Storm Antronach. Is that still going to be in Craglorn for that? It was hilarious when Classic 2019 got re-released. Hey, Big Ball, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? 20-year-old game got played like it's an esport and nobody actually cared. Game was already solved for 20 years. Yeah, I can see that. Playing Classic was just for like it always seemed like they came out with that for the people that couldn't keep up with the changes or didn't like the changes, so they were refusing to play. So that's what Classic felt like. It was to appease those that didn't want to play any of the new stuff and didn't like the changes and couldn't keep up with them. So like, well, let's go back to the old way of doing things. That's what that seemed like to me. And yeah, ESO players and community is amazing for the most part. Aside from the Parsing guilds? What are parsing guilds? Again, I'm so out of touch with a lot of these terminologies. What is a parsing guild? Yeah. Yeah, they seem to have an elitist toxic as well, raiders, yeah. I was top 100 on multiple classes, many patches, and X-Packs, and WoW. I tell you, if you hover over the, it tells you if you hover over the Endeavor. Oh, it tells me if I hover over the Endeavor, really? Craglorn. Seek them out on Craglorn. Oh, that's pretty cool. In the ruins of Craglorn. I didn't know that. That's a helpful helpful tip. So thank you. I appreciate that. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna go and do this. Craglorn. Cool. I had a better time playing with the old dads and the goal of, like, kill the boss and have some laughs, rather than the egotistical maniacs that run around trying to be the very best and mechanical. That's fair. I usually have better time with people that enjoy playing the game, and because, like, if I'm gonna play with someone who's gonna be like, by the book, you have to do it exactly like this, like, I want to know that prior to agreeing to it, and if I don't agree to it, I want to know, like, we're still cool, right? Like, I just don't feel like being that strict right now. But, like, there's other times where it's one of those, if I have a goal set, I'm doing that goal. And anybody who wants to come along with me needs to, like, also know, like, up front, we're doing this one specific thing, right? Like, so, like, I'm okay with people like that specify it, that also understand, like, it's not always the right time. Sometimes it's cool just to, like, hang out and be relaxed and shit, right? And that's how most of my gaming is done anyways. Every now and then, like, I get, like, I need this one thing to be able to move forward, so then I get focus-faced for that stuff. Let's see here. Into a shooting range, shot my uncle's HK-416 and the AK. Nice, nice, very nice. Parsing is how much damage you can do. So the ones that are like, you have to run meta, those types. Mercy guilds are like trial guilds that focus on, like, how well performed based on the percentage of players who've done the trial and those who try to do it. Yeah. So, like, yeah, the achievement hunters and shit. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm a competitive person, but there's a line between people acting like they're 12-year-olds and screaming at someone on Discord because they made a symbol. Yeah. Totally agree. Like, it is a game. But at the same time, it's one of those, like, everyone needs to be on the same page as to what the activity is we're doing and whether it's casual or serious. Because, like, there are those moments when it's relevant to actually, like, no, we need to do this mechanic this exact way if we're going to progress. And then there's others where it's like, fucking mistakes happens. You know, like, but getting mad at someone, like, just find a different activity if it's that upsetting. You know, you don't need to ruin the experience for them. You can just be like, you know what? We should try this later and move on. That's just my opinion, though. Sometimes perception is lost in the process. Like, I will explain further when I'm out of this dungeon. Oh, I totally get the loss of perception. Like, people getting caught up in the moment and then becoming super invested. So then they have the strong emotional reactions because they are so invested and caught up in the immersiveness of the storyline, the task, or the task is super important to them. But again, that's one of those, like, have that understanding up front before you go into those situations. Like, that's just one of those things, like, make sure everyone's on the same page, everyone knows what the expectations are, and then go forward, because anybody who is participating and agree to those expectations, there should be some accountability. But if, like, they don't want to agree to those expectations, cool, they don't have to run. Not a problem, you know? Yeah, and if someone messes up, putting them on the grill isn't going to help them play better. Yeah, it's one of those like, okay, well, these are the mechanics. Let's try this, you know, and if it's not working out, then it's one of those like, okay, cool, like, what do we need to do to help improve your build? Do we need to help get you XP? Do we need to help get you different equipment? Do we need to help you with what gear loadouts you're using? Like, what can we do to help make you a better player so that way you can run more content, you can be more confident in your build, you can participate in more things, right? Like, it's one of those, if someone's not doing something right, how do we fix it? How do we help them be better at the game so that they can enjoy more of the game? Of course, the other part of that is they have to be willing to receive said information. If they're not willing, you know, it's that whole you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. So they also have to be willing to hear that information. 100% of the time, you just gotta get their nerves going and make them play worse. I crash out when my co-op teammates in Breakpoint are easy and they still bad at the game. Yeah, the AIs can be frustrating from time to time. I used to raid Lean a lot in WoW, and people loved it, and they would say they'd always make comments, and they loved it that I never put people on blast, and I'd say at the start, if we have to replace someone to progress, I'm down to help you out after the raid and bring you back next week, and we'd treat them like a person. And they said most raid leads don't do that many times. I had to remove people to progress in Mythics, and they would come back next week and really take the advice and do amazing. Nice. See, the guild that I'm trying to get up and running over here, I want it to be able to do all the things, right? Like, let's tutor, let's teach, let's help people with whatever content they need help with. Let's go and help people get whatever equipment or gear or whatever they need, right? Like, let's do some stuff that helps people, because if we can help people, then that makes everything go so much smoother and gives us more people to play with. And the more people we have to play with, the more content we can all do. Furnishing. I need to withdraw those crystals. I'm already building up a nice stash of stuff for the guild bank whenever we get enough people in there. Let's see here. What do we got? What do we got? Where is it? Works way better than screaming at people. They don't want to come back if you scream at them. Yep. Plus, they don't like you, and my goal was to have a good time in progress and not be a douchebag to people. Valid, valid, valid. So what I meant by is like the third person perspective, looking into a raid lead. Leading, for example, might hear the raid lead throwing slight jabs at someone for messing up something, and the person watching the raid will probably be thinking like, damn, that's toxic, and in reality, it's something that the person signed up for and might not just be kind of shooting the shit with the other. That's valid, yep, because people could have that relationship with each other, and others on the outsiders looking in could be missing perspective and context. So totally get that. Did you do your random dungeon already? No, I did not. If not, the queue's up if you want to do it. Oh shit, it's up right now? Queue us up. Oh, I'm the group lead? I did not realize I was the group lead. I can... Yeah, I'm not the group lead. You are. But yeah, I haven't done my random dungeon for the day. I'm totally down. I've been trying to get the Goblin into Breakpoint. I've been doing raids, but every time I kill Gargoyle, I never get it, and then the people that do it with me are hard. And you brought the analogy of the horse to water, which is really good. Some people don't take criticism well. Yeah, like that's definitely one of those, like, you have to make sure they're receptive to hearing critiques first, that they're willing to. You can't just critique somebody, because not everybody's in the mental headspace to receive it, you know? I once got called an elitist for explaining the mech. I won't say exactly what they said, but like some people won't take criticism well. Yeah, that's just, and it's an unfortunate inevitability of people when you're running into multiple personality types. It's just like not everyone's going to be willing to receive criticism well. So it definitely helps to make sure first, to confirm first.
Shop around here? Let's take a look.
You know, it can be as simple as like, hey, you know, I don't know if you want to, if you're interested right now or if you want to do it later, but like, hey, you know, I can teach you the mechanics of this so that way it's a little easier going forward if we ever come back to this content. Like, you can hit me up on whatever form of social media anyone's using, right? Like, there's ways to handle it so that it's convenient for them. Why did I run past out here? I don't need out here. I need back inside. But yeah, in my opinion, if the raid lead is screaming at people and doesn't have the patience to lead and still be respectable, then they shouldn't be raid leading. Facts.
A chunk has 3 landings within it. The topmost one takes you to the king's throne. The climb is...
Alright, so there is... I have no idea who sent that because my chat thing doesn't tell me. But that was funny. That was funny. Alright, so let's see here. Where are the Craglorn ruins? Skyreach Pinnacle. Dragon Star. Sunken Lair. Guards Tears.
Help out a poor soul.
I'm guessing I should just explore, right? And I'll find some eventually. Because it says Craglorn Ruins. But I'm not seeing anything called Craglorn Ruins. Oh, you like metal too? I like well, I like most everything. Just someone sent you that hand. Sorry, it's just oh yeah, no worries. No worries. Like, testing it out is perfectly fine. I totally get that. And using it in a non-trolling way is also perfectly fine.
The Dread Lady described you well. Come and speak with me.
And what if I didn't come and speak with you? What if I just like kind of wandered off in this general direction? That's a really nice horse you have though. If only those flames were purple. Alright, so I'm just gonna wander around and hope that I find an Atronach at some point. Because I didn't find anywhere called the Ruins of the Craglorn Ruins. I didn't find anywhere that said that. So I'm guessing it's just this region.
This won't do. This just won't do at all.
Air Atronach. Found an Air Atronach. Progress. That's a Frost Atronach. Spell Fiends, Spell Fiends. Those are all Air Atronachs and Frost Atronachs. My boxes just scammed me and gave me 2 Swarm Mother and no Blood Spawn. Oh, that's unfortunate. But one thing you have to understand too, though, is that the raid leaders on Twitch, like for example, a lot of the time, it's people just shooting the shit. But because you are hearing it from an out of the group perspective, it might sound toxic. An example of the core group completely fine with it now, screaming at top of their lungs at someone. Yeah, that's not respectful. But at the same time, it doesn't just happen out of the blue. The person signed up for the horror content. That's fair. Knowing what you're getting to your paragraph. I don't know. Maybe I don't care that. Maybe I just don't care that much about that stuff. Yeah, it's definitely one of those, like, everyone, if people are gonna run together, people all that are running together need to be on the same page as far as like what the expectations are. These are all Air Atronachs. Let's okay. It's gotta have chemistry too. Yeah, to be able to know how the groups, how everyone can, how the personalities can interact together and all of that. I can see that. And then be able to, like, work together well. Of course, the other thing is you got to be able to work together with people in general to begin with, if you're going to do that stuff. And not everyone can work well with others. Wasps. Alright, I'm getting on a horse, because, like,
Here we go.
not finding any stone Atronachs. We can go get, way shrines while we're looking, I guess. Man. Oh my goodness. Oh shit, oh shit. Why are you not using a health potion? Why the fuck wasn't he using a health potion? I don't understand why he wasn't using a health potion. I was pushing the button. Okay, that was fun. The button works. It responds to it, so I don't know why it wasn't using it. Also, I want to point out that you are trying to get into sweaty content, expect such randomness, you just won't find it often in a game. So, it'll be okay. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like, if you are going to do that, totally agree with that. You have to be prepared for criticism of people who have already taken the time to learn those mechanics and taken the time and the investment to be able to do that content competently. They've already been on that struggle bus. They understand why those things are important.
You don't want to do this.
When I play Breakpoint, realistically, I play normally with other people, but when I'm clearing the room, say I need better comms, but they're literally on the other side of the base. The problem with military tactical games is that most, like playing co-op or doing things like that with others, is that like 99% of the time you're going to end up with civilians that are not trained, that don't understand military tactics, that think they do because they saw it in a movie or their friend told them that this is how it's done, right? Like, and the thing with the Tom Clancy games is, yes, you can play them without understanding military tactics. Yes, you can be super effective without it. However, they're designed to actually use real-world military tactics. And part of the real-world military tactics is your team. The team is never split apart. Period. Like, everybody is always within visual eye line of each other and can get to each other in 3 to 5 seconds. Like, that is a hard requirement for a team. Do not get spaced out further than 3 to 5 second dashes from each other. You need to spread out so you don't get hit with explosives and take the entire team down, but you need to be able to rapidly get to your team member if something happens. Or rather, when something happens, because something always fucking happens. And convincing civilians that that's important to do isn't always easy to do. I can agree. You can give criticism without being a child throwing a tantrum. Facts. Yes, you can. Can bet 99% of the people who throw tantrums in a raid have no friends in real life. Possibly. They could, yeah, they could definitely just be those kinds that are like super hard to get along with. True. Also, another thing I'm noticing is a lot of people don't like to take fault in all the other scenarios, whereas when I mess up, I laugh and I'm like, oops, my bad. Yeah, I try to do that as well. But my lack of technological understanding is like, sometimes it feels to me like it's the mechanics or the games or something wrong in that's not working the way it's supposed to. But because I don't understand technology enough, I don't always understand that, no, it's supposed to work that way, it's my fault. But the ones that I do know are my fault, I absolutely take responsibility for. Well, you guys saw earlier, like, I stood in stupid a lot. I am not frickin' finding any Antronachs that are stone. And I'm not finding a place called Craglorn Ruins. So I'm not understanding where I'm supposed to find these damn things.
What do you think we'll find around the next corner?
Absolutely nothing. Like we've been finding, Izzy. Alright. I missed some things in chat. I don't know if this is an ESO thing or it's just an MMO things. I was in a raid one time and someone started throwing a tantrum. Instead of correcting the mistake, started repeating the mistake, and then he was trash for a solid like 5+ minutes until I called him out. And had an entire guild laughing at him because I said, don't get mad at some guy just because you had a shitty childhood. Hey, Chaos King, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? How you doing? I'm getting caught up on chat here. Yeah, they don't listen to me since I'm just some random jerk for them. That tracks. Like, egos. Egos are fun. You know what? Here's a fun thing. 95% of every individual's problems and the world's problems is because because people think they're more important than they actually are. Legitimately. Made it about 5 minutes before I got kicked, but was one of my best gaming memories. Nice. He pretty much confirmed he was a child screaming at someone while they couldn't take a joke. Yeah, that's always unfortunate. But how you doing, Chaos King? Welcome in, welcome in. What is, do you play ESO? And if so, what's your main class? Base statement. I mean, like, legitimately, most people's problems, and most problems in the world, stem from people thinking they are more important than they actually are. Ah, the dungeon's ready. Damn it. Confirmed. Magic DPS, Templar. I've just reinstalled the game in 3 years, but not much has changed. I am a Magicka DPS Arcanist, and this is my first character on PC. I'm originally an Xbox player, so I'm still working on rebuilding my first character for PC. That's the plan. Woo! Something just happened. Oh, quest. Raj. My crystal went off. I love my crystals. Those things are so freaking cool. The lich crystals. I know there's way better monster sets out there, but man, oh man, do I love my flare. Oh my goodness, I don't know who killed that, but that was impressive. Killed it before we could even get... this is a normal dungeon, isn't it? That tracks. That totally tracks. Spitting here. Shields for everybody! Oh my goodness. Hold on 1 second. I gotta focus face for a moment.
Tormented souls, the dead arise and kill these interlopers.
I play both PC and PS5. Account has over 4,000 hours on my PC and only my PC only has 20. That was me. Oh, nice kill.
Over here. Come help me.
You got here another 5 minutes.
Get out of here. I actually did this. I actually picked this quest up and did this dungeon already. But you know what ended up happening? Was we killed the final boss and for whatever reason it didn't register in my quest log that she was dead. I think that was like 2 days ago, actually. I do... I plan on starting a Brabs... character, but don't know what to play at this time. I know that I'm playing it like I legit just transferred over maybe a week or two ago to PC, so this is still my first character. I'm about to hit CP 180. Don't we have to kill the rat thing? But I also like just started another guild on here. I took about I played Gold Road when it first came out, beat it when it first came out, and then I haven't played since. And now I'm on PC, so we're rebuilding the empire we once had. Autocorrect kicked and named my best friend instead. Nice. I know autocorrect can be super frustrating and comical all in the same time. So, I know this character that I'm running is an Arcanus Magicka. I found out that I can test my builds out in the public test server, so I gotta at some point go look at that. But I know that I want my next character to be a... I want to see if I can make a Necromancer tank that just does stupid amounts of damage based on proximity. I want to see if I can pull a build off like that. I do a lot of theory crafting as far as like, that's a cool theme, or ooh, that's a cool piece of equipment, or I wonder if I can make this this effect a viable thing. You know, like I do a lot of experimenting. Woo. Oh nope. If it wasn't the final boss, I would probably stop and recharge my weapons. Or a weapon, rather.
There's your proof, Master Pellinger. Is your children responsible for this madness?
Eileen, no! Why did you do this?
Did it not count again? Oh, I'm getting tired of that. Do you see this? Look at this. Search way restu is for Aline. You mean that Aline that's dead right there? Why is this is the second time this quest has done this to me, where it doesn't acknowledge that I have found her, let alone killed her. Autocorrect has two modes: save your life and mode and ruin your life mode, and it's a gamble of which one you get. Facts. Facts. There you go. We did it in like 5 minutes. Is this way rest too? I have no idea. I know that I was given this quest when I entered this dungeon this time, because I abandoned it previously. But for whatever reason, this is still not acknowledging the fact that I completed this quest. See? She's next to me, dead. Is this dungeon broken currently? Because, like, I didn't... Again, I abandoned after the last one. So this dungeon... This quest I picked up when I walked in here.
I'm right beside you. Let's get out there.
I gotta do some more cooking stuff. Crafting, kajite. I forgot you up yet. Runic defense, what are you doing? That's not useful to me. All right. Did you talk to the guy after the third boss? If so, I don't know what to tell you. If you didn't do it, that's why, though. A necromancer or a nightblade? Nice. Do I have to talk to this dude?
How not?
No. Didn't count for him. Yeah, because it's giving me the quest to find her. Oh well. I guess I'll just abandon it again. Unfortunate. Group. Leave group. Leave Winston. So, Necromancer or Nightblade, do you have a faction that you play for, or do you just play for any faction? And again, anybody interested, just started a guild on PCNA called Scarecrew, if anyone wants to join. It is an AD guild. You don't have to be an AD to join it, but it is an AD guild, just so everyone's aware for PvP purposes. For those that choose to participate. Bada bing, bada boom. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, you know what? I really am gonna put Tentacle Dread back on. There we go. We're good. Alright then. It's back at the third place. One where you go into the pit, he comes out and stands there. I missed a few times with stuff. Okay. I know I rescued the dude, or talked to the dude that was laying on the, or sitting on the ground with the guy in the room with all the altars. But yeah, I probably missed somebody. I will definitely go look over it again, because I'm sure I'll get put in that dungeon again. So I'll have to be more thorough next time. That's what I'll have to do, is I'll have to make sure that I'm actually doing it correctly. Making sure I'm not missing anything. So, I have yet to see a single stone Atronach. And the air Atronach and frost Atronachs that I fought did not kill anything. Did not count, so... I know it says to go to Cragloren, but it also says to go to a place in Cragloren that doesn't exist. Okay, cool. Then I'll have to make a point to like sit there and check every room after bosses before progressing. I can do that. Anybody happen to know exactly where the stone Atronachs are? Because I'm getting ready to just like explore. That's a troll. I'm getting ready to like just explore the entire region at this point and like get all of the markers, because I haven't seen a single one. I gotta do the scribing quest too. Yep, that's another thing I gotta go do. I have it. It's open. It's in my inventory. I got the portal. I just gotta go do it. Scorpions. These look like ruins. And then it moved portal location. It took me 4 hours searching to Google to find out how to get inside again. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'll have to see if I remember it when I actually start the quest. Well, those ruins didn't hold anything, clearly. So... Stone Antronox. It's orcs. Dogs, trolls, trolls, trolls. First wing. Oh, hold on.
What do you seek, little rat? Don't you fear the serpent's sharp tooth?
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Mistakes were made. Ah! Yep. Oh shit. Ah, health potion worked that time. Woo, got him. Did you count? No, you did not. Okay, Raj. Well, this is exciting. I should show me where, I don't know. That is weird that they wouldn't show you where they moved it, or like tell you where they moved it. Legitimately, if anybody does know where in Craglorn these stone Antronox supposedly are, I would generally appreciate it. If not, I guess I'm gonna have to Google it, because, like, this is getting silly at this point. Let's go, let's go. Dun, 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 dun. Antronox, that's a storm. Is it storm or stone? I thought it was stone. It says stone, so storm Antronox won't count. We've killed air Antronox. We've killed frost Antronox. The big dude we killed was stone, and he clearly would not die. Let's go get our... I'll check it out and try to figure it out quick. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, this... Air Antronox, Air Antronox, Air Antronox, Storm Antronox, Air Antronox. Alright, let's just keep on going then. Bum ba da bum 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 ba da bum. ASO needs a site like Wowhead than WoW has. They have there's a few ESO sites that provide information that are just kept up by fans and communities. Because, like, I know F Extra Life has one. I know Minotaur has one. I know Zynode has one.
Oh, nice. What did you find?
Yep, nope, that is the correct way.
Look at this place. We've got this.
Do we? Because I'm pretty sure we don't, Izzy. Ah, the Lich Crystal for the win. Nice. Iron orcs, trolls. And the WoW website tells you every location, every map, every NPC item, every step, every quest, even drop chances and achievements too. It's so detailed. There's nothing. It's like a Wikipedia for WoW. I mean, you use Google, you can just find a lot about ESO. I donate to anyone who made that for ESO. Well, there's always the big part of a community that creates it. Because if it doesn't exist, right, that to me sounds like a need that needs to be filled. And you've identified the need, so the question is, are you going to fill it? Because I'm sure, like, there's definitely, you could definitely put together a community that could that would be willing to help contribute to putting a site like that together. I know I'd be willing to contribute time. And whatever knowledge I could scrape up. For example, I looked at How to Farm Mythic. It's pretty good. It's on YouTube, just websites. Yeah, I don't have time for that. That's fair. I still have not found a freaking single gosh darn stone Atronach. Oh, there's new ones in here. Because those are fire Atronachs over there, which were not present before. Is this the ruins? Maybe this is the ruins. That's fire, fire, frost, frost, air. So I'm seeing fire, frost, air. Okay. Storm. Not a word goes into it. I wish ESO website just had all the info, like example ESO-hub.com. They have it all written down somewhere, and they've made it all. Oh, there's an option too. Yeah, ESO Hub. My problem is like, I have a ton of time. I just have a hard. I find it rare that I can find people that have as much time to commit to video games as I do. Which makes total fucking sense. You know, my situation's kind of a unique situation, so... Why is there, like, random shit falling from the sky? It's so weird. I know, Izzy, you have a quest. We will get to your quest, Izzy. Those are air Antronachs. That's a fire Antronach. Alright. Let's mount up.
Does internet porn know you're cheating on it?
Games Freak with a subscription. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Let me get a shout out for Games Freak. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing? Welcome, and thank you, Curse. I appreciate it. You were doing some Ghost Recon Wildlands. I know you were doing Avowed yesterday. Oh, man. Ah! I just want a stone Antronach. That's all I want. I'm gonna go hide over here where there's other players to rescue me. Ah! Let's see, is there legitimately like no fucking stone Antronachs on this map? I'm beginning to think the Endeavors lied to me. Shannon, I played both of them. How are you game? Oh, you did play both of them. Nice, 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 nice. I am doing outstanding, except for I can't find stone Antronachs. That's the only concern right now that I'm having. I'm gonna have to Google it. I can find every other type of fucking Antronach except for a stone one.
Zendar was with us in that fight.
Go away. Izzy, stop provoking them. I will put you away, so help me God. Know what? No, fuck you, Izzy. I told you to stop provoking them. You didn't listen. You can go away now. Ah. Ghost Recon's Wildlands, really fun game. It is. It really is. I like playing on hardcore permanent death mode. Yeah, no, I did that in real life. I'm good. Try the group area. I do believe I'm in the group area. Yeah, I'm in a group area. And I got air Antronachs, storm Antronachs, frost Antronachs, fire Antronachs, but not a single freaking stone Antronach. Gosh darn it. Storm. Ah! Yeah. No stone Antronachs. This literally has every type of Antronach except for stone Antronachs. They didn't miss a single Antronach in here except for stone. You know, the one that's required for the Endeavor. Celestial Rift? No, thank you. I know what that does. I'm not falling for your tricks. Alright, we're Googling this because this is not giving me my answers. At all. Metro knock. Location. Location. Either run Moongrave Fane or face the final boss in the Folkreath. Stone Antragons multiple times. As others said, they spawn throughout Moongrave Fane. Oh, man. Moongrave Fane, that's a dungeon that took me like 5 hours to actually get into. 5 hours. Alright, well, I guess that's where I gotta go. Craglorn has all kinds of different Atronachs, but not stone ones. Stone ones are the only ones missing. They look like spiders in a sense, and they're made of rocks with 4 legs. I think I've only seen them in Trial Fourcold, which is a DLC. Only show up in the final boss. Not cool having them at a day rate. Interesting. Disappointing. Okay. Well, that totally tracks. Let me get caught up on chat. I see that people play that game, and I love how it is done. Which game? This one? I love this one too. I'm out of ideas then. Yeah, I always wanted to get into the military and get all the cool guy training and parachute, climb, jump, rappel out of helicopters. Sadly, I have to harm people. But sadly, I'd have to harm people, and I decided I'd rather become... You don't have to harm people. That's a fallacy. That's a 100% fallacy. Medics aren't allowed to... Like, okay, so there's quite a few jobs. Drone operators are one of the most protected people. Like, you can fly a surveillance drone that doesn't even have weapons on it. You can be a mechanic to work on vehicles, whether it's a track mechanic, a four-wheel mechanic, helicopter mechanic, generator mechanic. You can be a truck driver. You can be a medic. You can join the chaplain corps, right? Matter of fact, chaplains, granted they're officers, but chaplains aren't allowed to carry weapons at all. And if a chaplain kills anybody, even in self-defense, in combat, like, they will be kicked out of the chaplaincy. They can't serve in the chaplain corps if you kill somebody while serving in the chaplain corps. You're permanently removed from the corps. Like that's a rule. Like, there's tons of jobs that don't kill anybody or don't have to hurt anybody. You gotta understand, like the Army's got over 250 jobs. Over 250 jobs. To including, we have a Navy. We do have boats. We have people that drive the boats, right? The Army has a Navy. We have our own fleet. But there's over 250 jobs in the Army. And of those 250 plus jobs, there's maybe 5 of them. 5 that are direct combat. All the others do different various supporting roles so that the combat people can do their jobs. And less than 1% of the entire United States Army. If you look at like the amount of people versus the amount of jobs, less than 1% people that are active duty US Army are actually in direct combat arms jobs. So like the idea that you have to hurt people if you join the military, completely false. 100% completely false. I left you a lurk. Need more coffee. All right. Well, thank you for the lurk. I'll be here. Currently training to be as fit as possible, and then I take the required course to go apply. And probably going to save up for flight courses and fly small planes. Legitimately, you could join the Army. Go become a helicopter mechanic. From the helicopter mechanic, become a flight crew. A warrant officer, and just fly birds, man. Like, absolutely a thing that's an option. And if you're a medevac helicopter pilot, your helicopter doesn't even have guns on it. If you're a Chinook helicopter pilot, you don't have guns that you control. You have your crew chiefs that work on maintaining your helicopter, they're doing the gunning. You're just doing the flying. Like, so there's definitely options that don't require you directly hurting anybody in any shape, way, or form. The Elder Scrolls Online game. Oh, I absolutely love it too. Yep. To get special ops training. To get special ops training, you don't need to hurt anybody. To get special forces training, which is tier 1, you need to hurt people. All tier 1 operators are combatants. Tier 2 and tier 3 operators for the special operations community have non-combatants in their ranks. Tier 1 is the only one of the special operations community that requires direct action. But you can, like, go join PsyOps. PsyOps is tier 2. They don't do any direct combat. They can get caught in direct combat, but they're not required to. But tier 2 and tier 3, like, I was tier 3. We had plenty of people that were in our unit that were not direct combat. We had people that were full-on conscientious objectors. Like, they exist in the special operations community. And all the parachute climbing and fighting skills. That's just basic soldier skills. Parachuting is that's a skill. That's a skill school. So you can go to parachute school and not have to, or airborne school, and not have to be in a combat arms job. But yeah, I know what you mean. There's skills, but I'm most interested in combat skills and the skills they teach snipers about moving unseen and tracking unseen. But I will take what you said in consideration. If there are positions that will teach me combat but not require me to actually use it, then I'm down like... You will get basic soldier skills if you're not going to be in a combat arms position. You can go to schools like airborne school, air assault school, if you're going to be in non-combat armed positions. But understand that if you want things like sniper school, that's one of those, like, you're using this skill. So, and then, like, what was that guy's name? They made a movie about him a few years ago. He was a medic, World War II, won the Medal of Honor. Dawes was his name. He's a medic that refused to carry a weapon. Still served in the military. Ended up with a Medal of Honor. So, like, they have those things. But understand, if you want combat skills outside of basic level combat skills, you need to be okay with, like, hurting people, because that's why you would be taught those skills. They're not going to teach those skills to people that aren't going to use those skills. They'll teach you the basic combat stuff to keep yourself safe, to keep your buddies to your left and your right safe. But if you want the advanced combat stuff, you have to be in a combat role. That is job restriction. But you can be in supporting roles. There's also forward observers. Yes, you're in the front lines with the infantry. Yes, you're doing direct combat support, but your primary role as a forward observer is you're on the radio. You're calling in artillery strikes, you're calling in mortar strikes, you're calling in helicopter support, you're calling in fixed wing aircraft support, you're calling in medical evacuation helicopters and vehicles and CASEVAC, and, like, you're doing it all as a forward observer. You're in charge of all of that stuff and on the radio. You still carry a rifle, you're still on the front lines because you need to observe where your shots are getting placed over the radio, and you need to tell the course corrections and everything like that. So, like, there's all sorts of ways to be involved with it. And, but yeah, there are non-combat roles that are in the special operations community. You're not going to be Green Berets, but, like, Rangers, Tier 3 paratrooper units, PsyOps units. There's an entire support unit that's designed. You'll see them. They have the spade that's red with the black sword in it. Those dudes, That's all support. There isn't a single person that wears that patch as direct combat. But that's special forces. Or special operations, rather. I lived in Canada and haven't met anyone who's actually been in the military to learn much, and I just assume they're going to teach me stuff and I'd require to use it all. I can't speak for the Canadian military. I can speak for the U.S. military. Yeah, I'd be okay with it if I had to put... I wouldn't put myself in a position where there's tons of respect for those. Yeah, I was infantry, so I was direct action the entire time. It was quite nice. But I like a good fight. There are downsides. Very, very clear downsides. Like, for example, of the 150 dudes that deployed in my company on my first deployment, 67 were killed or wounded. You know, it's like, it's not always the best things. Alright, so I have a public dungeon that I gotta go find. Or, not a public dungeon, a dungeon that I gotta go find. Because if I can just like, walk in there... Listen, I wasn't trying to cause no problems. If I can just walk in there, Moongrove Fane or whatever it's called, I'm just gonna go do that. They say there's Antronoxes spawning as regular enemies in there, so... Let's go find out! I think I'm gonna maybe get dual citizenship one day. The U.S. military takes people that are not citizens. They will allow people that are not citizens to serve. And they have routes to earn citizenship through service. You do, like there's a bunch of paperwork and shit. It's not an automatic process. Like, you do have, like, there's stuff you have to legitimately file. Alright, so where is Moongrove Fane? Moongrove Fane. Khajiit. Okay, so then that puts you... Sunspire, Movegrown Fane. There it is. We'll just walk in. Do you know if they will let you join the military in the U.S. with a dual citizenship? They will let you join with a dual citizenship. Yes, absolutely. I don't know if you can earn dual citizenship. I think you can earn an American citizenship through serving in the U.S. military, but I don't know that you can earn a dual citizenship. I know if you have dual citizenship, you can serve as well. The U.S. military is not really picky as long as you don't have any serious criminal offenses, like felony level criminal offenses, and you can't have any domestic violence criminal offenses, you can't have any sexual related criminal offenses, and you can't have any direct connections to any groups that are classified by the U.S. government or by Interpol as terror organizations. As long as you can meet those basic requirements right there, there's a ways to get you into the service in the U.S. military. But again, like, such a small actual portion is combat. That's why it's such a big deal when combat people go out and do things and battles take place and people are given those major fucking awards and shit. It's because they make up such a small percentage of the active duty military. And even then, like, I've seen dudes go through the same exact training that I've got. Go on to the same with this. It was on my first tour, actually, that I saw this. I saw dudes go through the same exact training that I went through. Went into Afghanistan on on my first tour, and it was their first tour, and freeze up in combat. They had the training, they knew what to do, just their flight, fight, or freeze mechanism kicked in as a freeze mechanism. And you know when that happens, because it's nothing you don't know until you're in the situation if you're how you're going to react, unless you've been shot at previously going in. Which luckily I had been shot at previously before joining the military, so I already knew that I was going to be good. But there are people that go into that line of work and not know, and sometimes they're the kind that freeze, and there's very little they can do about it. So when that ends up happening, what they usually do is like, cool. You know, we need some people to help out in the armory. We need some people to help out in the mail room. You know, they put you somewhere else for the duration of the deployment, and then when deployment's done, then they go, okay, cool, you need to change jobs now. So there is situations like that also arise for people that get put in combat positions, where like sometimes someone's first time in combat, they freeze up. It's unfortunate, it happens, but because we know it happens, like there's also like steps that are already established and in place so that people can have those things happen and not be a career-ending thing. This is probably like a really, really bad idea, but we're doing it. Let's see here. Been planning on moving out there anyways if Canada politics keep going the way they're going for the last decade. If housing costs keep getting insane. My buddy bought a house for $200K in Kentucky, and that would cost around $1 million where I live. Wow, that's insane. I know the United States is going to have every extreme of housing pricing that you can imagine. It's just a matter of where you choose to live. No criminal offense or anything like that. Then you should be good. Yeah, you should be good. And how it would work is basically, enter the U.S. legally, and then when you get to the U.S. legally, you just simply go to a recruiting office. Go Army. I cannot express that enough to you. Go Army. Do not go Navy. Do not go Air Force. Do not go Marine Corps. The reason why is because they guarantee you your job field, not your specific job in your contract. The Army is the only branch that will guarantee your specific job in your contract. So, if you want to guarantee that you're going to get the job that you actually want to do, you go Army. So, but you can go down to once you enter the country legally, however you choose to do that, you can go down to an Army recruiter and just simply go, cool, I want to join. This is the job I want to do. What do I have? What are the requirements for me? What do you need from me? And they will tell you whatever the requirements are. And don't trust whatever the internet says. Don't trust what anybody on the internet says. Go to an actual recruiter and get the information directly for yourself, because recruiting policies change constantly and not everyone is up to date except recruiters, because it's their job. So go down to them to get the actual requirements for what you would have to do to join and do the job that you choose to do. And they can even tell you about the different jobs that you might even qualify for based on whatever because you do a test as VAB, which they have a general idea at that point of what you can do. But get the actual recruiting requirements directly from the horse's mouth, because they'll be the most updated. And there's also things called waivers, which allow them to go, you don't actually meet this requirement, but we can file this piece of paperwork here, and that won't matter that you don't meet this requirement. We can still let you in. So there are waivers that exist. Now, what can be waived and what can't be, only a recruiter can answer that for you accurately. So, got into some trouble as a kid, but that's it. Mostly rebellious teens. Wasn't out wilding in insurance. I don't think I'd freeze, but I know they say you never know until you've been in that situation that you just become a liability at that point to those around you. You do, but everyone's trained well enough. If you're talking like the special operations community, like everyone's trained well enough to compensate immediately, to identify it immediately and compensate immediately. Like I've never watched anybody like I've seen a lot of people get killed. I've lost I have lost 67 people. No. 43. I've had 43 people that I directly knew or was present for that were KIA. A lot more that have been wounded, but 43 directly that I personally knew or were present for that were KIA. And not a single one of them were KIA because they froze up. And I've seen 3 different people, only 3, actually freeze up, and they survived. There's, as far as I know, they're still alive. I know 2 of them are for sure. I'm not in touch with the 3rd one. But like, it's not a common thing. But the community, if you're in that level of a community, they can identify it rapidly, and then compensate for it. But they do have good alternative routes when it does. Canada housing is insane almost anywhere. Housing is expensive fuck in the US, even if looking at again, that whole like housing in the United States, that's directly related to where you're looking at. 100% where you're looking at. You know, if you want to live in the desirable places, in the desirable states, and in the close to major metropolitan areas, like, yeah, fucking course it's gonna be expensive. But you know, say like you want to live out in the middle of Arizona, say like Dolan Springs, for example. You check some housing prices in Dolan Springs. That place is cheap as fuck. You're also like maybe an hour and a half from Vegas. You're also maybe an hour from Laughlin. So like you are kind of isolated, but you're also a driving distance to everywhere. Housing is stupidly cheap there. You know, so it's like it comes down to where you choose to live and where you're looking. You pay for convenience. That's why everyone is renting nowadays, which almost offer nothing as well. Okay, I'll write that down in my notebook. And thanks for all the info, by the way. Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, like I own my house. It's a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 2-car garage house with a yard. Single story. And I got it. What year is it? 2025. So I got this house around 4 or 5 years ago for $255,000 with a 3% interest. And I'm also exempt from property taxes. So. But yeah, it like I said, it all comes down, and I live in Florida, Central Florida.
Nothing but hollow promises. Dragons are here, Raynor.
But yeah, like I said, always comes down to where you choose to look and live.
You won't act, I will.
Arguably, it's the trailer and the land, but still, damn. That's fair, because like, if you got a decent plot of land, too, like, that can get pricey real quick. Shit. I think I can take these dudes. Oh, we still got an hour on that. Alright. Come on, Izzy. Ah! All right, so they said, from what I was reading, they said that there's some stone Antronachs in here that appear as regular monsters. Yeah, you can live in the ghetto here. It's expensive. Not that our ghettos are as bad from what I've seen. Like, some small towns aren't expensive here, but you're in the middle of the woods and still pay premium. I don't know. I'm like 20 minutes from town. The house is still crazy expensive. Also, maybe it has calmed down a bit. So like, the house was like 20, 21. They gave up the idea real quick. That's understandable. I said Dolan Springs, Arizona is a really good example of cheap housing. And again, it's one of those like, there's legitimately stuff in driving distance. You can drive to Vegas in a single day, enjoy yourself, have plenty of time to be there, and like drive back all in the same day and not spend most of the day driving. Like, I can tell you that as soon as all of my kids are 18 years old, I am selling my house and moving to Arizona.
What more reason does Khajiit need?
Is it a toy or a tool?
Why not both?
I'm hurt. Bad. I need aid.
Oh. There we go.
You made quick work of it. Don't investigate trouble. I'll pass through and open it to the other side. There's no mechanism. Sheet. Look for a hidden switch. I'll try to catch up with you.
Is that a decent area without crime? Arizona's an open carry state. So what that means is you can buy a firearm in Arizona if you are an Arizona resident and you meet the federal legal requirements for buying a firearm, obviously. But you can buy a firearm and put a holster on your hip and put your gun in your holster and walk around with it. And you don't need a special permit to do that. That's Arizona. You also don't need a permit to conceal carry in Arizona either. So, like, is there crime in Arizona? Yeah. Just like everywhere. But is the crime bad? Define bad. Let me give you an example. Phoenix, Arizona, which is like one of the largest cities in the state, if not the largest city in the state. This was like 10, 12 years ago. There was 2 different serial killers at the same exact fucking time in Phoenix, Arizona during the summertime. And now in Arizona, you go out during the summertime at night because it's nice and cool. And as soon as they identified it, law enforcement told everybody, hey, stay the fuck inside. Don't come out outside at night. Don't travel in dark areas. Don't travel in by yourself. Always travel with groups. And the people of Phoenix's response was they all collectively ended up maxing, like, every single self-defense class that was offered in the entire city was filled immediately. Gun sales went through the roof. Self-defense weapons like pepper spray, batons, asps, tasers, stun guns, cattle prods, all of that shit went through the roof. And the streets at night in Phoenix were as busy as they've ever historically been. That's the people of Arizona's response when you tell them that there's a big bad criminal in the area. They go out of their way to hunt those motherfuckers down themselves. So yeah, Arizona don't play those games. Shit, at this point, I'm just gonna buy 2 sheds and connect them and hope I never experience a tornado. That's fair. Because holy crap, I went through San Francisco as a kid and it was such a cool place. I see pictures and videos and even watch them and different crazy. Yeah, I heard it's super hot in Phoenix. What a badass community. It is. And then the other thing is we've got those sheriffs. We've got a special sheriff. We have a special prison. You can probably find old articles about it. I think he may actually be a politician now. But he used to, one of the things that what Arizona state prisons were known for is there was this particular warden who would make you wear hot pink, neon pink jumpsuits, the criminals, and go work and do the public work outside. So they'd be like, do the chain gang style and like out there doing community service and stuff, wearing hot pink jumpsuits. So like, nah, Arizona's not the place to play those games. And the other thing is Arizona's a Hell's Angels state. And Hell's Angels, when they control the state entirely, because like California is split between multiple MCs, so there's not one club that actually runs California. But like Arizona, for example, is just a Hell's Angels state, and Hell's Angels don't like other criminals fucking up their neighborhoods, because a big thing that Hell's Angels do is, yeah, they're criminals, but you know what they do? They go out of their way to really take care of their communities so that it buys goodwill so they can keep doing the illegal things they do to make money. And that's a cornerstone for Hell's Angels chapters, is they take care of their communities, especially if they run the state. So like there's several added layers of protection that take place in Arizona that the average person is just oblivious to. In Arizona, the only extreme weather you really got to worry about, depending on where you live,
It does not matter what you strike it with. Even an arrow will do.
hold on.
You could flick it with your little finger, and the enchantment would scoot it along. A curious thing.
I don't know why they were talking about it. We literally just did one of those. What funny stories I hear of U.S. citizens are just autos, and they're just like, I dare you to try. Oh yeah, pretty much. You gotta understand, like, most of Arizona is uninhabited. Most of Arizona is empty, abandoned desert. And there's a lot of empty, abandoned mine shafts that just never get checked on. Crime's not a thing that really gets announced too often in Arizona, because the citizens just handle it. It's one of my favorite parts of Arizona. Now, the other cool part of Arizona, for those who've never lived there and don't know, guess what? There's no fucking extreme weather. Your closest thing to extreme weather in most of the state is April. The month of April, you have what are called monsoon seasons. That's what they call them. What it is basically you get flash flood. Like 2 or 3 times a week. 2 or 3 times a month. 2 or 3 times that single month. There we go. I swear I can speak English. Basically, it just rains super heavy for a short period of time, but because it's flat desert, it flash floods all the flat areas. But, you know, it within like 5-6 hours of the rain stopping, that flash flood is now dry. So, like, there's that. But that only happens in 1 month a year. And that's not even the entire month. It's not even a week's worth of days. And then the other thing that Arizona has is there are, surprisingly enough, there are only a few areas in Arizona, but there are a few that actually snow. So, like Flagstaff snows. Kingman gets snow every once in a while. There's actually a place called Snowflake, Arizona. It's pretty funny. But like, that's it. Other than that, weather doesn't exist. It's dry, so you have no fucking humidity to deal with. It's hot, but because there's no humidity, it doesn't feel as hot as it actually is. Most of the time. So, like, it's a fun place. I really enjoy it. And then if you can get yourself a place near, because the Colorado River runs through Arizona. So if you can get yourself a place in driving distance to the Colorado River, you can just go fucking hang out at the river when it's hot outside. People go fishing and floating and boating and just like hang out and sit in the water. Like that's just a thing that happens out there. Out here in Canada, our laws don't even allow you to beat someone up if you enter your home. We have to wait for them to actually attack us before we're allowed to use equal or necessary force. Oh yeah, we also have mutual combat here in the US. It's not always enforced, but we have mutual combat. That's a thing. Okay, if I beat someone with a baseball bat for breaking into my home in the jail, most of us would. So unless you know you have a good lawyer, have to be able to prove that it was necessary. Oh, we got. So in the state that I currently live in, Florida, you can find YouTube videos of press conferences that our sheriffs do, where they're like, "Hey, yeah, so an intruder was shot by a neighbor breaking into this person's house. We don't know who you were that shot him. You're not in trouble, but we want you to come down to the police station because we want to give you shooting lessons so that way you don't miss next time." Like, that's our sheriff's department. The sheriffs of Florida encourage Floridians to kill intruders and kill criminals so that they don't have to do the paperwork. That is actively encouraged in public press conferences. You can find it on the internet still. Like, you can find those press conferences on YouTube. It is so fantastic. In my opinion, if two demonstrations want to duke it out, at least just say throwing hands. If weapons are involved, that's different. Yeah, if weapons are involved, it's different. But, like, if two dudes are just, like, fist fighting, or two people are just fist fighting, and it's considered mutual combat, like, they both agreed to it, neither one wants to press charges, there was no weapons involved, no private property was damaged that didn't belong to one of the two parties, nobody was seriously injured, most of the time cops will just be like, Raj, mutual combat, we're good. Okay, I am missing something. What am I missing? Okay, so that's how I'm supposed to get out of there. Where is the second? Nope, that didn't solve the problem. Okay, well maybe I won't be progressing then. Because I had the stone on this one. Oh well. We're just not doing the daily... We're not going to finish the daily endeavors today. That's fine. Fine with me. I used to fight a lot of my hometown growing up. Moved to Alberta out here, and people would bring knives, bear mace, advantages. Most are just cowards. So I decided probably smarten up and not get myself filled with holes. It's usually a good option. Being filled with holes sucks. It sucks a fucking lot. Been shot 7 times, stabbed twice, and blown up more than I can count. Switch side gate, maybe? Did you try to run through the gate? Sometimes it looks closed, but it's open. Oh, no, I didn't. It's cool. Honestly, like, I had no business being in that dungeon by myself. Not at a level 181. I'm aware. I'm aware. It's cool. We've got story stuff to do. Ooh, and I gotta go get Sacred Chalice of Yiggs. It's a shame. Okay. Okay. That's a furnishing. We're going to do that. East March. I don't think I don't have a house in East March yet. We're going to go do that. I didn't have that cup on Xbox. I gotta start filling out the trophy room. Ooh, and I gotta get my training room set up too for everyone. Well, I guess there's no rush yet. Not until people start joining. So let's see here. Where is... It's this way to the right. You're doing Izzy Quest? I will be in a I'm almost done with this region right here, so I'm gonna get that one knocked out, and then I'll go do Izzy's quest. Shit, where was I going? Ah, yes, my house. No, I was going to East March. I was going to East March so we can get the Cup of Yiggs Gamor, go drop that off, and I think we've got like two quests. I think we got 2 quests left, 1 or 2 more, in that area, and then we'll go do Izzy's quest. Wait a second. Is that a sleeper I'm seeing? As a person who is fun on the front lines, etc., if someone tried to rob you with a knife for your wallet, would you just kick their ass? The objective... Okay, so I like a good fight. But one of the keys to surviving a fight, surviving a violent lifestyle, is knowing when to fight and when not to fight. So, like, if there's a clear way that I can succeed, I'm absolutely fighting them. If there's not, I'm not sure that I'm gonna come out on top on that fight, which when you're trained, you can start telling when other people are trained versus when it's just an amateur that saw too many movies. So you do have to make those, it's called threat assessments. So you got to do the threat assessments to make sure you're not getting yourself into something that you're not sure you can get out of. Because if there's a way to avoid the conflict that's not a necessary conflict, do it. Now, if somebody comes up to me and pulls a weapon on me, and they're close enough for me to actually put hands on them, oh, I'm taking that weapon from them. I promise you, I am taking that weapon from them, and I am going to use it on them until there is nothing left to use it on. I make examples so I don't have to fight as frequently. I like a good fight, but I like a fight that matters. So when I do have to fight, I make a very, very clear example as to why people should not engage me in violence. It's always been one of my preferred techniques of doing things. I grew up in California. There was a lot of gang violence growing up and such, and then I ended up in the military, front lines, combat stuff, did all that for a while, and then when I got out, I was doing private contracting, doing the same exact thing I was doing in the military, and now I'm at the point where I'm told I'm not allowed to do anything anymore, ever, period, of any kind. Not even like a door greeter. Like, I'm not allowed to do shit ever again. So I play video games. And legitimately, a big part of my training is like not putting myself in positions where I can be in a violent altercation that I don't want to be in. Like, that's a huge part of my training is threat assessment. Like, knowing my paying attention to my environment, not looking like a target you want to pick a fight with, and then being able to identify when I need to leave an area before a conflict even arises, or being able to prepare myself so that the battleground is prepped. You know, you guys have heard me say that in tactical games that I've played, like, prepare the battlefield. Like, if there's an inevitability that there's a conflict coming, you bet your ass I prepared my environment for it. You know, the only fair fight's the one you win. And then what's the other variation of that? If you find yourself in a fair fight, your tactics suck.
Looking forward to seeing what you make with that.
I call it dummy and just avoid the whole thing of the wallet, not lose anything. As I'm not trained and experience, this man's the goat. 10 out of 10 answer. You choose this. No. You're not going to regret it. You're not going to survive to regret it. You choose to engage me in violence, like, that's it. You made a fatal choice. Choices have consequences. You didn't want to end up dead? Well, you shouldn't have fucking fought me. I don't do... If I had... So, let me put it this way. In the last... 17 years, 18 years, last 18 years of my life, every violent altercation I have been in the last 18 years of my life has resulted in a casualty. So, like, I don't do this non-lethal crap. I'm not about that. I don't care. If I have to be violent, I am going to be as brutally violent as quickly as possible, because the longer the fight goes on, the more risk I am at getting seriously injured or losing or dying. So I'm as brutal as possible, as quickly as possible, to minimize the risk to myself. So non-lethal's not an option. And most people, when they get involved in violent altercations, they're looking for that escalation of force, right? Like that shouting, and then we're going to shove each other, and then we're going to punch each other, and maybe grab each other, and then someone's going to get their feelings hurt, and then they're going to pull a knife out, and it's like, I carry weapons on me. I will just fucking end you. Put hands on me once, I kill you. Simple. I don't have to deal with it again. But again, a big part of my lifestyle is I make sure to minimize the possibilities of being in a violent altercation that I do not choose myself. Like, I cannot express how freaking important that is. Like, that is so goddamn important. Hey, Popsicle, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Hold on a second. Let me do this, and I gotta get caught up in chat, because I see that I missed some up there, so I gotta scroll up a little bit. Oh, look at that. Perfect. First time go. Boom. Alright, let me get caught up in chat here. She's gonna regret it. Okay, so I did actually read that one already. Okay, outstanding. Also, yeah, I grew up in a rough neighborhood and some of the wild parents, so I get the hypervigilance and catching cues, and most people don't recognize. Yeah, like, if you can avoid the altercation altogether, like, do it. I prefer to choose my violent situations, so I make a point to actually be very hypervigilant and very aware of my surroundings and making sure that I don't look like a soft target or an inviting target. So, like, there are a lot of things that go into winning violent conflicts, and a lot of it is making sure that you have as many controllable factors in your favor. You know, like not picking a fight you don't need to have, making sure you prep the field first, making sure that you're aware of where this is going before your opponent is, making sure that you are actually capable of ending the conflict before there's a risk to yourself. Like, so many different factors. Some Art of War shit. It's actually a really good book. If you haven't read it, I'd strongly recommend it. Same with The Five Rings of Power, or The Five Rings. Yeah, The Five Rings by Midimosho. I have a hard time pronouncing that guy's name. But The Five Rings is another really good book. Sounds like the U.S. Army motto. What was the Army motto when I was in? Army Strong. That was the Army motto when I was in. Army Strong. Yeah, makes sense. Ads over. Hello again. Hey, Popsicle, welcome in. What CP are you? I am... Keep in mind, I just came over from Xbox maybe a week or two ago, so still a new character. 181 about to hit 182. Heavy sack. So like, I've still got some work to be doing, and that is a way shrine that we can just not allow to go unclaimed. But how you doing? What class? Arcanist. Magicka. Yeah, 100%. Smartest rat to make accurate assessment. Stay aware of your environment. I have read the Five Rings. I haven't read the Five Rings or heard of it. You should. It's written by one of the greatest swordsmen to ever exist. He's actually the one who created the dual sword technique for with the katanas, right? Like, he created the dual fighting sword technique. Very, very accomplished warrior in his lifetime. What's your favorite class? I went with the Arcanist because it's the closest to the Jack of all trades. The class that I've played the most was a Warden. I think I have like 3 Wardens. I think I have 3 different wardens over on Xbox, if I'm not mistaken. I have like 10 characters over there. Like 3 of them are wardens. I know my next class is going to be a necromancer. It's getting late as fuck for me though. Enjoyed the chats and the perspectives. Appreciate. Have a great night, brother. Yep. Yeah, it's actually 5:45 in the morning here. Eventually I will return this place to its former glory. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. Favorite race? My favorite race depends on the class I'm playing. I have a favorite faction, which is AD. And that's because, you know, they're the current champions and reigning champions in the 4th era. Granted, it's the 3rd Dominion that's over there. This is the 1st Dominion here. But, still. We'll hold off on that one. Ooh, that one's kind of cool. There we are. Leave the rest of that alone for now. Yeah, I'll be around. If you want to handle some vet plunges, let me know. Alright. And if you want to join the guild to help me get it off the ground, you're always more than welcome to. Well, anyone's welcome to, but if you want to, just let me know. I'll throw an invite your way. Said I gotta get it. 10 people so we can get the bank opened up here on PC side of the house. Okay. Where are we at inventory-wise? 52. Alright, let's see. What do we got here? Let's grab that. Good to go. Let's clean all of this up. Learning the truth about talents made elves more understandable. Yeah, absolutely. It 100% did. I just like the elves. Well, which elves? Almost every single race is elf descendant or elf variant, except for Khajiit, Nord, Breton, Redguard, and Argonian. Mortimer is anything that ends in mer, M-E-R, is an elf. So there's a lot of elves. And there's even elf races that don't exist anymore. But yeah, if it ends in M-E-R, it's an elf variant. And Khajiit are weird. Because we have conflicting stories on who they are and how they started.
I've learned.
Whoop. Sell, 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 sell. Do you have a favorite Daedra? Hermaeus Mora. I ain't full guild sledge right now, but if I end up, start enjoying it. Sounds good to me. Khajiit are related to what else biologically? They are in a few various. They are in a few sources, yes. But there's also Khajiit sources that don't have them related to the elves, that have them being a Daedra race where they were allowed to modify themselves because like there's 17 subclasses or subspecies, 17 subspecies and 9 main species of Khajiit. Like, and we as players, we get to see 3 that are given physical models that move, and then we get to see a 4th that's in a statue form. So we don't even actually, as players in the Elder Scroll video game series, all of them, we don't actually get to see all the Khajiit races or all the Khajiit species. And one of their storylines, one of their lores is that they were a specific Khajiit, I can't remember the name of the Khajiit, was granted permission and blessings and power to create the Khajiit race to make them the fastest, the smartest, the strongest, and the most beautiful. So, like, there's various different lores, and the other thing is like, they also have the unreliable narrator with the biased perspectives as storytelling mechanics. So that's the other thing, is like, is the lore accurate? Or is that just the perspectives we were told? Is that just a biased perspective that was documented? Is the narrator that's telling us someone who actually knows the full picture? You know, because there's always those questions. The way that they write their stories, it allows for those that room of doubt. Yeah, we handled all that already. I think I got some more on this side then. Anyways, take it easy. Time to get some shut-eye. Alright. Well, thank you for helping me out. Thanks for running with me. Thanks for the conversations. Thanks for spending time here. And, hope to see you in the future. Thank you. Let's get some decon. Here we go. Yeah, I don't need that. But Hermaeus Mora is definitely the favorite Daedra. And his origins are a little confusing too, because like, he claims that he was created out of the leftover remains of discarded thoughts and ideas from the creators of Nirn. But then there are other Daedra that claim that he is the 2nd generation of Daedra, because there's 3 generations that we're aware of. And there are those that claim that he's the 2nd generation, so it's like, well, which is he? But the problem is Hermaeus Mora also screws with time on a regular basis. And he's chasing, and he always has a Dragonborn champion, which he's collecting dragon souls from the Dragonborn champion, and the dragon souls are part of Akatosh, and Akatosh is the god of time, and dragon souls have a unique relationship with time, which is allowing Hermaeus Mora, the more dragon souls that he gets from his Dragonborn champions, to understand and manipulate and control time itself. So there's like also that problem. And again, that's not even including the dragon breaks. I think I'm going to keep that because I think that's a pretty... Let's see. We're going to lock you so I don't see you. We're going to lock you so I don't see you. And we're going to... lock you so I don't see you. Good to go. Break it all down. Azura's a pretty good one. I was actually just learning a little bit about Azura earlier today too, because I do research before each of my streams. I pick a subject that I want to learn about, and then I research it, and then it gives me something to talk about when I'm going live. Like the next thing I'm going to be doing before tomorrow's stream is gonna be... I'm gonna be doing research on the histories. Learning more about those things. Because they seem fun. Hermaeus Mora could be responsible or tied to Elder Scrolls for all we know. He's probably the strongest, most terrifying Daedra who doesn't want to conquer shit. But well, so first of all, Elder Scrolls, we know what Elder Scrolls are. Elder Scrolls are pieces left over from the creation of Nirn. That's what they are. They're remnants of the tools and creators from the process of creating Nirn itself. So they are part of creation itself. That's where they have these mystical powers that can do all this crazy ass shit that nobody fully comprehends and that destroys people that try to utilize them because it's not meant for mortals. So like, we know that about Elder Scrolls. Hermaeus Mora does have an objective. He does have something he's actively fighting for. Most people and most creatures, they're like, well, that doesn't interfere with my plan, so I don't give a shit. And they ignore it and they disregard him. Hermaeus Mora is very clear about the fact that he wants to control all knowledge and know all things. And part of being able to do that means that he has to be able to control time. And time is Akatosh's territory. So he is like actively going against that. He also doesn't want things that aren't factual. So he's at war with Vermina, because Vermina is the god, the Daedric prince of dreams, and dreams aren't real. They're possibilities, and he hates that shit. He hates not knowing for sure. So he is always in the background using his agents to be able to fight both of them, to control both of those aspects. He wants Vermina gone, and he wants to control Akatosh's realms. Is outside the praise continuum. Yeah, he went as far as to erase the memory of Rathila because she could alter the past and present and the future. Yeah, exactly. So like, he does absolutely want to conquer and expand shit, 100%. He just doesn't want to do the same things that all the other Daedra are fighting over. And that's why most people disregard him, because he's not a direct threat to their plans. But the thing is like, if Hermaeus Mora actually wins, if he actually achieves his objective, nobody can stop him anymore. Because he can just undo them at that point. But he's got to win that conflict first. And the only way he's going to win that conflict is by continuing to maintain a Dragonborn champion that can claim the dragon souls that have parts of Akatosh. Like I said, strongest, most terrifying. Oh, I totally agree on that part. Totally agree that he is the strongest and most terrifying. But I disagree with the part that he's not trying to conquer shit and expand shit. Azura, I had bare bones. Easy to understand. She just wants to be loved and needed. Yeah. She wants to be loved and needed, but the other thing is the way that she wants it done. Because, like, her thing, from the interactions I can recall, now I understand I do have a traumatic brain injury, so, like, sometimes I misremember things. It's not very often, but it does happen. in Skyrim, you actually deal with her directly during the Thieves Guild quest line. And in there, Daphne? No, it's not Daphne. I can't remember her name. The Nightingale female that ends up recruiting you into the Nightingales. She explains to you, she tells you, because, like, Azura is very... No, that's Nocturnal. That's Nocturnal. Ah, that's Nocturnal. I just realized that. Yeah, no. So no. I actually don't know. I know she cursed the Dumner because they decided to make themselves into gods, the Tribunal. I know she did that as a result. And I know she has the Black Star Soul Gem. That's the corrupted variant. And I know she has the Azura Star, which is the non-corrupted variant that takes beast and animal souls, not human souls. Or humanoid souls. I'm gonna have to look up Azura now. I have to do some more research on her. Maybe I'll do that after the histories. Nice. Thank you. You gave me the next subject after the histories. I appreciate that. She's just showing that she's not loved or needed. She'll go batshit crazy. Azura is punished Chimera for abandoning. Yep. And said she hates not being loved. Yeah, I gotta do more research on her. But yeah, thank you for giving me my next subject after the histories.
My friend, I am not in the habit of asking for favors, but, well, I just got some news from Aurelia. You remember her, my childhood friend we helped during the tourney? She's gone traveling. After that business with her mother and the tourney, I encouraged her to find her own way, which is grand. Unfortunately, some of her things were stolen, including a signet ring I gave her many years ago. It's a signet ring representing my family's business, Felwall Mercantile. Someone wearing that ring could pretend they were working for my parents. That would be bad. Aurelia is on Stros Mackay. If you don't mind, could we go speak with her?
Isabel, man. Like, listen, Izzy. I know you're completely oblivious to this, but like, you've been friend zoned so fucking hard, it's not even funny, Isabel. Like, you really should get your ring back from her, and not give her shit that can hurt your family. She has friend zoned you so fucking hard. Just let it go. Move forward. I love Azura so much that I'm buying Azura furniture bundle in the Crown store. Nice, very nice.
So much. Hopefully Aurelia will exercise a little wisdom and stay put. According to her letter, we should find her at the Screaming Mermaid Inn on Stros Mackay.
So the girl that's been sheltered most of her life and protected because her mom, who her mom is, and the position her mom holds, is allowed to go out on her own for the first time. And she gets a ring stolen, and she's hanging out at a place called the Screaming Mermaid. I wonder what she was doing on her travels, Izzy. She's just not that into you, is he? Hello, good. Hey, Edge, welcome in, welcome in. Favorite companion is Zarethvar. I like Zar. Yeah, Zar's cool. Except for I have a major problem with Zar. Zar gets mad if you go to fucking Cold Harbor or you talk to Cadwell. Like, I get him being mad at Cadwell as a species point of view, but he wasn't alive when Cadwell was doing his thing as betrayer. Also, Cadwell from Cold Harbor, you know, the Molag Ball 2.0 improvement, the one that we all love that wears the kitchenware as armor. Uh, how can anybody be mad at that dude? Like, that dude's dope as shit. It's John Cleese. Everyone loves John Cleese. You know? And then, like, hey, Czar, I've got shit that I've got to go do over in Cold Harbor. It's called the main storyline. Crazy, I know. Hey, you know what? That's also where they put the luxury vendor on the weekends, Czar. And you're gonna get mad at me because I showed up there? So yeah, Czar went away. Mine still Mary made her dual wielding Nightblade. She meant to be. Mary got mad at me for collecting fishing bait. That's my problem with Mary. I think it's because Cadwell is a lost soul, and you're taking advantage of him. You know, well, no, because he says it. Because if you listen to him when you're doing the Elsewhere quests, which you don't lose any rapport, even though you actually lose rapport if you talk to Cadwell outside of that quest line, is what it states on the ESO companion guide. But during the Elsewhere quest line, I didn't lose any rapport because I had him out the entire time, and I wanted to hear him comment on talk about it. And one of the things he says, he's like, I don't understand why, but his name on my mouth feels wrong. That's what he says. And that's because when you go through the Northern Elsewhere quest line and you learn about Cadwell the Betrayer, he has that as a species memory at that point. The amount of damage that Cadwell the Betrayer did is fucking insane. But he mentions that when you're doing that quest line and when you're talking to Cadwell and dealing with Cadwell, he says that he doesn't like the way it tastes in his mouth. There's something wrong about it. And it goes down to that whole... He almost doomed that entire species. It was awful. But even though Cadwell that's in Molag Bal's realm is still the same, it's the original Cadwell that's just gone crazy as part of the punishment. It's still the same individual as the Betrayer was. This is just... He has a problem with it from that point of view. And it makes sense. I understand it. I get it. I don't like it. It's a stretch, the way that they made him have a problem with that. Because he shouldn't be aware of those events. He shouldn't have a problem with it because Cadwell from Molag Bal's realm is trying to help us put down the resurrected necromancer variant that's called Cadwell the Betrayer. Like, he should be okay with it. The fact that they wanted to stretch that connection, it was like, I could have gone without that. But I got a lot of shit that goes on in Cold Harbor, so him not being okay going to Cold Harbor is kind of a problem for me. Let's see. Zara's still my favorite. Oh yeah, like he's definitely pretty cool. Sharp as Night, though. That's Garrus Vakarian himself. It's kind of hard to not be a fan of Garrus. The only reason I'm not running him currently is because I need Isabel for... I like running Isabel out in Cold Harbor. So I was trying to get her all leveled up and stuff. And then I haven't finished deciding on the outfit appearances. And Sharp as Night doesn't like you using an outfit station. But hey, it's Garrus, so Garrus always gets a pass from me. Tellurian didn't like when I rolled into Riften, but I just picked her some flowers and she's okay again. That's fair. It's like if you know the rapport guide, you can counter what you're doing. I know you lose rapport, but Zareth doesn't like it when you have to make a poison for a daily crafting writ, but he doesn't lose rapport. I haven't even started doing those on this character yet. I'm still just so like, what are all the things I gotta play catch up with again? Like, I got the Psijic portals done. I got my monster helmet. I got my pauldrons. They're just the wrong weight. So I gotta keep doing those. What else? I mostly finished the island that I was working on. Which is weird. He's okay with stealing, but not fencing. They need to give us a bad guy companion. They needed to give us a companion that's like fully in support of you doing Dark Brotherhood stuff. They need to give us a companion that's like full bore, like do all Thieves Guild things all the time. That's not Ember, because what kind of fucking cat doesn't like fishing? She gets mad if you go fishing. I go fishing a lot. I do it off stream, but I go fishing a lot. Which is why I'll never run her. Which is weird. Let's see here. But for companion stories, my favorite so far has been Sharp's Zareth so far. I haven't got all the way through any companions quests because, you know, you remember, I was always making new characters. That's why I have like 10 freaking characters over on on Xbox. Like, as far as like the recruiting them quest lines, Zars was pretty cool. Yeah, Zars was pretty dope. Sharp as Night was pretty cool to find out like he was a runaway slave that they broke his brain and it erased his memories. So like those were pretty cool. Yeah, I like those ones. Zareth is a lich. He's not a lich. He's a necromancer champ. He's a, well, actually, they don't even. He's a necromancer-like champion. He's not a lich. He even he gets offended about being called a lich because he's not a lich. He gets upset about that. Lich by unconventional, but he's technically a lich. The worst companion, in my opinion, Ember. Facts. 100% agree. Ember's the worst. Just no. Worst company, worst story. Worst companion story. Tanloran's companion story, the problem with it is that it doesn't make sense. They didn't flesh it out enough to make sense. Like, so this high elf just happens to have a problem with high elf elites, and she's from Somerset. But, like, all the high elves from Somerset are elitist. So why does she have a problem with elitists when she's born and raised in part of that? And she's helping other people go against them in some crazy-ass revolution, underground, criminal rogue. It gave me Sarah vibes from Dragon Age Inquisition. It gave me fucking Sarah vibes. And I hate Sarah. So, like, they didn't give her a justifiable reason as to why she was behaving the way she was and why she felt the way she felt. And it was just like, okay, sure. We'll be super destructive during a time of war against your own fucking people. Sure. We'll add to that veiled inheritance count. Sure. If you have Sharp active, then go to an outfit station at a player's house, he won't even know to care. That's true, but I gotta get an outfit station for my house first. I don't have an outfit station for my house yet. Regardless of preferred faction, mine is AD, but Queen RN is the most likable alliance character. Queen RN's the only alliance. She's the only alliance leader that actually does her job and actually puts the well-being of her people first over her own ego. EP and DC couldn't put their own egos aside to take care of their people. Not when it mattered. In this, I'm sorry, whether he likes it or not, he's an undead character who retained their members. But he's not undead. He didn't die. He was kept in stasis, because if you look at his tomb when you recruit him and you actually go and you read it, it says his body didn't decay. He was taken by the goddess as a protection method because she knew that she would need him in the future, and then she sent him back, and with her blessings and powers. Like, that's why he can do a little bit more. That's why he went forward in time. That's why he was kept preserved. Like, he's not dead. He's literally a god's champion that was preserved for this specific moment. He thinks he died. The god prevented it, because if he had died, the body would have still decayed. as a lich, the bodies still decay. Look at dragon priests. Dragon priests are a perfect example. They are liches, and their bodies are decayed because they actually died. Czar didn't actually die. He was preserved by the goddess. Like, that's all explained in his tomb. Not Italian makes sense. It's not even... Yeah, she doesn't even sound like an Altamore, but she's from Somerset. Like, if you're going to be from the freaking capital island of your entire species, you should sound like your entire species. Oh, yeah, that's... Honestly, I've been using the one in Rimmen just because, like, it's there. And that's usually... On Xbox, that's what I used. I used the one in Rimmen until I had my own. Because I always forget to go check other people's. He's still undead. Well, you can't be undead if you never died. He was in a stasis type protection under the goddess. Like, he didn't die. His body was perfectly preserved. He was sleeping, essentially. And she woke his ass the hell up. Yes, it was a stasis. His body did not decay. He does not have any memories other than what his final memory was, where he thought he died, but he doesn't remember anything until he woke up. So, you know, he can't talk about the afterlife. He can't talk about the what it was like to go and be judged before the gods, go to the sand beyond the stars. Like, he can't tell you any of that because he was literally just unconscious and preserved and then got woke up with god juice. A perfectly preserved corpse doesn't take away from the fact of it being undead. Again, it wasn't a corpse. He wasn't dead. A corpse implies it died. He said he thinks he died. He's not sure on it. And again, it's just his perspective. He felt he took a death blow. But if you read the inscriptions in the tomb, like, it's perfectly preserved and they don't understand. They were named, but that's the Haya from elsewhere who betrayed Manamarco. She's a lich and not decaying. She's a new lich. Her body hasn't started decaying yet. But, like, dragon priests, liches, what are they? They're floating skeletons. New daily reward. Can I get rid of those? I don't use those. Bizarre for being kept alive by Azura, and that's what he said. That's why I said he's technically a lich through unconventional means. But again, like, he's told he's being accused of being a lich, and he gets deeply offended by it because he's not a lich. He's genuinely not.
This one was
He's a god's champion. Significantly different. Oh. Normally a lich is a necromancer who sacrifices their soul, attaching it to an object, keeps them immortal. Yeah. Can you explain how every single god Daedric champion and god champion works? Can you explain what their benefits are? Can you prove to me they have to die to become a god champion? Because I can tell you Dragonborns don't die to become a god champion, they're born with a dragon soul. But is that how, say, Azura's champions work? No. Is that how Malakath's champions work? No. Is that how Talos' champions work? No. Right? Like, they're each one is unique to themselves. He is a god's champion. Nobody understands it. The people that were documenting it also said they don't understand it. The tomb says they don't understand it. All of it says they don't understand and they're speculating. He's not a lich. He's a god's champion. She knows where though. She has estranged husband, Telecar, apprentices. Marco, she went into Cold Harbor to steal a soul gem, and Marco impressed Telecar. Telecar left Marco because she didn't have her but Zerath was entombed in the events leading up and discovering and that he understood as his soul returned to his body. Again, it's that whole, it's a god's champion. Read the inscriptions in the tomb. They clearly state they don't know by what means the body is not decaying. They believe he is dead. They do not understand anything, though. They are very clear that they are not definitive on this. Like, and then again, the unreliable narrator, the biased perspectives, the not fully informed perspectives. It's always the cornerstone of storytelling in Elder Scrolls. You're never going to have something that's canon that you as the player didn't do. And even if you as the player did do it, it's only canon because it's during a dragon break. So everything that a player can choose is canon during dragon breaks. Like, that's the whole thing that makes Elder Scrolls so appealing to lore heads, is the fact that everything is true and nothing is true all at the same time, and everything is unreliable. It is fantastic. No, Millicent is not a lich. Her husband locked herself away with her dead son and attempted to bring their son back. I suppose in that some way he had hoped that if he bring his son back, he might bring Valentine, but he died. Yeah, that's why this discussion is so great. Yeah, so like, liches, yeah, like, liches have to die. We have what are clear liches, because dragon priests are clear liches. That is what they are documented as and classified as. They are liches. They are powerful liches, but they are liches. Alright, how do you prove death? That would be the other thing. Here's one for you, Popsicle. Have you heard about the Godhead in Elder Scrolls? I'm gonna go get my my stables. Yeah, have you heard about the Godhead in Elder Scrolls?
There are many.
No, maybe I might have missed it. Okay, so it's one of the more well-hidden pieces of lore, but it is a piece of lore that does exist because it ties into the Dwemer. The Dwemer, which were elves, they're deep elves. They got the name dwarves from giants that viewed them as dwarves because of their size differences. And they were the intellectual scientists of the original elf groups that broke off from the Iliad. They're the ones that understood that there were gods, deities, all these things, but they didn't view them as gods. They viewed them as beings that were more powerful than they were, but they weren't gods. And they were the most logical of themselves, of all of the species. And one of the things they even went as far to do is they went and actually got a god's heart, created tools, Karganak created tools to be able to use the god heart to create their own mechanical god. And the moment that they clicked that, the entire species, with the exception of one who wasn't on Nirn at the time, to our knowledge, disappeared. One of the theories is that when they made their own god, it gave them ultimate enlightenment, and they became aware of a being known as the Godhead. And the Godhead is the only actual god, and the Godhead is asleep right now. And the entire Elder Scrolls universe is just a dream the Godhead is having. And when the Dwemer came to that realization and understanding, they basically ceased to exist because they knew they weren't real anymore. They were just a figment of a Godhead's dream. And that's what happened to the race. That's one of the theories out there. But it's because they were already aware, because we have the lore where there's books and stuff like that, readables, that talk about them being aware of the Godhead already. And there's things of the Iliad talking about the Godhead already. Like, so there are the older races from like First Era and previous, because this is Second Era in Elder Scrolls Online, but First Era and previous talk about there's pieces where the original races talk about the Godhead, the theory of a Godhead. So is there really a such thing as death at that point? Because if the Godhead theory is correct, and this is all just a figment of the Godhead's dream, can you actually die in a dream? If you never existed to begin with, can you actually die? Right? Like, maybe. Maybe not. I feel like the Nords should worship Daedra. No. I feel like the Nords, if they were going to do anything, that it would feel more like what the Dumner did. Like, finding a way to go out and make themselves gods. I think that would be more of that Nordic pride and stubbornness that their race has. I feel like it would be more closer to that. Ooh, I had to recheck myself. It wasn't as Stry. I get them mixed up. Stry is the one. Apparently, she is a lich according to the lore. Not sure how that happened. And the most important deity in the Nords pre-Talos was Shor, who the elves call Lorkhond. Yeah. There we go. We got our little hirelings. Nice. It's so weird. I may have to just like break down and go buy some food craft. No, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go fishing. I have to go fishing because I'm having a
coins in my purse.
I'm having a problem with the fact that my provisioning is not maxed out on every character that I have. That's the very first thing I fucking do is I max out provisioning. So the fact that I don't have it maxed out is really bothering me. Let's see here. And during the Dawn era, who allied themselves with Lorkhon and the God of Man, the Daedra, Baritha, and Lorkhan's right hand. But the Daedra, there's two groups of Daedra. So like I could see them worshiping the quote unquote good Daedra, but like the bad Daedra, Nord's honor is so ingrained in them. They are so stubborn, prideful, and their honor overrides sense most of the time. Ulfric Stormcloak being the exception to that freaking rule. But like, I could see them doing worshipping some of the good gods, some of the good Daedra. I could definitely see that. Hell, I could even see them going as far as, like, if Malakath wasn't a fucking orc exclusive Daedra, like, Malakath kind of lines up with their mentality. The humans, meaning needs, largely worship Daedra before the alien elves forced to beat Daedric worship. Lokron worship them out of them. That's fair, they did. They did indeed. Alright. So I'm gonna go do boring things. And I've been going for 9 hours. So, if anybody is interested in joining up and helping me get the guild up and running over on PC on the NA server, let me know. Scare Crew. And what am I gonna do next? So, what do we have to do next? We have to do Isabel's quest, right? And then we've got to get away. We're gonna finish the Ebonheart Pack Stone stories so that I can go to Clockwork, because Clockwork's one of my favorite storylines. I think that's what we're gonna do. So we'll finish up some EP zone stories. And then, yeah. Anyways. The Nordic gods also aren't divine necessarily. Before Akatosh, the Elysian name is Uriel. And the Nords worship Eldivine, the dragon god of time. That's fair. And then I know that but the flip side of that is, like, aren't they just the same gods then? The reason I say that is because if you look at the names of the Khajiit gods, they all look awfully similar to the Mer gods. You know, and just slight variations. It's that whole, like, we have the same gods, we're just calling them different names situations. That's what most of the population of Nirn, with the exception of the Argonians and the Dumner, and of existing races. We'll say that. Currently existing in the 4th era. With the exception of the Dumner and the Argonians, all of the other religions are just like, hey, we have the same gods. We're just calling them different names. And the names are similar. The Reachmen worship old Nedic gods for the... Well, that's because the Reachmen are what's left of the old Longhouse lords. Those pieces of shit got wiped out as they deserved. They're shattered remnants of the original dictators that were tyrants. They were local feudal lord tyrants. They were just like awful human beings. Awful beings, period. Like, that's who they're descended from. They're irrelevant. They'll always be irrelevant. They haven't been relevant since they started counting in eras. Since I reached the conclusion to make the most sense of the Nords to be Daedra worshippers, not all Reachmen were bad. The Reachmen that they're originally founded from are. The Longhouse Lords absolutely are. 100%. The Reachmen now are all descended from the remnants of that. So, like, yeah, sure, generational changes happen. Yeah, personality changes happen. But, like, the fact that they're still holding on to that old ideal that they might become relevant again and be able to rule over the lands again, like, okay, keep having your delusions. As long as you'll keep having your delusions, I'll keep treating you like your ancestors. Like, get with the modern times. There's stone cities and shit now. There's empires. There's diplomacy now. Like, progress, evolve, modernize. You can maintain traditions and cultural practices while still moving along with the rest of society. But think about the Daedra here a moment. Hercene, Azur aren't necessarily evil. Well, there is a group of Daedra that are actually canonically classified as good, quote unquote, good Daedra. In fact, the Daedra fall into two different camps, and those camps are constantly at war with each other. So, like, there is a good Daedra camp. Like, there are people out there that worshiping Daedra is actually good. It helps. There's layers to Daedra. I would have argued... Hear me out. I would have argued that that was true about the primary ones. Not all of them. Until I learned about the Daedric Prince of Order. Thanks to White Wolf Rose. When I found out about the Daedric Prince of Order, any preconceptions that I had of how in-depth or how surface level, either way, the Daedra were, was completely and totally removed. They probably have some of the most complex stories ever because you don't know how much of it's true and how much of it's made up by other Daedric princes and how much of it they made up themselves. But the Daedric Prince of Order, that was a trip. Let me see something here. Rival. Alikir Desert. We got that one in Alikir Desert. How are we sitting with our skills on that, by the way? At an 8? Alright. Let's go get it real quick. Insane, I am ready. Answer the most divinely good Daedra. Except for, and I have no idea how to pronounce that because I suck with pronouncing words. That first one you named, the JYGGALAG, that's Sharagoth, or Sheogath, Groth, or Golth. The Mad God? That Mad God and the Prince of Order are the same being. Yeah, I thought that was wild when I found that out. Okay, so we go here. Boom. There we go. Same, but it also makes 100%. Oh yeah, it absolutely does. I totally agree. It makes 100% sense. But like when I found that, I was like, okay, so they're way more complex than I originally gave them all credit for. Because I figured like there was a few like that had some complexity to them for storytelling purposes because they were people we interacted with. But it wasn't until I got that story and I got all the details on it, there was just like, oh man, It's so freaking amazing. Because, like, that's the level of lore I really love. Now, I'll always have to go and refresh myself constantly. But they're not quite there yet, and I don't know that it's even possible to catch up. But at some point, I genuinely think it would be cool if Elder Scrolls would end up with as much lore as in-depth lore as the Warhammer 40,000 universe. Because that still is my favorite lore universe, period. Bar none. Yeah. Ah, there you are on the beach. Like some people don't understand how Daedra managed to curse is the most powerful of them, but when you think about it, is internally cursed, desires true order, and he continues to do the same thing internally in a feeble attempt to attain true order, which drives him to madness. And then the other thing is his dragon breaks would drive him to madness as well. Woo! Right, because he could never attain what he desires, but people would still consider him good. Yep. He has, for that one 24-hour period per era. You know what? Why is this not triggering? I need food items for crafting.
I read about this place. Amazing.
The Grey March.
Good quality there.
Yep. The way I view the Daedra is they're neither good nor evil, rather they are aspects of nature. Good, the bad, the ugly. It's definitely it's a logical way to perceive them. I could see that, absolutely. When I'm on EU, I loot every single container, every node, etc. I call it grocery shopping. Yeah, I need to do that just simply because, like, that makes me so mad. So freaking mad. I'm also feebly dependent Azura to my deathbed, and not for that much. Fair enough. Fair enough. You cannot convince me Azura is bad. I have to do research on this, but I have a theory about the Daedra, and I need to do research on it first before I say anything else, but That gave me an idea. It's going to be a longer research project for sure. But that gave me a really good idea. I wonder if the Daedra... I'm going to tell you guys the theory. I have to do research on it. I have tons of everything on NA, but EU, I have a lot of loot. I have to loot it all. That's fair enough. You've probably been playing on NA longer, though. So that would... I mean, it kind of tracks, right? I haven't even started an EU character because I've been just so damn focused on, like, let's get this character... You know what? I'm going to keep talking, so why don't we just go and do the starter area quest while I keep talking, huh? So, here's my theory. That it kind of goes off of yours, that they're aspects, right? That they are embodiments. They are the embodiment of and manifestation of specific aspects. But I'm curious if, like the Prince of Order, right? He's also the Prince of Madness. If they each exhibit their aspect at both extremes. Like they each have their extreme opposites on both ends. I'm curious on if every single one of them does that, because like Hermaeus Mora, he wants to have everything concise, factual, in order, to know things. And if you know things and they're a fact, that means they never change. Okay, but this asshole's putting books in the past that haven't been written yet. This dude drops his black books everywhere, which creates unknown arches and timelines. It creates unknown consequences, right? Unforeseen consequences. Like, there's all sorts of shit that happen that go against his nature that he does himself. So I'm curious if every Daedra contains both extreme opposite ends of whatever aspect they represent. You know, put the Daedra in the divines for a moment. You know, who is hands down the greatest godhead in Elder Scrolls? They probably do, but we know of right now. Yeah, so like I gotta double check that, because like that would be kind of cool to find out that that's actually how it works. They're the extreme opposites.
Hurry, friend. Balfoyen is under attack.
I feel like I had to go. Oh, okay, sure. They should advise the greatest Elder Scroll is Sithis. Unless the Godhead exists. If the Godhead exists, if that's ever canonized, as like, yes, it actually exists, and not just a theory that some of the races have in Elder Scrolls, then like...
Thank Kain you've returned. Everyone. They're all gone. My family is gone. They've gone to war, and they're outnumbered. I fear... Damn the Covenant. My family was happy. Well, maybe not happy, but they were content. The Covenant attacked in force when they saw the signal fires. Even now, they're marching on Fort Ziren. Daj took some of the villagers there, including my men.
Molag Bal get souls from soul gems, right? Like those that are sacrificed in soul gems go to Molag Bal's realm. Does everyone else that's not sacrificed into a soul gem go to Sithis' realm? Or only those that are murdered go to Sithis' realm? Who goes to Sithis' realm? Neither Divine nor Daedra. You can't interact with him. You don't see him. You don't hear him. There's only a name. And what is he connected to? The void. The void is nothingness. It is neither eternal life or eternal suffering. It's just nothing. Well, soul gems get confusing.
Hold up. Captain Rana learned of a second force headed to the Balfoyan docks. She's leading a group of warriors to repel that attack, but without aid. I'm afraid you must choose.
So legitimately right here, from a strategic, because strategic isn't tactical, right? Strategic's more zoomed out, bigger picture. From a strategic perspective, defending the fort versus defending the docks, I legitimately would pick docks. And the reason for that, the fort has the potential to hold out longer. Because they have walls, they have defenses, they have trained soldiers, they have those things, right? And even if the fort falls, you can still surround that fort after the fact and starve the enemy from being able to fight and trapping them inside the fort. Whereas, if you successfully defend the fort, the enemy can land unending reinforcements on the docks to perpetually keep you surrounded. And they can starve your forces out. So, from a strategic perspective, the docks is the only answer. Because the fort can be retaken. Docks can't be retaken from the fort.
I know it's a hard choice, but you must go to the fort or the docks. Lend your strength where you think it's needed most.
Hey, Lady Pixie. Welcome back. Welcome back. In Skyrim, we learn about a place known as Soul Cairn, which is neither a plane of Oblivion nor a plane of Aetherius. It's a realm entirely of its own, created by mages who created the soul gems. Manamarco was searched for soul gems, which contained souls for Molag Bal, and wanted to go to bed, and he learned of the amulet of kings and the soul gems and the fact that he could do it. And then they have in the Molag Bal's realm, they have those miners mining soul gems as well, the black soul gems. So, like, it's coming from Cold Harbor. So wouldn't that still be a Molag Bal thing? I'm asking. I'm not clear on that. I think it depends on belief of the dead. If they believe in Sovngarde, they went there, or has seen Eternal Hunt, etc. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe I can help you talk it out.
Won't the fort walls protect the
I want to
refugees?
think so, I really do. But the Bretons are known for their magic. If they could find a way through or around the walls. I trust you. You've already saved us once. If you decide to go to Rana's aid, I know it will be the right call. I know Darsh will win the day. Captain Rana knows her business, and she has capable people with her, including my daughter. But the docks have no walls, no defensive positions.
Well, black soul gems in Skyrim are connected to the soul cairn, and the black soul gems are specifically for humanoids. Regular soul gems are only trying to... Yeah, but in this game, like, when you're in Cold Harbor and Molag Bal's realm, all the various people that are trapped here you can find them mining the soul gems.
I did. Trinhild is proud and stubborn, like her.
Alright, let's go this way. Regular soul gems can end up those animals and creature souls in a Bazora's plane of oblivion. Like I said, soul gems get confusing. Yeah. They do.
The Covenant flooded the docks. We tried to surrender, but they didn't want prisoners. Many of us were gutted and thrown into the sea. A few. We scattered. Some barred themselves inside, but the daggers put everything to the torch. If it wasn't for that crazy dark elf, I'd be fattening fish.
Man, that's one of those. That's a Warhammer moment there. So there's a Primarch, and it's in the Siege of Terra series, part of the Horsehair series. Primarch is fighting, shows up, and he's gonna do this fighting, and the defenders say that they surrender, and he says you cannot. And they go, but why? We do not wish to fight you. And he goes, that was never your choice. I came here to destroy you. What you do with that is up to you. It was just like, damn. Souls get trapped in soul gems when specifically targeted, so it's not just everyone who does. Soul gems are specialized crystals that change depending on how they are used. Now you want to hear a fun fact about Molag Bal? Sure.
You can't look for her now. Fishermen from the docks are trapped in the windmill. Rescue them before they burn.
Raj Wilco. Bum 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 bum. Man, where is like the entrance to this? No? Not gonna give me an entrance. Okay, then I will just jump up here. Oh, there it is. Of course, there it is.
Sergeant Zane, you must help Zane. Hurry to the docks. Zane won't last long by herself.
Molag Bal has children, many children. However, there is one character he has 16 children with. Vivek? I mean, Vivek would make sense because, like, he is everything. Vivek wanted to be everything at all times. Like, that would track. Jeez, that one just would not. You kidding me? That was fun. I just could not get that timing right. That took me entirely way too long to do that. I'm getting slow. Sorry. I mean, like, yeah, that character's the only one that is all things at all times. So, totally tracks. I did not know he had kids, though. So, are his kids just like normal people with some special powers, or are they like Daedra? But yeah, none of it was consensual. I should not see it. I'm at least want to know you saw it. I didn't see it. What was it? They're abominations. Ah! Well, that's exciting. In fact, Vivek had to run away from a log ball. That is kind of insane. Veggie today to help Herb. Okay. 1 second. Alright. Alright, folks. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go raiding on Twitch. Listen, if you're on YouTube, please hit the subscribe buttons. I'd appreciate it. We're gonna keep going through all of this. We're gonna get caught up on everything. And if you guys do want to play with me, we got a Discord. And I just set up the guild today. It's a Scarecrew. All one word, spelled properly. Capital S, capital C. Alright, and YouTube and Twitch. Hit those follow buttons if you haven't done so. And stick with me. We're gonna go raiding. And again, if you guys want to join me, PCNA, guild is called Scarecrew. Any and all are welcome. Let's go see who is live. Who do we got? Who do we got? Da, 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 da. Let's go see here we go. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. And I hope to see you all in the future. And hold on a second. Here we go. And I hope you have a wonderful day or evening, depending on what time zone you're on. And again, if anyone wants to join up in any of the guilds, let me know. Let me know. And our Discord does have the bots, the Dwemer bots, to tell you about the patch updates, the maintenance times, the events, all the things. So make sure you're using the resources. All right, I'll see y'all later.